Good morning, everyone. All right, that's a little better. I am Chantel Cargill, president of the Georgia chapter of Postpartum Support International. It's an honor to welcome you to this year's Black Maternal Mental Health Summit, united in purpose to empower, elevate, and enhance Black maternal mental health. A heartfelt thank you to our presenting sponsor, Spelman College, and all of our incredible sponsors. Your support is vital to our mission and the well-being of Black families in Georgia. Today, we unite with a clear purpose to address the urgent issue of Black maternal mental health. In Georgia, our maternal mental health system is at a critical juncture, and Black mothers face unique challenges that make our work essential. Perinatal mental health issues such as postpartum depression and anxiety affect up to 1 in 5 new mothers nationwide. However, Black mothers experience these challenges at nearly double the rate, with severe perinatal mood disorders being nearly 3 times more common in Georgia. The impact extends to Black fathers, who may also face paternal postpartum depression and anxiety, particularly when partners are affected. With 1 in 10 fathers experiencing these challenges, the entire family unit is affected, underscoring the need for comprehensive resources and support systems. Today's summit is a testament to our community's strength and commitment to change. We aim to empower Black mothers, birthing individuals, fathers, and families by addressing disparities in mental health care and working towards solutions that elevate Black maternal mental health. This summit is a call to action. It's about learning from one another and creating a foundation for lasting change. We also advocate for mental health awareness, breaking down the stigma that often prevents help seeking in Black communities. And as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. And this is very true. And it also takes a community to uplift a mother. Together, we are united in our mission to empower, elevate, and enhance Black maternal mental health through shared wisdom, resources, and actionable steps. Thank you for being here and for your dedication to this cause. I look forward to the inspiring discussions and breakthroughs that await us today. Let us move forward with intention and purpose. Thank you so much. Now, I know I introduced myself. I'm not bad at it. But before you hear a little bit more about me, I want to introduce somebody very, very special to me personally and also to our board. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure, if I can get it out, to introduce someone who brings an incredible depth of passion, creativity, and commitment to today's summit. Tamika Mitchell. As our board and volunteer recruitment, clap, clap, clap. Yeah, give us some love, show her some love. I better see some virtual emojis too. As our board and volunteer recruitment and development lead and MC for today's summit, Tamika's mission is not only to motivate others, but to build meaningful connections that strengthen our community. Tamika is a true powerhouse. She is an entrepreneur, a dedicated author, and an inspiring speaker who has taken on the challenge of slaying imposter syndrome, both in herself and in those she touches. But her most cherished role is that of a mother, which drives her every day to create a brighter, more empowering future for children and families. Her love of storytelling and dedication to children's literacy led her to found Maternity Motivation Publishing, LLC, where she's crafting a legacy through books that encourage young readers to be fearless and self-assured. Tamika's vision is to fill the world with stories that she would have connected with as a child, stories that she hopes will inspire her own children and others to believe in their limitless potential. Through vibrant, meaningful messages, Tamika's work celebrates people of color and sparks family and community conversations that are critical for growth and unity. Her dedication to uplifting mothers and creating powerful, positive imagery for children is a gift to us all, and we are incredibly grateful to have her with us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Tamika Mitchell.
All right, so thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I am thrilled to be here. This is going to be a fantastic time. So I want all of us to get comfortable. I want us all to be focused on being united in purpose. But what I would like to do is to take a moment, again, to introduce and to let you know some of the amazing work that our president at PSI Georgia, Chantel Cargill, is sharing, not only with us, but with the community. Chantel Cargill is a licensed marriage and family therapist with over a decade of experience in clinical and with leadership roles, including regional clinical director, clinical supervisor, and program manager in various community mental health settings. She earned her bachelor's of science in psychology from the University of Georgia. She is a proud Bulldog. And a Master of Science in Marriage and Family Therapy from Valdosta State University, specializing in couples therapy and perinatal mental health. Driven by a profound passion of perinatal mental health, Chantel's commitment stems from a personal experience, including the loss of her daughter at 28 weeks and surviving a maternal near miss. This has fueled her advocacy for pregnant and postpartum individuals facing perinatal mood disorders, trauma, infertility, and maternal mortality here in Georgia. As president of Georgia Chapter PSI, she's actively pushed policies changing to improve our healthcare systems as well as the quality of it. She serves in several committees, and I'm going to name just a few because it's phenomenal, including the Georgia Maternal Mental Health Review Committee and the Georgia Perinatal Mental Health Task Force, which focuses on eradicating disparities in healthcare and expanding access to trauma-informed care. You're going to hear a lot more about this through our panelists today, but I just want you to hone in on that because that is something near and dear to all of us, and we will need to make sure that we talk more about it. In addition to her role as PSI Georgia, Chantel is the Vice President of the Women of UGA and Executive Vice President for the Junior League of Gwinnett and North Fulton counties. Her leadership, which you probably can tell, has garnered recognition because if you follow her on Instagram, which I am a fan, and on LinkedIn, you will notice that she was named Georgia Trend 40 Under 40 and UGA's 40 Under 40. So we want all of you to help us in celebrating and uplifting Chantel and the amazing work that she does, but also she is particularly driven by her obedience to God's plan, purpose to her life, with a genuine desire to uplift and positively impact her community. So we are thrilled to have you today to lead us in many of the discussions, but most importantly for the work that you do for yourself, for your family, and for the community. So we are excited to have you as our leader.
Y'all, this is just the beginning. Oh my goodness. As you can see and tell, we love to give each other flowers around here, so get used to it. All right, so I want to jump into our PSI Georgia resources. But before we get started, I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to recognize my extraordinary PSI Georgia family. As you can hear, I said PSI Georgia family, not board and staff. This is my family. I truly couldn't do this work without each and every one of our passionate board members, past and present, and our dedicated volunteers. Thank you for your unwavering commitment, for the time you give, and for the heart you bring to this mission. Your work empowers and uplifts Black mothers, fathers, and families across Georgia. And I'm deeply grateful for each and every one of you. Let's keep making a difference together. Let's give them a hand. By the way, I made that little video, shameless plug, I did that. All right, so let's get into PSI Georgia's resources. PSI Georgia, or PSI, exists to raise awareness of the PSI exists to raise awareness of the emotional changes that women experience during pregnancy and postpartum, with a vision to ensure every mother has access to the support and care they need. As aforementioned, 1 in 5 women experience perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, and for Black mothers, this rate is estimated to be double. Supporting Black fathers is also essential, as 1 in 10 men experience postpartum depression and anxiety as well. PSI Georgia has 3 main areas of focus. We educate healthcare professionals across Georgia to screen and support mothers' mental health needs. We offer a free perinatal mental health 101 presentation to provider offices. We provide resources for mothers and their families, helping them access trained professionals and informed support. We also push for a healthcare system in Georgia that truly supports the mental health of mothers and families. Next slide, please. Our training options include a 1 or 2 hour maternal mental health 101 session, a 5-hour frontline provider training for prescribing providers, and a comprehensive 2-day perinatal mood and anxiety disorders training available online or on site. Next slide. Thank you. PSI offers free resources such as our toll-free helpline for support, an online provider directory to connect families with trained mental health providers, and support groups led by therapists and peers who understand these challenges. Next slide, please. We also offer free educational materials that are in English and in Spanish. Next slide, please. Please visit our website to learn more about our PSI Perinatal Mental Health Directory. Next slide, please. Our support groups, and more about our PSI state coordinators. Next slide, please. Our Climb Out of the Darkness event raises awareness of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, symbolizing a collective ascent out of stigma and despair. Next slide, please. Additionally, we're excited to announce our new program, the Georgia Fund for Perinatal Mental Health, launched in July. Funded by a contract from the Department of Public Health, this program provides therapy funds for Georgia moms who are pregnant, postpartum, or have experienced perinatal loss. Through the wonderful work of 48 certified perinatal therapists involved in our program, some of whom are present on our panels today, 123 women are currently receiving therapy with assistance from our fund. Did you hear me? 123 women are receiving therapy assistance from our fund. It has been incredibly exciting to watch this program grow in just a few short months, and since its launch, we funded over 640 therapy sessions across more than 40 counties, with over half of our applicants being uninsured or on Medicaid. Can you believe that? Just a couple of months, y'all. Look at that impact. However, we are currently over 45 women are on our wait list right now. We urgently need your support to help this fund thrive and provide direct care to mothers in Georgia. Here you'll see a QR code in which you can actually make a contribution today. Isn't that exciting? Your contributions can directly impact the lives of women in need. Just 5 donations of $25 could fund a therapy session for an uninsured mom in Atlanta. 2 donations of $75 could support a session for a mom facing postpartum depression and domestic violence. 4 donations of $125 could provide 4 therapy sessions for a Medicaid recipient struggling with postpartum anxiety. Look at that, I already did the math for y'all. Your support is crucial for this important program. Please, please feel free to use the QR code right now to donate. And for more information about our Georgia Fund, please visit georgiafund.org or follow us on Instagram at Georgia Fund. Thank you so much. Whew, I'm doing a lot of talking. It's all great information. But finally, we invite our attendees to engage with today's panels. So after each session, you'll have the chance to ask questions in real time, which will be directed straight to our moderators. Isn't that cool? Simply scan the QR code and select the relevant panel to submit your important questions. Now that we've gotten all of that great information out of the way, are you ready to dive in to the 2024 Black Maternal Mental Health Summit? I can't hear you. Okay. And attendees on Zoom, please feel free to express yourselves with the reaction buttons, celebratory, oohs and ahs. We want you to be just as engaged as our in-person attendees. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it back to that beautiful queen that we saw earlier, Tamika Mitchell, to kick us off with our first panel, okay? Thank you.
All right. Am I live? Not yet. On stage. All right, good people. So again, I talk very loud. All right, so we are back, and we have a phenomenal panelists that's coming up all throughout today, but I have the pleasure of getting to know them a little bit better behind the scenes, and we are going to have a fruitful conversation. So if you are online, I want you to tell us where you're from. Today, throughout the breaks, I want all of us to get united in purpose and to share our stories and to make sure that we are celebrating one another and staying connected. And so I am going to make sure that we highlight each and every one of our panelists, because it's one thing to share your bio, but I want us to really, really focus on the amazing work that each of you do and the insight that you're going to share with all of us. So the first person I'd like to bring on the stage is Alon Lindsay. Alon Lindsay is a dedicated maternal health care champion, doula, and mother of 2, specializing in coaching new and expecting mothers, and provides emotional support and practical guidance, helping mothers navigate complexities of modern motherhood, which we know the struggle bus at times is real, and to achieve their desired parenting expectations. So welcome, we're so excited to have you, and is also a PSI board member. Yes, give her all the hands. And and also we have Dr. Christina Smith Winfield, is a board certified OBGYN practicing in the Metro Atlanta area, has a community physician, and currently as an assistant professor of Emory University School of Medicine. Born in Starkville, Mississippi, that's one thing we do have in common that we didn't share in advance, but you know what, we're proud of her because this is a big weekend as a graduate of FAMU. It's homecoming. And she has dedicated her time to join us today, so we are thrilled to have you. Thank you. And next, we have Janice Middleton. Oh, let's give her some love. Her years of experience in content strategy and media space has led various clients such as Home Depot, Buffalo Wild Wings, SunTrust, known Truist right now, and then also her background has made her extremely knowledgeable in developing people-focused strategies. She also has a passion in building and cultivating environments and for people to thrive in, so we appreciate you. Last but definitely not least, we have Dr. Candace Heilig. She is a public health Yes, absolutely. With a PhD in health promotion and behavior of the University of Georgia, uh, specializing in women's health. Dr. Heilig is skilled in program development and evaluation, and all of our esteemed panelists today are going to share their insight as we dive in. Okay, so let's just give them another hand clap, and their mics are right behind you. All right, so I appreciate you as a mother of two, a son who's 7, a daughter who's 3, that we talk more about self-advocacy. Now, before we dive into the questions, I just want to hear from you. What does self-advocacy mean, in your opinion?
Well, I'll start. I am also a mom of 3, in this instance, middle school, elementary school, and a toddler. So, again, all the prayers are appreciated. But when I think about self-advocacy, I really think about being aware of what I need in the moment and being comfortable and confident enough to say, this is how I feel, and in this moment, this is what I have to present. And sometimes that may be 100%, sometimes not often, but sometimes it's 80, and if I'm giving you my full 80 or giving you my full 20, if that's what I have, I think that's really important to be able to advocate for that, especially with all of the dueling roles that I play, and being able to be okay with that. And that's really, for me, what self-advocacy is, standing in it.
Thank you.
For me, it is, I struggle with not speaking up for myself, or I used to, let me say that. Once I found my voice, you can't shut me up at this point for speaking up for myself. But I really think it's about, we all know the saying, closed mouths don't get fed. And for me, the biggest thing when I think about self-advocacy is I could have many champions, many supporters, many mentors, and all of that stuff, but self-advocacy is actually the most important. I know we often talk about, we should be speaking people's names in rooms that they're not in. That is absolutely true. But when I'm speaking someone's name in that room, once they get in that room, they too have to speak their own name as well and speak for themselves. So self-advocacy for me is really big and really rooted in speaking up for yourself and telling your truth and really speaking the things that you need and speaking truth to power as well.
Perfect, thank you.
There you go, dear.
For me, self-advocacy, I always like to start, I'm a mom, a wife, a daughter, then I'm a doctor. And for me, it's about self-care, and when you, in every role, every mom, every daughter, every partner, even doctors, we give to people all the time. So for me, self-advocacy is making sure that I take time to pour back into myself by focusing on when I need balance, when I need time to myself, when I need to go to the movie by myself, when I need to do yoga by myself, when I need to go to the beach by myself, you know what I mean? And that way it allows me, because if I can pour into myself, then it also means that I can give to others. And so one of the things I struggled with was actually saying that I need that space, that I need that time to pour back into myself. And honestly, I believe everybody who's a mom identifies with that. I have a 5 and a 3-year-old who the second you walk into the house, they're like, me, and you want to give them that, but you also have to give to yourself first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think to kind of echo the sentiments that everyone has shared, I think we're not getting to the root of like why we struggle so much with self-advocacy. And so for me, what it really means is releasing the guilt that comes along with feeling like I need to do something for myself, because it is so easy for us, no matter what our responsibilities are, to give to that, whether it's our career or family, and in whatever shape a family is, right? Because you said we're a daughter and a wife and a mom and all these things, and it's like, well, I'm a best friend, and like I've got to be able to show up for everyone else. And so not feeling the guilt that can kind of immediately and innately come of being able to say, I don't actually have capacity for that right now, and what I do need is something that's just for me, and then really being able to identify like what is that type of rest that you need. Do you need physical rest? Do you need emotional rest? Do you need to be able to get away from everyone? And so really self-advocacy for me is being able to be kind of inward facing and look inside to figure out like what do I actually need, and then feeling confident enough and comfortable enough to be able to say I need that without feeling the guilt of asking for it.
Beautiful. Alon, I love that. And, I want to stay with you for a bit as we talk about go through our first question. So we think about many people who are working or, knowing the resources that are available within their company. But what are ways that they are able to advocate for themselves and leveraging company resources during their pregnancy and especially postpartum?
Yeah, I mean, part of my practice actually started because with the birth of my second child, I was like, listen, I described it to my therapist as I have a Thanksgiving plate, right? And I was like, I got all the goodies on here. We got the sweet potatoes and we got the greens and the mac and cheese, right? And everything looks delicious. And then work was coming back, right? I was supposed to come back from maternity leave. And I was like, I remember it very vividly, 7:15 in the morning, an emergency session with my therapist in my pantry, sitting on the floor in the dark, being like, girl, that is the turkey with gravy, and I'm trying to tell you that this plate is going to collapse because it is just paper, and it is heavy, and this gravy is going to go overflowing if I have to add this back into it.
Yes.
And so that was really the first instance I had to actually put into practice advocating for myself from a work resource standpoint. And I did feel a lot of guilt and shame of not being able to manage all of it. And so being able to go back to my manager and feeling comfortable enough to, kind of embarrassedly being able to say, like, I'm not okay right now. Like, I don't have enough capacity to be able to manage all of this. So what are my options? And then being able to go through kind of the channels to talk through, okay, here's where your options are. Here's what the process is. But really being able to just be okay with opening up the conversation and saying, hey, I need to find out what is available. And that wasn't something that was presented to me kind of beforehand. And so now with my clients, it's one of the things that I make sure that we go and we talk through is, let's go and let's talk to your managers. Do you need to have a role, kind of a rolling return to work?
Yes.
Do we go back with 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 hours a day for 5 days for the first 4 weeks, and then we build to you coming back full time, and just figuring out what those options are, because I think it's so important that we don't just think that we have to succumb to whatever is provided to us, but we can start to design what that looks like. And most of our workplaces value us so much that when we speak up, they're more than willing to be able to create those type of environments for us.
Fantastic. And we'll continue the conversation with additional responses.
Thank you for saying that, because I totally agree. As my role as physician, one of the first things that I do at the visit, besides introduce myself and tell you what I'm going to give you as part of your OBGYN team, as we have healthy mom and healthy baby, right? Mm-hmm. Is one of the first questions I actually ask is, what do you do for a living? What is your job? And it always throws people off because they're like curious, like, why did you ask that question? Sometimes when you're excited about the pregnancy, you don't think about how the pregnancy could potentially impact how you do your job, right? And I am your biggest advocate and support. It usually comes in a piece of paper with me signing it. So if I know what you do for a living, sometimes it's the first time you've ever heard, hey, do you know that your job has resources? Do you know that I can help you with this? Do you know that if there's certain things that you do at work that I can actually help you accommodate with this, so that you're not actually you don't have to advocate for yourself on your own. I'm here with you. I have your back. Let me see what I can do to help to make sure that you have these resources available for you.
Perfect. Thank you. Janice?
I love what they both said, because I come from a bit of a different angle, and I love that you ask, what do you do? Because I work in advertising. Elon knows advertising is insanely crazy. There's a lot of pressure. You're getting love 1 minute for the Super Bowl spot, and then you're getting hated the next minute because the Super Bowl spot didn't sell the razor that it was supposed to sell. So it is a lot. Your clients love you on a Monday and they hate you the next day. But I sit on the panel, and I'm not a mother, but I always say I'm an ally and an advocate to mommies, and I also have a mommy, obviously, and many of friends who are mommies. But I'm that person in the workplace. I sit in the inclusion strategy space. I actually built this role that I sit in to sit in between the people and HR. I did not want to sit in HR because, one, I wasn't going to go back to school for that stuff, and no shade to that, but I'm a strategist, right? So I wanted to make sure that we know HR often has bad PR. So I wanted to make sure that I built a role that when mommies come back to work, or anyone, but specifically mommies, when they come back to work, they have that support. One of the things, and when I work with HR and we're talking about benefits that you need, HR is creating the benefits. I'm asking, well, who do they actually benefit, right? Because we have to know that most laws, practices, policies, all of these things often benefit men. So how are we thinking about mommies? How are we thinking about men? How are we even thinking about menopause these days, right? How are we thinking about, and none of those things are included in benefits, right? So it is my job to make sure that when mommies come back to work and they have questions, and I would even say fathers as well, but when they have questions or they have resources, this is where you bring me a resource, I'm gonna get it done, right? And because I know Elon's story. I worked with her when she was at one of our agencies, and I know what that looked like, right? So when you have a resource, and I wasn't in this role at that time, but when you have a resource, you bring it to me, we're gonna make it happen, and if we have to slice and dice it and do certain things to, like, we can afford this, we can afford that, whatever that looks like, we're lucky to be an independent agency, so we can make our own rules, which is why I work there. I'm a Sagittarius, I make my own rules. But that's why it works. But as an advocate for mommies, I just really implore you, and I love that you ask, what do you do? If you have a resource, you have a thought, you have an idea, you have a space that you want to create for mommies, come to us. Come to that people advocate in your workplace, because oftentimes as someone who's not a mother, I simply don't know. I don't wear those shoes, right? But I know that I can fight for you. I know I have a voice. I know that I can speak up. So come to me and come to people like me in your workplace and share your truth.
Thank you, Janice.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm changing the way it's going a little bit, slightly.
We need it. That's why we have you. Your perspectives are important.
Well, different because I come from a different space where we don't have as much flexibility a little bit. And so sometimes you either going to be there or you're not. Yeah. And that's a challenge. And so it was one thing that I think between myself and colleagues that I've spoken with of what that postpartum turn looks like. And that was when, back to our first part of, where are you now and what do you need and what do you have to give? And that's something that we really have to sit in for some moments, because if you know that some jobs are not as flexible, but you really are intentional about breastfeeding, or you have struggled postpartum previously and you do need additional time, those are those times when you have to talk with your partner, talk with your community of, hey, this is the reality. I've gone through the avenues, and unfortunately, this just isn't something that's available to me. I have to come into work, and I'm going to be gone, and then there's an hour commute, and I can't handle this right now, so what do we do? And that's something that sometimes it's a challenge, because you really have to see, do I need to figure something out? Even for me, I have kids in different levels right now. They're coming in and out at different times, and I cannot work full-time every day in a physical office. That's not something that will work for me or my family. My husband has to work, and sometimes he's gone for weeks. So that's just really not our story. And that's something that for me, I've had to weigh. What does that look like with my career? Not just going back. Fortunately, I've been able to work for my current role. I am remote, very limited hybrid of maybe once a quarter, which is great, but that may not be the reality for some. And so what does that look like? And that's why I'm really big on what's really important at this moment, and really being able to, okay, if this is what it is, are we gonna have to cut back on a couple things? Am I gonna have to start looking for something else? And I know that may not always be possible, but the unfortunate reality is, as they mentioned, some of the HR policies aren't made for women in this lifestyle that you would like. So really thinking and owning what is your priority right now and what is important. And I do believe that you can have all the things, but sometimes you can't have it all at once.
Absolutely.
And so what does that look like, and what are you willing to adjust in order to make sure that you are maintaining your well-being in the current space that you're in?
Oh, this is fantastic. And I mean, I can relate to each and every one of your stories, because going into a career where I was super focused and then getting pregnant, and I'm like, well, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to raise my hand for everything and being the person that's saying yes. And I struggled with that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, that's who I've always been. But many of you have actually said you have to take time to pause. And pardon my pardon. Pardon is founder of Pardon My Pardon, yes, where things change and shift. And when you think about relationships that change and shift and how important it is to build your sense of community, what are your thoughts on how we're able to maintain or even build your existing community of support, or maybe a new community of support? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's super important for, I think, kind of going back to self-advocacy and how I was talking about turning inward first, is to also like pause and recognize that like we go through changes.
Yes.
Right. Like it's not just recognizing the relationships around us are going to change, but also to your point, right? You were very ambitious and, you know, focused on your career and willing to raise your hand and sign up like, I'll do this and I'll do that. And I'm sure most of the folks inside of this room, right, when you are being the type of person who takes the initiative to come to these types of events, likely means that you take initiative everywhere inside of your life, right? And so sometimes those things have to shift. Sometimes you have to juggle those things and adjust them. And so being okay with saying, okay, well, maybe that was a priority for me then, and it's not as much a priority now. Or honestly, what I'm finding even more so with my clients is I still am very ambitious as a career woman. I still really want to be able to be headstrong inside of my career. And I do not want people to look at me as if I am lesser than, or I can't do as much because I'm coming back from leave, or because I have children, because I have these other priorities. And so I think it's just really important for us to have different types of relationships that can help to, one, allow us to see ourselves and remind us of our core of who we are as people, because sometimes we get lost in our identity when we become mothers. It can consume you and you can become mom and nothing else, and you kind of forget who you were before those, 10 or 12 months of planning and then going through postpartum. And then also just factoring in being able to have people who will allow you to grow, right? And so having the space of people who are willing to see the shifts and the evolutions inside of you. And sometimes that means that, some relationships may have to fall to the wayside for a little bit. And it doesn't mean that it's lost love or lost priority or anything, but I think we just have to be really okay with the fact that some things may not last forever, and some things are just for a season, whether that's a profession or, a friendship or something like that. And being willing to speak up for ourselves and saying like, hey, I care about you, but I also care about these other things. And so like, I need a little bit of space to like figure out, which balls are glass balls, which ones are rubber ones, which ones can I drop sometimes, and which ones aren't going to break, and just giving ourselves the grace for that.
Beautiful. Listen, I saw heads nodding. Here. They're like, yes. How about you, Dr. Christina? What would you like to share?
I have the opportunity that I was an older mom, so my career and marriage actually came first. And so it was an adjustment for me to actually add in children that I wanted, right? Full disclosure, I always say that me and my husband suffered through infertility, and so I saw many of my friends who had babies, right? And so I was that great friend at every baby shower, all support, watched them all go through it, right? And then when I became a mom myself, the first thing that I noticed was like, oh, now I see why all my friends called me at 5 to 5:30, right? I like to call it the commute home and catch up with friends, okay? Before I'd be like, wait a second, why aren't they answering my phone call at 8? They ain't answering at 8 p.m. Because why? Because 8 p.m., anybody who has kids knows that's crunch time, okay? It is.
Bath time, bedtime.
Exactly. It is feeding, bath, bed, okay?
In that order.
Okay? And so with that being said, like now I know that my friends who are even professionals or moms or anything like that, we're gonna talk between 5 and 5:45. If I call you at 6:15 and you don't answer, I already know what you're doing, you know what I mean? And then also I was super lucky that I had 3 moms, well, me and 3 of my friends were actually pregnant at the same time. So we had a friendship before we got pregnant. And then now we have a mom group that we try to meet at least once a quarter without our kids, okay? And we try to have mommy, just relaxation time where we actually get to vent. So I've actually been able to find a safe space where it's just like, being a mom is hard. Being a career woman is hard. And then how do you shift back to, I had one child, then I had another child, and it's like, oh, I need to also focus on my career, on mentorship, and showing other young women who want to go into medicine, who want to do anything in healthcare, that you can technically have it all, but as you described, what are you going to give up? What are you going to balance with? So that's how I would answer that question.
Perfect. And Janice, I would love to hear your perspective. As you mentioned, you are a mother, you have friends who are mothers or loved ones, and you are a mother figure. What advice have you given, or what do you give as those relationships shift a bit?
Yeah, I really plus up everything that everyone's saying, specifically Elon, because she speaks to, she can still do all the things. I watch her still do all of the things, right? So that I can plus that up. But I'm the village, right? I'm the auntie. I truly believe I was born to be an auntie. But I'm the village. So I'm one of those, and I do think you have to think about this in general when it comes to intentionality with friends, specifically as you get older. But definitely when your life changes and you go through different seasons, you have to be intentional with what that village looks like, who can help, who can support. It's not always about who's going to call you every day. I think that changes. Probably after you hit 35, that changes. So if you haven't talked to somebody in a month, it doesn't mean they don't like you. It just means we're all busy, right? But I think you have to really, I would say, activate your village. I know my friends come to me, specifically the ones who are mommies. They come to me, and if they need me to pick up the kids, or if they need help with planning a birthday party or something like that, to the point where I honestly am thinking about moving to be closer to some of my mom friends who are in Alpharetta, because I do love being a part of that village. Also, I want to be the cool aunt with the pool, but I want to be that. I want to be that. But that is how I design my life, and I love that you said a mom figure, because that is exactly how I see myself. But I think you have to activate your village, and as someone who's a part of that village, tell them what you need. Tell them when you just need to come over. I have a home, and sometimes my mom friends just want to come over and sit on the couch, right? And they're not going to hear any noise. You might hear some trap music, but you're not going to hear any noise or anything like that, and sometimes they just need that, and I want to be that space, so find those people who can be that space for you.
Beautiful. Yes, Dr. Heilig.
I just want to echo that. I've had a lot of rescue missions from my friends.
Shout out to the village, right? Because listen, we love y'all. I want to say that to the village. Listen, we cannot do this without you. So shout out to the village.
Yes, virtually and in person. The village, you are important.
And that's what I call it, because they know I'll be like, hey, I need a minute. And they're like, all right, where do you want to go? Are we going out? Are we eating in? Right. So it's one of those things where it's really great to have people that understand my life and the different roles that I play, and that sometimes it's like, I just need to get away. And when I can have those kind of spontaneous moments, it helps me feel back in the day a little bit when I did have a little bit more freedom. But even still, I'm a person that I have to live by my calendar. And so it may sound as cliche of no or not as, oh, let's just go here because I can't, it has to, are they on school break? Okay, well, let me know, those kind of things. But I do make sure that I've had friends that I met before and even after, and fortunately they've been really supportive of me and all of my goals and dreams, including having a family. But I'm big on, no. Every other month, mommy needs some time, and my family supports that very well. So they know, no, don't call me. Your dad's home. And I know I used to get that question a lot. Well, what are they going to do? They have a father. And he's great. Don't call me. But it's really big for me to make sure that, no, I need time too. I was a woman first, and I still am. And I'm still a person and a friend and a sister. So I have trips where it's just going to be me and my sister. And that's okay. And we have family trips. And we have, our relationship trips with me and my husband. And so I just make time for that. And so, like I said, it's not as flexible. We still have our, our missions, or if we have this moment of just, hey, you're in town, let's go hang out. But otherwise, schedule it, because sometimes we can forget those moments, and it's still okay, and it's still a good relationship, even if we have to make time. Because I feel like I made you a priority in that way.
Oh, fantastic. We'll say that again. Boom. There we go. You all are hitting all the marks. We're talking about advocating for ourselves. We're talking about our village. Practical items to, let our communities know, let our employers know what we need. And I want to talk on something that you mentioned, Dr. Heilig, in reference to relationships. And so, for me, my marriage, we've been married for about 18 years now. All right. Yes, it's work, y'all. We are not one of the ones you see on social media. I'm like, oh, that's cute. After my son, I was on the struggle bus. My relationship suffered because the things I tolerated as having someone without kids versus like the new normal, and figuring out, okay, like how are we going to do date nights now? I'm like, well, listen, you watch the movie over there, I am here. That's date night. But I want to hear each of your feedback or advice on how are we able to strengthen romantic relationships or talk through points of pause, because it's not always going to be roses. But what do you do, or what advice would you share about romantic relationships and help foster that through pregnancy or postpartum?
Starting with me this time?
We'll start with you,
Okay.
yes, Dr. Howley.
So what I mentioned again, I live by my calendar, but also being okay with it not looking as romantic as it was in the beginning, but still finding those moments. And so whereas before, like I said, the spontaneity sometimes isn't always there because, again, there's a lot going on. But we're, oh goodness, 11 years married.
Beautiful.
So that's why I was giving you the kudos. I was like, okay. All right, there is hope. No, but it's a challenge of navigating this space because, as you mentioned, I feel like there are different iterations of myself, not just as we grow, but after kids, going from 1 to 2 or none to 1 is a big, like, oh my goodness. But then now having 3, like, there's no man-to-man coverage anymore. Somebody's out. So we have to figure out, how do we do this? And it was another challenge. And, you know, as I progress in my career and things grow. So unfortunately, it's one of those, there's no stagnancy of, it's like, oh, there's something new. I now need to do something else. And sometimes we can get left behind in that because I see you every day. But sometimes it's in passing. It's not the intentionality. And so, again, making sure that we have date nights on there. It's on our calendar. This is just a check-in of we're going to put down everything else and we need to have time for each other. And then also the once a year, we have an us vacation where they stay with the grandmas and we get to go out wherever, sometimes local, sometimes wherever, but we're just not in the house. So it's just time for the 2 of us. But yeah, it's still just figuring it out. So I can't say that we have it all together. As you mentioned, we're still working on what that looks like, but making sure we're taking the time whenever we can, but putting on the calendar so we're both held to it is my
I love it. Keep the advice coming. Yes, Janice, give us some insight. What would you share?
Yeah, I will tell you. I won't take up too much time because I think the
You're fine. You're
mommies
fine.
have more to say about it. But as someone who often dates men who have children, I actually prefer that. I'm a supporter. You know what I'm saying? You know, what does life look like? How do I? And I actually lean on my mommy friends to help me with that and understanding what a man needs as a father or something like that when he's in a relationship with me or whatever the case may be. So again, acting as that village, acting as that supporter. But I think the ladies have a lot more to share as it
Oh, we
pertains to that.
appreciate your insight, Janice. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Christina.
So I'm going to answer this question personally and then professionally, okay?
Give it to us.
So personally, I didn't say this earlier, but I am an advertising wife. So I'm a mini advertiser by proxy, okay? I loved your Super Bowl references and how it, you know, it just goes. I was like, yes, 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 yes. I feel it. So personally, again, my husband and I, we've been married for 13 years.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. And then I told you, like, our kids are 5 and 3. So, so one of the things that we do, I also talked about prime time, okay? 7 p.m. to 8, okay? It is feed, bath, bed. At 8:15, me and my husband meet on the couch, whoever gets done first, with a glass of wine, okay? And that's how we debrief every night, okay? Schedule permitting, okay? Yeah, brief, yes. And then we also have this thing where we make sure that at least once a month, shout out to our babysitter. One of our babysitters actually goes to Spelman, so yes. Shout out to the babysitters who at least once a month, I keep a rolling list. I'm like, hey, date night, I need you to come through because I don't care. You can feed the kids McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, whatever they need, ice cream, candy, do it all. Watch all the movies. As long as they're in bed when I get back, we're good, okay? So from a professional standpoint, though, I also make sure that all of my moms, especially postpartum, so this is very interesting. It's one of my favorite subjects after we get through all the things. I'm like, hey, you have to realize that your baby is not always going to be a baby. When you're in the beginning, babies sleep next to you. You roll over. There's your boob. There's the baby, okay? Then eventually, hopefully, baby transitions out of your room, okay? Because it's kind of hard while baby's still sleeping next to you. So I'm a big advocate of like, hey, have you considered when you're going to transition baby outside of the bedroom so we can get back to just you two, okay? And then lastly, how do you deal with the physical changes? Now, this is a big one, okay? Recently, I said, someone asked me, is their stomach going to be flat after they have this baby? My answer, because it just came out, okay? Like, I'm going to keep it real 100% of the time, okay? I was like, that's between genetics, the gym, and Jesus, okay? And then I threw out, and a waist trainer, okay? Like, all these things, you need all these things, right? So then also when it comes to intimacy postpartum, your body just does not look like what it looked like. I will not embarrass myself and show you how I know I've had 2 kids, okay? But with that being said, how do you get comfortable with this new body? How are you not thinking about, well, is he thinking about what, because it used to be a 6-pack. I never had that problem, never had a 6-pack, okay? But it used to be a 6-pack. There never were any rolls. How do you get back to exercise? How do you get back to that physicality? So I like to walk women through, not only at their postpartum visit, but then at their annual afterwards. I'm like, hey, where are you at in this spectrum? Because we need to get you back to where you were, okay? And it is important. We always need to get back.
Beautiful. Yes. Alana.
Well, so I take a little bit of a different perspective as well because so I'm a single mom. I'm divorced. I was married, and I divorced after my second child. Like shortly after my second child, I'm going to be completely transparent. And having children was a big weight on recognizing that that wasn't the relationship for either one of us. And so I think that actually, because I work with moms now, right, still, and I work with couples, I work with families, that's my whole point, is to be able to support them, it became very influential in me being able to take that and learn those learnings and be able to translate that to my clients in terms of what to do in terms of preparing themselves before baby comes. And so I think that is, right, like our panel isn't just about, navigating the after, but it's actually about preparing for it. And I think that's one of the things I try to harp on so much, is it is important for us to have those conversations after the fact, but it's really important for us to take all of the subjects that we're talking about and put a plan in place beforehand. Yes. So like my coaching that I do with my clients is, in those last 6 weeks, if we have to make sure that we have very critical date nights with you and your partner in the period that's afterwards, and they have multiple children. And I'm like, all right, cool. So how many times are we going on a date? And they're like, well, we don't have a sitter, and it's this and it's that. And I'm like, okay, so how far is your job from his job? So y'all meet halfway, you go have lunch. It could literally be at Subway. It doesn't have to be something fancy, but I need you all to be making time for each other so that you literally can stop at Dairy Queen and just have an ice cream cone from, 1 to 2 on Fridays. And that's your routine every Friday. And you know that that's going to be your time alone together, because it is so important that those things are critical in terms of building that romantic relationship. Because yes, we are mothers and it's amazing and babies are great, but guess what? You ain't know a little kid before. I try and tell my clients that all the time, especially I'm also a doula, right? And so like moms will have those conversations where they're like, well, I can't imagine my husband picking me over the baby. And I'm like, you don't know him. I'm not trying to throw shade, but like, he don't know that little baby. I'm not like, listen, he chose you. He knows you. He's the one that he fell in love with and gave a ring to. He don't know this little kid. Like, and he like, listen, we gonna make some more of these. So like, it's fine. And they gonna leave and all that. And so you do have to keep that in mind, as you were saying, right? Like, it's not just that they won't always be in your room. They won't always be in your home. Right? Like that's the point of being good parents, is that eventually we raise them to go and not be 37 years old still living in the basement. Like that's the ambition. So what do you do then, right? And so if you don't put the work into the relationship during the pregnancy, during the postpartum period, you can't just look up 7 years later and be like, oh, hey, you're still over here. Do I still like you? I don't know if I even know you anymore. And so it is really important that we do put those preparation pieces in place, so that way we can make sure that we're fostering that. And also recognizing, like Candace was saying, is that it doesn't have to be glamorous, right? Like it doesn't have to be fancy. It can literally be we just sit on the couch. It can be that we hang out at the park. It can be that we just have a quick 10-minute check-in when we have our coffee in the morning before the kids get up or after the kids go to bed, and it's us watching our shows and just giving ourselves the opportunity to create new routines for us, that it's not going to look like what it did before, but there's ways that we can still have it look even more amazing afterwards.
For sure. I love it. I love it. Now, listen, I know that there was a code that was on the screen. Are there questions in the queue? Because, listen, I don't know about you, but I'm taking all types of mental notes of each and every person on the panel. So I want to double check to see if there are any questions in the queue. Not yet? Okay. So if I could give each person like maybe 15 seconds each. What is a nugget or something that throughout this conversation you want to make sure our in-person audience and our virtual audience has as we're finding our flow and making sure we're preparing for navigating life in the postpartum? So what is a nugget you'd like to share with the group? Starting with Dr. Hayek.
So I'll start with mine. And one of the nuggets that I would like to share very quickly is to make the time for yourself, prioritize yourself, but also to really think about where you find joy in these moments. Because I'm someone who, we know the statistics, right? Stress is killing people and it's really harmful for you over time, right? Chronic stress is a thing. We're in election season. All these things are happening to add to that. So how are you taking time for you? Especially, I'm someone, I have a chronic illness. I have an autoimmune condition. And so literally stress is my trigger. So I have to take time and intentionality of, oh my goodness, I can feel it. So how am I going to do this? Whether I'm reading a book, whether I'm taking something off of my plate. And so that's why I think when I started that way of what are you willing to take off your plate, even if it's just for the moment, to make sure that you are making your wellness a priority.
Perfect. Janice?
Mine is a bit of a hot take and a little controversial, so don't throw any tomatoes at me. But imposter syndrome is not a thing. I think imposter syndrome was created for people who sit in seats that know they don't belong there. And they think it's a syndrome, but it's actually a characteristic. Most likely everyone in this room belongs where you belong in every seat that you're supposed to be in. So let go of imposter syndrome. Give it back to people who are actual imposters, because most likely when you walk into a room, it's very, very clear that you probably cannot be an imposter because you're in that room.
Beautiful. Thank you. Absolutely. Yes.
I would like to say, find you an OBGYN like me, okay? And what I mean by that is find you somebody who either looks like you, vibes with you. OBGYN is about a vibe, right? So in wherever you are in your journey, if you don't have somebody like me, find somebody like me, or find your village, and I can refer you. I have friends in the community, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself, because again, I like to say that the moms are the cornerstone of the family. We can't give if we can't take care of ourselves. So help me, help you, advocate for yourself, okay?
Beautiful.
I would say actually pause to think about what you want. Like what you want. So often, you know, becoming a mother can be something that we have like really desired for a long time, and it can be something that we idolize, and so it's like, oh, it's got to be all about the baby. And unfortunately, that's where our healthcare system is right now, is it's all infant-centric. It's all focused on baby. When in reality, mom is not just a vessel to carry life to fruition, right? We are people. And so take the time to actually think about who you are, what you want, and plan that out. And then give yourself the grace for the flexibility for things to pivot and change, because you don't know what you don't know, right? Like you're gonna feel different after baby comes, but really take the time to think about, you know, what matters most to you, and then start to figure out a plan to prioritize those things so that way you can have that as a focal point.
Oh, thank you. Wasn't this amazing? All right, we appreciate your insight. Thank you for your time today. Continue, if they're here all day, please ask them more questions, but we are going to continue to move things along. If you would like to step in, please be careful now. Please be careful. We're going to welcome back Madam President of PSI Georgia, because the conversations are going to continue with more panelists. Thank you. Hold tight.
All right, good morning, y'all. What a way to start off. Can we give them another hand clap? Wow. Got some rock stars up in here. Okay, all right. So next, we are going to talk about protecting your peace. What y'all know about it? Protecting your peace, how to insulate yourself from internalizing well-intended advice. Wow. But before we get into that, let's get into these phenomenal panelists. Y'all ready? All right. First up, we have Miss Keisha Reeves. Come on up. Keisha Reeves is the owner and clinical director of Push Through Therapy, where she specializes in perinatal mental health, helping birthing parents navigate challenges such as fertility issues and perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. A dedicated volunteer, she supported Northside Hospital's infant loss and bereavement group and served as the training coordinator on the Postpartum Support International Georgia chapter. We miss her. An advocate for cultural competence in mental health care, Keisha trains providers on addressing perinatal mood and anxiety disorders and implicit bias to promote inclusivity for birthing parents. Her commitment to education includes her fellowship at Emory University's Psychoanalytic Institute and her participation on the Georgia Department of Public Health's Maternal Mortality Review Committee. Keisha Reeves, everyone. Next up, we have Autumn Colon. Come on up. Autumn Colon is a passionate mental health advocate and mindfulness coach dedicated to guiding individuals toward recovery and self-discovery. As the founder of Soul Well, a nonprofit focused on maternal mental health for mothers of color, she aims to shift the conversation around mental health by providing culturally competent resources and advocating for policy change. Soul Well creates a supportive community where mothers can connect at any stage of motherhood. Drawing from her experiences with PMDD, anxiety, and depression, Autumn is a vocal champion for mothers facing mental health challenges, using her platforms to share her journey and inspire change. Autumn Colon, everyone. Next, we have Kina Rashad. Come on up. Kina is a passionate advocate for Black maternal mental health, bringing both personal and professional insights to the field. With a Bachelor of Science in Community Health and a Master of Education from the University of Maryland, her strong academic background supports her commitment to health education and community well-being. As a motherhood and lifestyle influencer, she empowers women to thrive through self-care, balance, and personal growth, offering practical tools and inspiration that prioritize their mental health and emotional well-being. Kina aims to create a supportive community where Black mothers can discuss mental health openly, feel validated, and access the resources they need to navigate motherhood with confidence and grace. Kina, everyone. Kina Rashad. And last but certainly not least, we have Chanel Stryker. Chanel is a dedicated community advocate and a beacon in the realm of perinatal support, embodying multiple roles with unwavering commitment. As a seasoned perinatal support professional, she offers a holistic approach to birth work alongside being a childbirth and lactation educator, trainer, mentor, coach, and a staunch advocate for birth workers. Her work extends beyond the personal to address systemic issues as a fervent Black birth and reproductive justice advocate, yes, and a maternal and child health professional. At the heart of Chanel's work is it Joey? Joy, a guiding principle of joy that she brings to every aspect of her service. Through her multifaceted career, Chanel not only aims to affect tangible improvements in maternal and infant health care, but also to infuse every space she enters with an infectious optimism and a spirit of resilience. Above all, Chanel cherishes her role as a mother to 3 empowered sons, which remains her most profound source of inspiration. Chanel Stryker, everyone. Now, obviously, we're not going to play any games up here. These women are phenomenal. Thank you all so much for taking the time to really talk about ways that we can protect and find our peace, because I feel like that's something that I feel like Black women, we need that daily, okay? Not just in the perinatal mental health realm, but everywhere, corporate America with our spouses. You know what I mean? No shade, hubby. I love you. So I'm going to kick us off first by helping me to, define what does protect your peace even mean? What does that mean? And I'm going to start with Keisha.
I think when I hear it, I always think of boundaries. Always being able to recognize what triggers you, what causes stress for you, what you don't want to engage in. And being able to take care of yourself is by setting boundaries, being able to communicate what you do not want to tolerate, what you don't want to involve yourself in. Every comment or every action doesn't require you to react. And you being able to be aware of that for yourself and being able to create an environment that has that. Now, sometimes we're in situations where we have no control over. But it's also if you are engaged in something, such as, in this topic that we're talking about, I talk to clients a lot about mean wills. I don't know how many times people will come to me and say, like, we have 2 boys. Y'all ain't gonna try for that girl? Or where the kids at? You're by yourself. And sometimes it's being able to, like, truthfully tell them or express to them the door is closed on having any more children, or my kids have another parent. It's not always all on me. You have to teach people how to interact with you, and that is how you can create and protect your peace.
Absolutely. That is good, Keisha. Yes. Autumn.
Yes, I love that. So just piggybacking off of that, I think knowing your boundaries, but before knowing your boundaries is being really self-aware, right? And learning what those things are. So getting to the root cause of this is why this is this way for me, right? And being assertive when you do communicate your boundaries. I think a lot of times mom guilt gets in the way where we feel like we owe it to this person or we have this expectation that we need to meet. But at the end of the day, you owe it to yourself to put these boundaries in place to protect your peace, right? And so communicate those effectively and build your support system around you with the people who are going to accept that and honor that.
That's too good, Autumn. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Keena, what you got for us?
I agree with what both of these young ladies said, and I'm just going to add to it because I totally feel that way. I also think it's very important to understand that what was your piece last year may not be your piece this year. And so being flexible in that, because we're ever evolving, we're ever changing. And I think sometimes we get so caught up in what used to be that we aren't able to accept what is. And so that lack of acceptance can disrupt your peace. And you may have a very peaceful what is, but because you're so used to what was, you're not able to delve into that and appreciate that. And, just going back to what they said, really being able to set clear boundaries with everyone, no matter who it is, your husband, your children, your mama, your daddy, everybody, not caring what anybody thinks or how they feel. Because like I tell my daughter, at the end of the day, you're living this life for you. And so you cannot sway based off of other people's feelings because you're going to be the one to suffer the brunt of that at the end of the day. And so doing everything it takes to make sure that you're happy, even if that means exploring your happiness, because sometimes we still have to learn that. We're still learning us, and you have to be willing to do the work to always maintain that peace.
That is so good, Keena. Oh, we're just getting started. All right, Chanel.
Yeah. Again, everything that has already been said, and I think what I'm going to say kind of centers around the boundary piece, but I am currently personally in the stage of learning how to protect my peace. And for me, that looks like emotional awareness. That looks like being able to control my emotions. I think that we have a responsibility. Everything that is done to us, we have a responsibility in that. Everything that we allow, we have a responsibility in that. And I think being intentional about learning how to respond appropriately, how you receive things that are being presented to you, that is all your responsibility, and that comes up for me in protecting your peace.
Yes, thank you so much for your ladies' feedback, ladies. I think, for me, it's interesting, protecting your peace and how all of you pretty much align with the boundaries piece is, oh man, I need to take more accountability of what I'm not doing to hold those boundaries, because I am a part of that, right? And so as I'm listening to you all speak, I'm like, man, I need to do a little self-assessment up here and figure out, first of all, like you said, like your boundaries may evolve over time, right? Your bandwidth, may not be the same over time. And so that's gonna require you to go back into the lab introspectively and be like, okay, let me do a check-in with myself to see if the boundaries that I have set are appropriate for where I am now. So that is too good. That is too good. Now, what are some strategies that you think you ladies have or can share with our audience to establish boundaries with loved ones offering well-intended advice? I like how it's framed as well-intended, right? Because we're going to assume positive regard here. So I'll start with Chanel.
So how do you do that? How do you set boundaries? Again, I am like actively in this phase of life, right? I think as Black women, a lot of us can identify with people pleasing. A lot of us can identify with being the, matriarch or the older sibling, oldest daughter syndrome, all of those things that allow us to hold so much. And then, there is this, and I'm gonna say exactly what came to me. There's this weaponized idea of respect for our elders, for our mothers. We hold, the mother is God to us in the Black community, and that is a fact. However, you can still question God, right? And you can still, have your opinions and your way of wanting to do things while still also being respectful. So how? I think that's nuanced. I think that's a question that speaks to your family dynamic. As for me, I'm first generation American, and my mama told me she was gonna slap the shit out of me at 21 when I said, she kept saying to me, everything I say, you say the book told you about my first child, right? And I'm like, but yeah, I was reading, and the book said, and she was like, slap you. You know what I mean, right? Because in her mind, I was being disrespectful. I was challenging her 20-something years of parenting, right? And so that looked different for me, right? And that may look different for someone else who comes from another type of, family background, culturally type of situation. So I think most important it is learning how to speak up for yourself, learning how to advocate for yourself regardless, being okay sometimes with being alone. Because sometimes setting those boundaries and advocating for yourself can look like loneliness. It can look like isolation. Yeah, I don't know if I answered the question or
Yes, you did.
but
Yes, you did. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We'll take it. We receive it. All right, Keena, what you got for us?
Well, I'm actually the anomaly in my family. So I'm the one who did everything differently. Everything differently. And so I can speak from personal experience. And what I will say is, much like Chanel said, having those boundaries and knowing exactly, what it is you want to do. But you have to stand 10 toes down. You have to be confident in what you're choosing to do. And I can say that for myself, much like she said, it may be different culturally. It may be different even just personally. Everybody's personality is different. For me, I am a very outspoken person. And everyone in my family knows that. They know that I'm going to speak my mind. And they know that there's not much swaying me. So I can say that that was my advantage. And so people with me, when it comes to me, it's just kind of like, they'd be like, okay, she gonna do what she gonna do, and then she'll come back later. But politely and respectfully, what I've done was I would just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to try it this way because no one has. No one has tried it this way. So I'm going to try it this way to see if it works. And if it doesn't, I might revisit your way. But I would like the opportunity to try something new to see if we can get a different result. And I think that if you come at it like that, because it's very respectful, even though I'm an outspoken person, it doesn't sound boisterous, it doesn't sound like get off my back. You know, you're kind of inviting, you're still inviting people's well-intended advice, but you're also letting them know that you want to try it a different way first. And it kind of leaves that area of gray open, because you know what they'll say? Well, it ain't gonna work, so she's gonna try my way anyway. And if you give them that opportunity to feel that way, sometimes it just helps people to just move along, because I know a lot of us, we don't want to argue, we don't want to debate. You know, a lot of us are, you know, me, I'm not argumentative, even though I'm very, you know, firm about what I believe. I don't like to argue. Like, I don't feel like it's worth my time. So, you know, I know a lot of us will defer because we don't want to argue. But you have to be confident, and you have to be firm, and you have to also understand that at the end of the day, you know, this is your life and these are your children. And I'm a very, you know, spiritual person, and so I'm looking at it like, well, God would want me to parent the way that God is telling me to parent. It's not really what anyone else is telling me. And so if you, I feel like when you put the fear of God in you, you're going to do what you're supposed to do, right? So you'll kind of stand on it when you're like, okay, well, I'm supposed to be doing this duty because this is what was put on my spirit. And so I have to at least try what was put on my spirit, because I owe that to God. This was my blessing. So let me try it this way, because mama is like God in the Black community, right? But you got to understand that mama's not God, right? So when we err on that side, I think it'll give you a little bit more confidence and a little bit more firmness to be able to say, okay, hey, I am going to try it this way. And then, you know what, God, if it doesn't work, maybe I will do it mama's way.
That's really good. It's like you're inviting it, but you're not necessarily internalizing it out of the gate. You're affording yourself the opportunity to apply what God has directly given to you, right? And so, you know, yeah, sure, we can try it. You know, if it works, if it fits, it fits. But I think what I'm hearing you say is that I want to try it my way. I want to move forward in how God wants me to move forward first. Before I try anything else. Ooh, that's too good.
And I would like to add to that, don't take it personal.
Yes,
you know, I think that's
the part.
I think that's the part right there where we get real rah-rah about things and it becomes an issue. Like, you have to, if it's well-intended advice, mama's just trying to look out for a baby. Imagine if you had a child. You would be telling her what you know. You know, I had to really hone in on the fact that my mother did the best that she can do. And every bit of help that she's offering is only coming from her place of understanding. You know, there may be a lot more understanding out there, and I cannot fault her because she's telling me what she knows. So my mom is really, really doing her best. Things have evolved, and there's more information now, and so that's why I would like to be gentle about telling her I'm going to do it this way, this time. But mom's only trying to help. She just might be doing it a little more aggressively than most.
Absolutely. There's a thin line between aggression and passion, and they look the same. It's confusing. But thank you, Mama. We love you. We love you, Mama, anyway. All right, Autumn.
I 100% agree with you. I also was someone in my family who was the first to do many things, the first to breastfeed, the first to want to try it the holistic route and go to therapy. I was the first to go to therapy. It was pray it away. It was go to God with your issues. And it's like, no, actually, I think I need to talk to somebody. And so I think that it comes from a good place, typically. And so I like to offer grace in the fact that they're doing life for the first time too. And so what they're offering you is really just something that they want to do to help you. However, you have a right also to say no. No is a complete sentence, no with a period at the end. And so make sure that you uphold those boundaries and that people that you surround yourself are able to respect them. And I think it starts by setting clear expectations about what you want and what you are going to do in your motherhood journey. Yes. If, for example, and this is just a personal story, I don't want my kid to have rice cereal at 6 months because that's just not the route I'm going, because I wanted to baby led. If you ever heard of that, where you give your kid real food, I did not want to do the rice cereal, but my mom was like, you have to do that, you have to do that. and I set a clear expectation and boundary that, no, I'm going to do it this way because this is the way that I want to do it. And if you're not going to respect my boundaries, I'm going to remove myself from the situation. I think a lot of times we are so beholden to our family and the values and the generation of trauma. A lot of our families have accepted that, and we're afraid to say, oh, you know what, I'm going to do it my way because we're disrespecting mom or grandma or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, like, you have to know what's right for you and stand true in that. And if someone's disrespecting your boundary, then it's okay to not have them around you either. It's okay to build your village the way that you want to build that village, and having the people around you in your motherhood journey that support that. And if that looks like taking time away from grandma's house because she refuses to respect your boundaries and wants to give your kid candy and soda and all the things that you feel like aren't healthy, then it's okay to step away. It's okay to know and stand firm in who you are and what you want in your motherhood journey.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say, with all of that, like, you tend to be more respected afterwards, right? Like, it takes some time before the respect part comes, but you tend to be more respected. My same mama who told me she was gonna slap the shit out of me told me shortly after how impressed she was with my mothering, right? And how great of a mother she thought I was, and how she respected me as an adult because I was sticking to my boundaries and standing firm in, at 19 years old, how I wanted to raise my child. And she ended up respecting that. Same with my family. I'm a first of a lot of things, and they're always like, wow, you actually breastfed a baby, 2 of them for like almost 2 years? That is amazing. I think that's so great, even though in the moment it was like, you ain't even got to breastfeed. That is doing too much, right? But you end up being respected for standing your ground.
And it's so ironic to me, too, that you say that, Chanel, because I feel like a lot of that resilience comes from our mom. Like, it comes from them. I'm like, can you see yourself?
You made me this way.
You created this monster. And now you're impressed. I'm confused.
And not only respect it, but you're going to start a trend.
Yes.
So once you do it now, I mean, everybody in my family, Keena is not the first one that breastfed anymore. She's not the first to cloth diaper. She's not the first to look into holistic birthing. I didn't invent anything anymore. You know, I wasn't the first. Now it's like, oh, you're going to do this. This is a norm now. This is a normal conversation. This is something that they are like, I think this is great. I mean, that's the true definition of influence, when you show them the other side, but somebody has to show them.
Yes.
Somebody got to show them the other side, and once you do, you got to grit and bear, but once you get through it, they're going to respect you, and they're going to do the same thing you're doing. So not only are you standing 10 toes down on what you believe in, but you're trailblazing your family into a new direction. You're catapulting them. You're you're breaking generational curses by doing this, but you have to understand that it's going to be hard. Nobody said trailblazing is easy. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have these conversations. Right. You got to stand strong in that, because you're going to change the dynamic of your whole entire generation. I'm done now. I'm done.
Yes,
I'm done.
yes. No. This is a question. I know it. But protecting your peace, I said, oh, it's going to be fire. I know it's going to be fire. Keisha.
Well, I echo everything everybody said. And to piggyback off of what they said, when I talk about strategies, and like what you were saying about self-reflecting, is to tell yourself or ask yourself, is their feelings or their comfort more important than your own? And evaluating that, and it shouldn't be. And even if it feels uncomfortable to have a conversation, to say no, just do it anyway, because it's allowing yourself to show up as your authentic self. Yes. And it's allowing yourself to be seen. And it's okay to do something different. If you want to parent different, if you don't want to whoop your child, if you don't want to cuss at them, whatever it is that you want to do, you are being seen. And you could say, I appreciate your advice. Respectfully, I'm going to do it my way. And eventually, they'll be able to see your pivot. And they'll be able to respect you. And also to combat any type of negative reaction that they may have from it. Oh, you being selfish. Or you think you know it all, or you read them books, or you want to be like white women, or whatever that may come up. Know that that is just a reaction of them being ignorant of seeing something that's different.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that what you're doing is wrong. and really like sit in, okay, this is my core value, this is what I believe in, I feel strong about this, and that's when we pivot and we can see something that's different. And like what all the other ladies said, they can see that it can be done a different way. It doesn't have to be this way. They only know what they have experienced and what they have done, and when they see it actualized, they can respect you, and then they can talk when you're not around and say, oh, you know, Keisha, she breastfed. Yeah, and I didn't do that, and I respect that. And then you can feel good, and that can change some generational habits and traits that's within your own family.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Ladies. Oh goodness. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, protecting your peace. So we're going to take a little pivot here. Social media. I feel like there's so many social media professionals, is what I call them, that just has all the answers, right? I don't understand it. All right, so what are the warning signs that social media is shifting from supportive tool to detrimental influence, particularly with motherhood and parenting?
I'll go first real quick. The snapback. Feeling like you have to have that six-pack immediately after you have the baby, or you need to have this bodycon dress on, or you need to have all the photo ops of the baby as they're meeting all the developmental milestones. And like I can't keep beating on enough, you don't have to do anything like anybody else. You could do whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. And if anything, it's about just being able to accept the transition that you went through and just being able to get acclimated to that first and foremost. And if other people want to be in the gym and that's their thing, that's okay. But it's also just being able to accept where you are and let that be what you're working towards.
Yeah. I think that how you can see that it starts to get detrimental is when you start getting into that comparison, right? And comparison is a thief of joy, right? And so when you're constantly comparing to this mom is doing this, like, you know, whether it's the milestone pictures or they snap back already or they're breastfeeding and your baby is struggling with breastfeeding, when you get into that critical self-talk because you're so constantly worried about what everyone else is doing that you're not doing, that's when it becomes detrimental. And I also have a background in advertising.
I know who to call. Okay.
My career is in social media, so I'm not one to say stay on social media because I want to target you. So I think what you want to do with your social media is actually curate your feed into a place that feels like love, that feels like community, where you're surrounded by people and experiences and advice and inspiration that uplifts you and doesn't make you feel unworthy. There's a reason there's a mute button. There's a reason why there's an unfollow button. If you start to see yourself with that comparison game, you can block and or mute, or you can log off, right? And take some time for yourself. Start figuring out what brings you joy and start narrating your motherhood journey in the way that you see it without the need to compare and or look at somebody else and shoulda, coulda, woulda, compare, grass that, they always say is greener on the other side. The grass is greener where you water it. And so curate your journey the way that you see fit. And social media, unfollow and turn people off.
Listen, take control of what you consume.
Yes.
That is so important. And I feel like sometimes when we internalize those things and we believe them, we lose power immediately when that happens. And so I think it's important, to your point, I'm hearing boundaries once again when it comes to what we expose ourselves to, what we allow our energy to go towards, because I think sometimes we may pour energy in places that it doesn't deserve to be there, right? But I think social media is one of those things that can really literally pull you down. Like 4 hours later, you looking up, you're like, oh, it's dark outside. Have I eaten today? So you can really get trapped into that. And so I think it's important that you're intentional about establishing the boundaries. But if you're going to partake in it, make sure it's positive, healthy, feed into you and pour into you, not be detrimental to your soul and in your thoughts.
Yes,
there.
because
so,
social media, I mean, if you're following the Shade Room and Baller Alert and all those places, if you go into the comments, it can literally take you out because there's so much negativity that's being passed and spewed across these online platforms. So when you start to feel your energy shift and your energy change, that's when it's time to log off. That's when it's time to curate your feed in a different way, because you don't want to consume that energy and start taking that in. I'm an empath, and so somebody's energy, I feed off of that. And so if you start you want to feed off of good energy. You don't want to feed off that negative energy where it's toxic. And so curate your feed.
That's it. Are you a Leo?
No, I'm a Taurus.
Okay, Taurus energy.
To that point, I am inundated with self-help social media. So my feed is amazing. However, I think there can also be a negative aspect in that because my social media has told me to cut everybody off. That to protect my peace, I shouldn't talk to nobody. I shouldn't be bothered with anybody. Everybody's against me, right? And so you got to find a middle ground in that. And I'm bringing that up to say I have had a lot of clients over the last few years who have taken the route of giving birth to a new baby and then not having anyone come around for the first 6 weeks for some people, so they say, right? And by week 3, the family is trickling in because who want to do that by themselves, right? However, there's like this trend, which it does work for some people, right? To like start their journey with their parenting, independently, just the two of them or, them and their partner, whatever. But it is a social media trend thing. And so I think individualism is what I was hearing, is like to maintain your individualism. Social media is not law. These quotes are really great. The 30-second, 6-second videos are really awesome, and it may sound like everything that's happening in your life is being answered by this one thing that you're looking at, but I feel like it's really important to still set standards for yourself, take what applies and leave what doesn't, and be able to make your own mantras, right? Like you can take some of what you're seeing from all of these things, but make your own mantras and follow your own internal compass versus allowing social media to be like your brain. I don't know.
That's good.
Well, I am an influencer, so I guess it would only be natural that I go last, right? This is literally my job. All right, so I am a motherhood and lifestyle influencer, so social media is what I do. I want you to come to my page and look at it. However, the biggest advice that I would give is you want to make sure that you are very self-aware when it comes to your activity on social media. The question that you always want to ask yourself in the very moment, don't wait, is does this inspire me or does this make me feel like crap? If it doesn't make you feel good, if it doesn't inspire you, and that goes to the whole comparison thing, right? Inspiration and comparison are two different things. You can look at something and be inspired and say, oh, I think I want to do that. That's really cute. You know what? I'll try it. Or you can look at something and say, I never did that. Oh, I'm just a horrible mom.
Right.
So I don't want to paint the picture. I know everyone has a different idea of social media because we all interact with it differently. We all have different algorithms within our own, activity. And I don't want everyone to feel like it's all trash and looking at everything is just not good for you. I just want you to be very clear on how that piece of content is making you feel, because I've become actually a better person being on social media. Being an influencer, it made me become a better mother and a better wife and a better woman because I had to hit rock bottom to get built back up. You know what I'm saying? But social media isn't what made me hit rock bottom. Social media helped me to be inspired by doing better, but that's because I'm very self-aware. If you're self-aware and you're able to look at the content and really feel empathically how you feel looking at that content, if you don't feel good in that moment, it's time to mute or keep going. If you're following someone who constantly makes you feel like you're a bad mom, you're a bad woman, you're a bad wife, anything you can do, I can do better, because there are some people who are like that. And I won't say that that's their intention, that just may be how they're flexing their job because their coin is coming in. But if they make you feel that way, then it's time to mute them or unfollow them and go look for inspiration. But there is inspiration there. There are ideas there. There are things that can help you, look at things from a different perspective. And I will always say this. If you see something that inspires you, this is a 2-step program. So the first step is being aware. Does it inspire me or does it make me feel like crap? And then if it inspires you, You take it, you write it down, and then you go do some more thinking and research on it. You know, don't always take things as law. Don't always feel like I have to do it that way. If you were to visit, you know, my content on all of my platforms, you would say, oh, she's a motherhood and lifestyle influencer, but she's not like every motherhood and lifestyle influencer. I'm real, I'm raw. You know, I let you know that how you feel is, I'm going through this right now. You know, I'm gonna show you my messy kitchen. I got dishes everywhere. Let's clean it up and have a conversation together, because everybody got a dirty kitchen. Don't let nobody make you feel like their kitchen ain't dirty. Right. You know? And I also want you to know that while you're looking at whoever, let's just say Keena, even though I don't do this, I just don't want to say any names. While you're looking at Keena and she looks like she has it all put together, you know, she has 3 kids, yet she's running a business. She's a full-time content creator. She always looks good. Her body's on T. You know, you're looking at all these things and you're like, well, why am I not like that? You don't know that Keena got a whole nanny, husband taking care of all the kids. She has the time to do all this stuff. She can get up, do her content, go to the gym. She's not even taking care of her kids. Not that that's happening, but you never know what's on the other side of that phone.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
being an influencer, I'm going to tell y'all, it's content.
Yes.
We literally take the camera. You don't know if it's real or if it's not. I was tempted to put my camera right there, but I said, you know what, I don't want to waste my storage. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if it's real or if it's fake. You don't know if this day in the life was really 3 days in the life and she just put the same outfit on. Mm-hmm. You don't know if she cleaned her entire house on this reel in 1 day. She could have did it in 4 days. And she just put the same outfit on. So just don't assume when you're looking at these things. Look at these things to be inspired and find things that you can take for you to make you better. And if it make you feel bad, just keep it moving. You don't have to follow these people. And if you're afraid to unfollow, just hit mute and you'll never hear from them again. Trust me.
Yes.
Or block.
No, that's really good. Because I think sometimes when individuals are like on social media, they forget that these are sound bites. These are clips of people's lives, right? And more than likely than not, it's gonna be the positive clips. It's not gonna be I'm toe down, like, you know, you see the little braids under my wig type content. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna see the struggle. You know, you're gonna see the positives, right? But we know that that is not life. Lifes.
You know what I tell my community all the time? We are all living in our own curated chaos. Always remember that. Everybody, it doesn't matter how perfect stuff looks, we're all living in our own curated chaos. What you see is a piece of what someone wanted to show you. There are people who are suffering. They may be doing great on social media, and you may go to their pages and feel so bad about yourself when you look at their content, but when they turn that camera off, they're crying. They're suffering too. So just, you know, always just pray for people and just extend love and compassion to people, and don't let anybody's content make you feel like trash, because, I mean, this is 30 seconds. How do you sum somebody's life up in 30 seconds?
It's a highlight reel.
And don't sum your worth up in 30 seconds either.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We are all complicated individuals. We're all just trying to do what's best for ourselves. We should be if we're not. But I do appreciate that perspective, because sometimes I get lost in the sauce in social media. Sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I had that 6-pack. Didn't go to the gym for about a year, but I wish I could have that 6-pack. So, you know, we all wish that, right? I wish we could talk about how we wish for things, right? To just normalize how lives, you know. I think that's more realistic than what we see on social media sometimes. Thank you, ladies. And so let's pop into Supermom Syndrome. What you know about that? How can we resist the pressures to do it all, right? Like I feel like moms wear all these many hats and they're doing all these things, and, you know, we want to be, you know, not just do all the things, but in excellence and perfection, right? So how do you resist doing it all and manage the feelings of guilt and shame when you don't show up in the way that you want to show up?
Again, something else I'm actively navigating every day. My children are 14, 9, and 6. y'all see me here, y'all see me everywhere, right? But I have little kids. I'm a solo parent. So, what advice do I have? For myself, I know early on in my parenting journey, because I was a young mother, it was a lot of stigma of unintentionally perfection, right? Like wanting my children to be perfect, and not even thinking that was what it was, but that is exactly what the thought was, right? Like when little children, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, they running around, doing all, you like, sit down, stop doing that, like fix your clothes, don't drink this drink before we go out, it's gonna waste on your clothes, whatever the case may be, and putting these unintended, unnecessary pressures on myself, right? Because who cares, right? And if someone does care, then they gotta come help. And they need to fix it, right? That's their responsibility, right? Not mine. And so somewhere around when I also started struggling with PMDD, anxiety, and depression after my youngest child, I was just like, this is not right. I don't like the way this feels. I don't like how this is going. And I was having a lot of mom guilt, and I was, I have a oldest child who has some neurodivergencies, and I was like, putting so much pressure on him and putting so much pressure on myself to make him better. And I remember when I first started going to therapy, our family therapist said to me, he said, why do you keep saying like there's something you need to fix, like there's something wrong with your child? And I said, because I just want to fix him. I want him to be better, And he was like, but there's nothing wrong with him. He is who he is, right? And that really helped to shape where I am now in my motherhood journey, where I don't put so much pressure on myself. Like my kids are who they are. We are who we are. And I think that we unintentionally project our fears and our insecurities and things onto our children. And I never want them to grow up and not feel like they are okay as who they are, right? So I just don't anymore. Like I just don't put the pressures on them to be anything other than who they are. Yes, there's direction in that, of course, because we still got to be decent human beings. Like you can't tell your brother shut the fuck up. But, if you want to cuss, baby, you can cuss. You know what I mean? Like, and it's okay. And if some other adult think it ain't okay because you cuss, tell her your mama said you could cuss. Whatever the case may be. And I have been in this new iteration of like my mom guilt re-showing up and things like that. It's just like I can only do what I can do. I can only be what I can be. And if I start to feel mom guilt, I think that mom guilt is not only a negative thing, because sometimes there are things that you need to check in with yourself about, right? So like we now are back to having mommy time with everybody once a month, right? Like each person gets their own individual mommy time, because that mom guilt was telling me somewhere I'm not showing up enough as I should be, but then also how could I have been showing up enough when I've traveled multiple times every month of this year, right? But it's checking in with myself, reevaluating how I'm showing up as a parent, and then if there are any ways that I need to show up better, then I do that, but then also not putting the pressure on myself that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. And then there's those little glimpses, like tapping in and really like paying attention to how your kids are showing up, because they will tell you, right? If you're not doing what you're supposed to do, their actions will tell you. The things they say, hopefully, if they are comfortable to talk to you, will tell you. And then you can, navigate from there. But we can't be everything. We can't do everything. We can't hold everything. Just as much as we are people, they are people too, and individuals. And one day they're going to blame you for everything that's wrong with them anyway. So it's kind of like, you just do the best you can, right? Yes. Without trying to be super woman, super mom, and all the things.
Yes.
I would, to throw in some strategies, because I have been guilty of feeling like I can do it all, and I have to check myself. But I think it's really when you're able to recognize what your capacity is, like on the inside. What does my energy say? What does my mind say? Do I have the mental capacity to take this on? To be able to evaluate, is this worthy of saying yes to this or doing this? And then it's also questioning yourself, who said you had to be this? Who said that it has to look like this? Did you set that standard? And if you set that standard, why? Because what is that value going to mean, or what is it going to mean to you? And I also think, like, a lot of the times for Black women, when it's wanting to do it all, sometimes it can be out of comparison. It can be out of, well, I saw Claire Huxtable, so I need to be like that. Or I see Michelle Obama, so I need to be like that. And something that I saw years ago that has stuck with me, I was watching the Olympics, and there was a track runner, and she was just hauling it, just gone. And she crosses the finish line, and the reporters come up to her, and they're like, you won, how do you feel? And she was like, did I won? I wasn't looking around me or who was next to me. I was just looking ahead.
That's good. That's good.
And I think that if you just focus on what you got going on, what you can carry, how you feel, if it's a full body yes, that's how you can stay in your capacity.
Woo, that's good.
That's so
yes,
good.
ma'am. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately our society puts this pressure to be superwoman and to be supermom onto us. However, we only have so much capacity in a day, and there's this notion of you need to have balance and work-life balance, and I personally believe balance is just like a thing that doesn't exist. We only have 100%, so if you're giving 100% to all these areas, then it's really not going to work out for you, right? And so I like to look at it like harmony, right? I have 100% to give in my day. I have a certain amount of spoons that I can give, and so if I give 50% over here and 30% over here, that's 70, so that means I got a little bit, you know what I mean? I can't give all, and I think it comes with recognizing that we can't be all things to everyone and to all people at all times, and recognizing that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to use your resources. It's okay to lean on your partner. It's okay to lean on your village. If you don't have one, build one. If you don't have one, go seek one. Yes. I think that we often get into, we need to be career woman, we need to run a business, we need to be mom, wife, all the things. And sure, those can be all your titles and you can have all those responsibilities, but you don't need to do them all at the same time and be 100% perfect in all those things, because nobody is. And so I think that we recognize that we can't do it all, and we utilize the resources that we have available to us, like the aunties and like the community groups and our therapists and and all the things, in order to help us to be successful, because balance is just, I think, it's non-existent. Like, it's really hard to achieve because it's a thing that it doesn't make sense, right, for us to try to achieve. And so harmonize your life and do what you can and use your resources in your life and support around you.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally, when I grabbed the mic as you were talking, community came up for me. I don't think, like, we've talked about that enough. Like, we are so isolated as a society, and we operate in silos because of all of the traumas and the things that we don't want to, recreate or perpetuate again into our futures. And that all is fine and dandy. And if you cannot lean on your family and your friends, if you don't have those, build your community, create your own community. I remember early on, a part of this supermom syndrome and superwoman syndrome was my lack of community and feeling like I just didn't have anybody, so I had to be everything. And that is furthest from the truth now in this newness of where I am. All the aunties got to show up, right? Like, last weekend, an auntie was with them, and they was like, she can't come back. And I was like, that's the one that's coming back, right? Because I know she was handling business, but, like, I cannot be the only influence that my children have. That's unrealistic. It's completely unrealistic, and it's actually not healthy. So, yes, exactly what you said. I think leaning on the community, creating community, utilizing your resources, whatever resources there are that are available, not being afraid. I know a lot of us grew up as Black women. You can't spend a night at so-and-so house. You can't go over there. But that was to protect us because there was so much harm in our community. But I think that we are so much more aware and we're so much more intentional about those things now that we got to stop operating in fear and not allowing other people to support us in our parenting journeys.
Yeah, no, that's so good. I just remember when I was younger, and it seemed like everybody, it was such a village mentality, right? Your educator was your overseer, your medical provider, everybody knew everybody, and so I couldn't do nothing. If I wanted to wild out, baby, somebody's gonna tell my parents. Somehow, some way, I get in trouble with them first, and then when I get home, I'm gonna get in trouble again. what happened to the village mentality? You know, I feel like that has shifted, right? And so I'm gonna take Keena's feedback, and then we're going to wrap it up soon as well as we conclude our panel. So, Keena.
Okay. Well, as the chairperson of the SSA, that's what I tell my community all the time, the Superwoman Syndrome Anonymous. I am the chairperson. I am the
good. We're gonna write that
chairperson. I first want to say, I think that it's very important to understand where you come from so that you know where you're going. It's very important to understand the root of Superwoman Syndrome, especially for Black women. I didn't hear anyone mention this, but for myself, I know in the Black community, that's what it is. Like, the woman is Superwoman. There is actually a standard. There's an expectation. When I grew up, I watched my mother go to work. She had to do what she had to do. And my grandmother, she helped out with all her children's children. And she had everything done. Everything was washed, clean, cooked, you know, and she took care of everyone. And, you know, she was Superwoman. And I think that this is how we grew up seeing Black women do this. You know, and for Black women, it's like, well, that's the standard of a woman. I watched my mother, I watched my grandmother do it all, you know. And I was asking my mom the other day, I said, well, I just don't understand. Y'all had dinner on the table at 5. You had me in the tub by 7 and in the bed by 8, and you did it all over again the next day. Meanwhile, I'm struggling over here. I'd be happy to get my kids in the bed by 11. You know what I'm like, I'm on a struggle bus right now. I'm really struggling. And she said, well, I do want to let you know that your generation has a lot more responsibility than we had. And that hit me like a ton of bricks. She said, you know, you're holding up way more than what I ever had to hold up. You have a lot more responsibility than what I ever had. You're physically doing more. She said, the demand on your generation is just, y'all have to work more than we did.
And it's
she
not
said,
sustainable.
Yes, no.
It's not. It's not. She said, this is, you know, you can't put so much pressure on yourself because you're not living the same way that we did. Right. And so, you know, I think it's important for us to first be aware of that fact, because I think when you're aware of that, you're a little more soft on yourself. You know what I mean? Because we talk about comparing ourselves to people on social media. I think we have an issue comparing ourselves with our own, predecessors, right? Everyone who've come before us, our grandmothers, our mothers, we're comparing ourselves to them because we're like, they did so good and I'm not. What am I doing wrong? And I think we have to be soft on ourselves and understand that your norm is not their norm. You have a lot more responsibility. There's a lot more pressure. The economy is different. You have to work harder. You know, we live differently. And so if you can really consume that, you'll, one, be gentle on yourself, and also remember that your children want the best of you, not the rest of you. So if you're constantly trying to do it all at 100%, what do they get? Because they're only a part of your job. Like, you still got to cook, clean, go to work, do this, do that. You got to do all of these things and spend time with your kids and have the family time. You can't physically do it all, right? And this is, for me, I'm speaking from a perspective that's currently going through this. You know, I know that everyone, not only did we see it, but some of us don't have the village and some of us don't have the help, and you just have to do it all. You know, and you envy those who have the village, but that's just not your life. And that's okay. Yes. Create your own tribe, yes, create your own village, but what about now? What if I don't have a village now? What if I've come from trauma and so I don't trust anyone with my kids? You can't just say, okay, babysitter, come on over. What can you do now? Now what you could do is you can first accept the fact that you can't do everything at 100%.
Yes.
You can start to reprioritize your responsibilities. What matters most? And so currently what I'm going through is, well, guess what? Them dishes might have to sit in the sink tonight.
It is.
If I have to think about, because you know you're looking at it like, oh well, the dishes are just as important as the kids going to bed on time, because if I don't do the dishes, then it's going to leave me work to do in the morning. So that means all of my prep work for tonight gets destroyed for tomorrow, so I'm still behind. Nope. You're just going to have to accept it. You're going to have to prioritize and figure out what matters most and put your energy there, and you'll realize all of those little things they'll eventually, the dishes ain't going nowhere. They'll be right there waiting for you. It's small habits that you do every day that make huge compound effects. So if you just do the small things and you focus on the ones that's most important, then all of that stuff will just come together. But always remember that you have to be giving your best to your kids and your family and yourself. And these little tasks that we busy ourselves with, they're going to be there waiting for you when you get to them.
Absolutely. That's a bar. That's a bar.
Yes.
I felt that in my soul because it is a couple of dishes that's sitting in the sink right now at the house.
That's real.
I'm just like, hey, you gonna be there when I get back. I'll handle you when we get back.
And Chantel, I know we have to wrap because I saw it happening. But the last thing is that I also want you to look at the people that you're comparing yourself to. Because to me, my mother, my aunts, I was raised by the strongest women that I know ever, right? And they were also committed to their children and committed to their homes and committed to their careers. And every single one of them exists with some sort of mental trauma. They are not well. This is a truth. They are not well. They are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and they are struggling. And the lives that they left behind and the things that they did not do and the care that they did not take care of themselves is catching up to them. So be mindful of that. We still have to be here when the kids are gone. We still have to be here when the spouse is gone and when whatever the case may be. So you have to take care of yourself. Self-preservation is first and foremost.
Absolutely. That's so good. Keisha, Autumn, Keena, Chanel, thank you, ladies, so much for all these gems. Give them a hand, please. Yes, ma'am. All right, so next up, we are going to segue into our awards ceremony segment of the summit. And so, ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also, for those who shared their amazing questions, we're going to share the questions with our panelists. And so hopefully we can compile that so that we can send those out and get those answered for you, okay? All right.
All right, so while we're getting things set up, I just want to do a pulse check. How we feeling? Feeling good? Feeling great? Virtually, I want you to put in the line how we're feeling. Listen, there has been so many nuggets. I just want to make sure we're in a good spot and doing a pulse check with everyone, okay? All right, sounds good.
Thank you so much, Tamika. You're such a vibe. We're so blessed. All right, so now we are going to segue into our awards segment of the summit, honoring those who are truly moving the needle forward in perinatal mental health in the state of Georgia. So now I'll be passing the baton to our amazing Madam VP, Erica Fatahansi Lizardo. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about her before I do that though. So Erica is a clinical social worker with over a decade of experience specializing in Black maternal mental health. As the founder of Full Circle Healing LLC, she supports mothers, heals generational trauma, and empowers families through a holistic approach that involves the entire family unit. Erica is a trusted advocate for mothers facing perinatal mood and anxiety disorders and serves as the vice president of PSI Georgia, where she mentors and supports women during and after pregnancy. Additionally, she offers free workshops and collaborates with organizations like Black Men Heal to provide mental health resources to underserved populations, including Black men. You hear that, Black men? Okay, all right, they out there. A committed community leader, yes. Erica sits on the DBHDD Region 3 Advisory Board and the board of Impact 46, advocating for mental health resources at a policy level. Her work is driven by a commitment to mental health equity and community empowerment, ensuring mothers and families have the tools they need to heal and thrive. Everybody welcome Erica Fatahansi Lizardo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Listen, we talk about having a village. That one right there, That one right there is Team Village, okay, and so many others. But good evening, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have the distinct honor of awarding some community members. So let's get into it. I don't know about you all, but this summit is amazing, okay? Yes, another round of applause. I think we just need to sit and acknowledge the space that we're creating, because this is so important, right? This is so important that we continue to have the space where we can share our experiences, because so many people are going through the same thing. So thank you, PSI Georgia, and just thank you everyone for being here, because these conversations are important, okay? So it is an honor to stand here with you representing PSI in our shared commitment to Black maternal mental health. Today, we're here not only to listen and to learn, but to celebrate those who are creating real lasting change. The advocates, the innovators, the organizations working to ensure every Black mother and birth giver feels supported and valued. As Vice President, I have the privilege of presenting 3 awards that honor extraordinary dedication to this mission. Each of these awards highlights the courage, commitment, and vision of those transforming maternal mental health. Each honoree reminds us why this work matters and why we must keep pushing forward. All right, so our first award is the Nikki Floyd Award, which is dedicated in memory of Nikki Floyd, a fierce and compassionate advocate for Black maternal health, whose life work was devoted to reducing the stigma surrounding perinatal mental health in the Savannah, Georgia area and beyond. This award honors a healthcare professional who embodies Nikki's legacy through her commitment to empowering Black mothers and creating a supportive, inclusive healthcare environment. This year, we are honored to present Keisha Reeves, whose compassionate work, yes. 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 We are honored to present Keisha this award. This year, we honor Keisha for all the work you've done and you continue to do in this mental health field, supporting Black mothers through pregnancy, childhood, and postpartum. Keisha, your dedication to breaking down stigma and uplifting families truly reflects Nikki's spirit. Congratulations and well-deserved award.
Well, thank you for this award. Thank you so much, PSI Georgia. Nikki's story impacted me significantly. When I heard about it, I never met her, never spoke to her, never had the pleasure of being able to. And in my work, I have had a deep passion for Black maternal mental health and writing for Black women and Black birth workers. But when I heard Nikki's story, that she graduated from high school in Lithonia, Georgia, and I currently live in the neighboring city in Conyers and Covington area, and that she volunteered with PSI Georgia, which I did as well, and that she died while giving birth to her second son, and I have 2 sons. Wow. That hit me. And it propelled me to want to make sure that no one has to go through that again. Yeah. And I'm sure Nikki's story could not have only just have happened to me, but could have happened to anybody in this room, or could have happened to anybody that you may know. And that this work is hard, it's heavy, it is a lot to carry, but it has to be done. And the statistics have to drop, they have to decrease, and we have to have more people want to aspire to have a family or be able to witness those who are Black and brown and birth workers or birthing people who want to expand their families, they should want to feel safe to be able to do so, and feel like they can survive that and enjoy it because it's deserving, and we all deserve joy. So I appreciate this award to remind me to keep going and to not give up because there's so much more work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keisha. You are truly an inspiration. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so next is the Innovators of the Moment Award. This award recognizes exceptional dedication, impact, and achievements in Black maternal mental health within Georgia's maternal health community. This award is given to an organization that has fostered community-based support and raised awareness on a statewide level. This year's award goes to Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies Coalition of Georgia, led by the remarkable Kim Seals. Accepting the award on her behalf is Miriam Goodfriend, the Director of Advocacy. HBGA has become a beacon in maternal health, prioritizing Black maternal mental health across Georgia. Through committed advocacy and strong partnerships, their work has uplifted countless of lives advocating for maternal mental health across the state. Please join me once again in celebrating Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies Coalition of Georgia.
Thank you all so much. Hello, I'm Miriam Goodfriend.
Hello everyone, I'm Fozio Jama, and we are so thankful to have gotten this award, especially with the two of us being so new to the field and not being mothers yet, but so grateful to be able to learn from you all. And most of all, I'd like to thank my mom, because everything I've ever learned, I've learned from her. She came to this country as a refugee who looks like me, as a woman and is Muslim, and we came, I think, a couple months before 9/11. So you can imagine the struggles that she had to go through to get me here. So just wanted to say thanks, Mom.
Oh, beautiful.
And just the work of PSI and everybody in this room, a lot of very familiar faces of the advocates that you all come and you allow us to center your stories. And I know that that takes a lot of courage and bravery and simply just time and parking fees and schlepping down to the Capitol with babies. But you guys show up and make Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies work possible, and we couldn't do it without that. So just thank you to PSI for being such a great partner.
Awesome. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you both. And the entire HBGA team, your dedication has been a powerful foundation for Black maternal health in Georgia. All right, so our last award is the Advocate of the Year Award. This award honors the individuals whose leadership and accomplishment in the legislative arena has profoundly impacted families across Georgia. This award is given to a leader whose unwavering advocacy has brought essential visibility to support Black maternal mental health at the Capitol. We are thrilled to present this award to Representative Karen Barnett. Her leadership has opened the doors and increased support for Black maternal health, ensuring that thousands of families benefit from policies that improve access, affordability, and outcome. Representative Barnett, your dedication is truly inspiring. So please join me in a round of applause by honoring Representative Barnett. Representative Barnett could not be here with us today, so we will gladly accept this award on her behalf. All right. So I just want to give one more round of applause to all of our amazing honorees, yes, who are doing the work. And I just also want to acknowledge all the birth workers, all the moms, all the community advocates here as well, because we acknowledge you and we see you for all the work that you do. It is It is definitely felt, and we appreciate you. So as we conclude, I am reminded of Maya Angelou's words. We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. To our honorees, your work embodies resilience, dedication, and the vision of a better future for Black mothers and families. Congratulations again to each of you, and thank you for joining us in this mission. May we all continue this journey together, committed to a world where every Black mother and birth giver feels empowered, heard, and supported. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? All right, we are on. Okay, so at this time, we are going to take a break for lunch. So lunch will be available outside in the main auditorium area. We have about an hour, so we'll return at the top of the hour, which is at 1 o'clock, I believe. And so continue to network. We have our vendor village outside, so learn more about our amazing vendors that are outside. If you are overly stimulated, I invite you to have a lovely time in your car and relax. Hey, sometimes it's too much. Sometimes it's just too much. So I invite you to take a break and take some space. But I also encourage you to learn something new from someone in the audience. We have another announcement? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tamika. I also wanted to give a gentle reminder about our breakout sessions. So our breakout sessions will actually take place at 1 o'clock in conjunction with our panel discussion. And so if you decided that you would like to attend one of our panel discussions, which one is a provider and one is community members, please make sure you attend at 1 p.m. The classroom's right behind, across the way from this room. And then if you would like to attend the panel discussion, you would actually be in this space at 1 p.m., okay? Thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy lunch. Thank you so much, Chick-fil-A, for the sponsorship. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all were able to enjoy your lunch. We have been having such an extraordinary summit thus far. These panels have been phenomenal. They've been fire, and we will continue to do the same moving forward. And so I actually have the honor of moderating the Supporting Our Sisters Knowledge, someone's calling me during the summit, Knowledge and Healing from Loss and PMADS in Black Women. And so first, I'm going to introduce Michaela Walker. Michaela is a champion for maternal health. Her journey began after the birth of her first son, EJ, in 2020. A week after giving birth, she found herself in the ICU fighting for her life. Once home, she struggled with severe postpartum mental issues. She eventually picked herself up and turned her limits into sweet lemonade. She started her organization, Postpartum Warriors, to help others along their pregnancy and postpartum journey. She is affiliated with many organizations here in Georgia. She's also a part of Mama's Voices and Mom Congress. She also serves as a person with lived experience with Hope for Georgia Moms and the Georgia Perinatal Quality Collaborative. Earlier this year, she earned her certificate as a doula. She hopes to improve maternal health here in Georgia. Everyone, welcome in Michaela Walker. Thank you so much for being here. Next, I'll introduce Tamara Hunter. Tamara is the founder of Womb Wisdom Wellness LLC in Atlanta, Georgia, where she focuses on empowering women and birthing people to prioritize their mental and emotional wellness. A trained perinatal mental health provider and postpartum doula, Tamara specializes in infertility, perinatal loss, traumatic birth, and postpartum mood and anxiety disorders. Her advocacy is rooted in her personal experiences with infertility, reproductive loss, and postpartum challenges. Tamara offers coaching, individual therapy, and support groups utilizing a holistic, person-centered approach. She has presented at national conferences, created postpartum support groups, and has been featured in media outlets like Huffington Post and Fertility Out Loud. Additionally, she leads trainings on equitable Black maternal mental health care and serves on the advisory boards of OWA and the ARIA Foundation, working to ensure equity in maternal care. Through her Womb Wisdom podcast, she amplifies Black women's reproductive health and mental health stories, providing a healing platform for sharing experiences. Everyone, welcome in Tamara Hunter. Last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Jessica Daigle. There we go. Come on up here, Dr. Jess. Dr. Jess is a board-certified pediatrician and NICU hospitalist who advocates for Black maternal mental health. Her professional expertise, combined with her personal experiences as a NICU mom and a pregnancy loss survivor, fuels her dedication to improving care for families facing complex healthcare challenges. Dr. Daigle emphasizes the importance of mental health during the prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal periods, and she advocates for culturally competent care tailored to the unique stressors faced by Black mothers. Through her work with Mom and Me, MD, she directly supports NICU families, educates healthcare providers, and consults on enhancing family-centered care practices that prioritizes mental health. Her blend of medical knowledge and personal insight positions her as a sought-after speaker and consultant committed to improving Black maternal health outcomes. Everyone, welcome in Dr. Jess. And you all know who I am. Welcome back in. So I will say, I definitely want to set the tone because we may be discussing some topics that may be very challenging for one to hear, especially if they've had experiences with loss. And so I really just want to remind you, gently remind you to listen to your bodies. And so if you feel that the topic of discussion is overwhelming, please do not hesitate to do whatever you need to do to take care of yourselves, okay? All right, so without further ado, let's get started. So first of all, thank you ladies so much for taking the time to be here today and talk about such an important topic, and a topic I feel sometimes is very challenging to talk about, and so sometimes we don't talk about it because it's challenging, right? And so we really hold space in a safe way right now, but I know that you ladies will really make a tremendous impact with your insights. And so we look forward to the conversation today. So first question I have is, what is your experiences with perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, if you do have them, and you are willing to share? And I'll start with Michaela.
Sorry. So my journey with PMAD started after the birth of my first son. I ended up in the ICU, and that was a traumatic experience for me. And once I went home, I struggled very bad with mental health issues, and I had never had any type of mental health issues before. When I was in the ICU, I was being monitored constantly, and I had providers who were seeing me around the clock. But when I went home, it was up to me to check my blood pressure and to communicate with my doctors, and I just spiraled really bad. I thought I was gonna pass away. I became dependent on my blood pressure cuff. Like literally everywhere I went, the blood pressure cuff was in my purse. I remember one day driving, and I pulled over just because I thought my blood pressure was high, and took my blood pressure behind the wheel, and it was just ridiculous. And so that was my experience. It was really bad.
Wow. First of all, thank you so much for sharing your story, Michaela. I know that must have been a very challenging time for you, but I have been following you and just seeing your journey and, witnessing you sharing that with the world to really validate how people feel during that time and how challenging it is to do it alone, in isolation. So I appreciate you sharing your story and actually activating it to really make an impact for others. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Tamara.
Hi, thank you. So my journey started with infertility. Actually, it was first. Now, I was not trying and got pregnant, but if you're not trying, then you're trying. So it was a nice surprise, and I experienced a first trimester loss. And so, of course, I was depressed and sad and all of those things. And then when my husband and I tried again, that's when we experienced infertility, had to go through fertility treatments and all of those things, and discovered that I had endometriosis, fibroids, and an ovarian cyst. And so then it's like you got to start the journey all over again and heal from that and then try again. And then when we were able to conceive, that pregnancy wasn't viable either. So again, we tried again and was able to sustain a pregnancy. And I was on bed rest. I went into preterm labor like 3 or 4 times. I had to have a cerclage. So I actually experienced PMADS, which I did not realize until afterwards, that I actually experienced it after loss and while I was pregnant. I had so much anxiety and fear that I was going to lose this baby again. And I couldn't enjoy the pregnancy at all. And I felt like I was robbed, from that experience. And then when I did have my daughter, I had depression, anxiety, and OCD. I was just so obsessed with she was going to fall, or if I walked down the steps, I was going to drop her, or if we lived in Brooklyn, so I had to walk down 4 flights of steps, so I just never wanted to go outside. So I was isolated which, as we know, is not healthy for your mind. And I suffered in silence. I was afraid to tell my husband because I thought I was supposed to be able to do this, right? I'm a bad mom. This is something I'm supposed to be able to do. So I really didn't tell him, and until I had no choice. Like, it was at the point where I was having not necessarily suicidal ideation, but I just wanted my daughter to stop crying. So I would just have these thoughts of like, oh, I just want to like throw her out the window. I knew I wasn't going to do it, but it was so scary. And that's when I was like, I have to be honest. And my sister was like, you have to say something. And so I was living in New York, moved to Atlanta for about a month and just stayed with my mom and let my mom take care of me. Yes. And my daughter was about 4 months then. But as a clinician, I knew what was happening. However, I did not want to get on medication. Because I had to take so much medication when I was trying to conceive, I just couldn't do it. I had to inject myself. It was just so much. In hindsight, I really should have taken something for the depression and anxiety. And so that is something that I speak freely about because we have a stigma about medication, and it's
Absolutely.
okay. It really is okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Tamara. And I, too, am a clinician and also have experienced loss. And it is such, I don't know how you felt, but for me, it felt like an out-of-body experience because I was so used to centering other people and creating safe spaces for them to be able to talk about this challenging topic of discussion and, you know, just that healing journey. But for me to be the patient, if you will, was humbling for me. You know, I found myself being a terrible patient, not practicing what I was preaching and being a hypocrite and waiting until it got bad, like you said. And then, reality struck for me that I needed somebody to help me. I was trying to be strong for my husband. I was trying to be strong for everybody else I felt mourning more than me at the time because I didn't want to accept what was happening to me. But, it's one of those things where you don't get over this. You have to get through it. You don't get over it. That's not a thing. You have to get through it, and that's with help. So thank you so much for sharing your story, Tamara. Dr. Jess?
So for me, a lot of my experience happened while I was in training. So it had that layered of being that high achieving, I have these life plans and I gotta focus, and I said I was gonna be on this track. So when my whole life, my whole dream of being a doctor was actually to work in the NICU. So that was my whole life goal. And then my intern year, I had a miscarriage. And I remember thinking like, I know all these statistics, and now I felt like I was one. And so, I went through the experience and I went back to work because again, it was like, I got to get through my residency, I'm applying to fellowship, and it was just like, get right back into it. But then I was considered high risk after that. I lost my son, Isaiah, at 19 weeks. And so that for me was a layer of understanding the guilt that the families that I feel like, I did a post recently because October was Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And just the other day I walked past the door where you see the little flower on the door when there was a loss, and I was like, I wonder if that flower was on my door, and it's like something that you just don't think about until you're in it, and which you wouldn't wish for anyone to understand something like that, to go through something like that just to have the experience. But because of that, when I got pregnant the second time, I went on bed rest in the hospital. So I was on bed rest at 9 weeks in Grady. And then I had my son at 31 weeks. And so then going through that experience. So I really felt like I didn't take time to process what was happening mentally. It was just like, I got to get through the next thing, which is what makes me so passionate about voicing the experience for NICU families, because that is how they feel like, I got to keep going, I got to see about this baby, but it's often at the expense of yourself. And so now on this side, looking back, I realized I didn't really suffer through depression. I've always been a very transparent person, so I would always tell anything I feel. I'm still like that to this day. But I still was very anxious, to speak to what you said. Like, whenever my son, anything he did, I was like, oh, is this what this is gonna mean, you know? Because when he came home, he had to have some feeding tubes and all the different experience, because the NICU is just the beginning. But that is like my experience with it, is that I didn't really allow myself the space to process what I was going through. I was just chugging along, and only after that, looking back, I realized I needed to give myself more grace in that experience. And what I tell families now, curate that village. All the things that they were saying earlier is so important, realizing that I'm more than just a mom, I'm still a woman, I'm all these other things, and so to allow myself the space to do that.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Jess. And what's incredible is, as you heard through their phenomenal bios, these women have gone through very, very terrible experiences, but they have used it to help heal other people. That is amazing. That is incredible. And it's the most selfless thing I think someone would do, right? So just thank you all for what you do, and just for being here to share it. So what did it look like for you? You know, you experienced these perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. You know, the buzzword is postpartum depression, but a lot of times, a lot of these things happen perinatal, which is during pregnancy, and postpartum. So what did it look like for you? And I'll start with Michaela.
For me, it was the blood pressure cuff in my purse everywhere I went. It was also not sleeping. It was severe panic attacks. And my family knew something was wrong. I was home. I was released from the ICU for like 2 weeks, and then boom, coronavirus. And so we couldn't go anywhere. And so it was just a lot on me. And my family noticed, especially my mom. This particular night, I came down the stairs just crying, and I got in the bed with her. And she was wiping my tears. She was like, I love you, but something's wrong. And she was like, we're not going to do this. She said, you're going to go get some help. And that's what I did. I went and got help. And still to this day, like you said, I tell people it's okay not to be okay. And if you need something, take it. Just like my blood pressure was it was just ridiculous. And I have to take blood pressure pills. I have to take something for my anxiety to keep me grounded. And I'm not ashamed of that. And I wish other people would not be ashamed and just try to go and talk to somebody and try this medication. It will make your life totally better. Sometimes I can't believe that this is my life now, because if you would have seen me just 4 years ago, I was a mess, a hot mess. I wasn't looking like this. Some days I wouldn't get out of the bed, wasn't showering, wasn't doing my hair. I'm just being real. And my aunt came over with her mask on, and she got me out of the bed, and she was like, "You gonna take a shower, and you're gonna eat. Don't worry about the blood pressure. You taking your medicine, you're gonna eat." Because I was afraid every time I ate something, it was gonna raise my blood pressure. And so it was just never ending. My mind kept saying, what if, calling my doctor's office 50 times a day. And I thank my doctors all the time now. We have a really great relationship, but all the times that I call them, they never made me feel like I was getting on their nerves, and they always validated my opinions, and that made a world of difference to me. And so I'm forever grateful. And I try to tell other families, you know, it may look rough in the beginnings, but if you just keep going and you hold on and you be intentional about getting help, it can get better.
Wow, that is, oh my goodness, that is incredible. And I love how you elevated the importance of your healthcare provider being there, sitting with you where you were and meeting you where you were. Because oftentimes, unfortunately, that's not the case. You might get a phone call, you might get a check-in, but most of the time, it's you trying to get on somebody's schedule, right? And when you do call, it's 6 weeks out, but you need help right now, right? You know, and then you're discouraged from reaching out because it's not working. So it's just a cycle of just not getting the healing we deserve and that we need. So, Tamara, what did it look like for you?
So many things. Let's see. Okay, so it started with just I couldn't stop crying. It was definitely past baby blues. Like I just could not stop crying. I was sad all the time. I was able to take care of my daughter, and I was nursing. We were breastfeeding, and it was really, really difficult. And I just pushed through because that's what you're supposed to do. It was a wonderful experience once we got past that, but you know, hindsight is 20/20. I could have supplemented. Like I think that exacerbated my condition. So just, yeah, I would just lay on the couch. I can see myself in my apartment in Brooklyn. I would lay on the couch with her and I would watch Dinosaur Train. Like that was the only thing that just made me feel okay. And she would just lay on me and I would just cry. Like I would cry all day until my husband got home. And then I couldn't sleep because I just thought something was gonna happen to her. So I would just watch her. And I remember my cousin begging me, she was like, you have to put her down. I would let her sleep on me. We slept together like all the time. And I know what some people don't approve of the co-sleeping, but I had to make sure she was right next to me. I could not put her in the crib. I just couldn't. And of course, when you have a baby in the bed with you, you're hypersensitive, so you can't sleep because you're thinking. So it was just a never-ending cycle of anxiety. But I needed her next to me. Yeah, the obsession with something happening to her if I did go outside. So once again, I'm isolated in the house. I didn't want to talk to anybody because if I talked to somebody, then they were going to try and convince me that I need to put her down and stop holding her and get some rest. And I didn't want to hear that because I needed to do it my way. Like if you're not coming over here to help me, then get off my phone, you know? And so I didn't really have anybody to come to my house and help. And I'm so grateful that you had your aunt who said, come on, baby, we're going to get out the bed. Community is so important, and that is something that I did not have, which led me to now be a postpartum doula. So, because I'm just like, I have to support moms and birthing people through that time. So you mentioned, like we went through all of these horrible experiences, unfavorable experiences, but it led me to my purpose, right? It led me to where I was supposed to be. And so, yes, some of the things I'm like, God, okay, you could have, skipped a couple of those experiences, but I went through everything that I was supposed to be right here, to be on the stage right here, to help the women and the birthing people and the families that I'm helping. So I'm grateful.
What a testimony. What a testimony. Thank you so much for sharing. Dr. Jess?
For me, it looked like anxiety, more so after my son came home from the hospital. Like I said, he had to go back on a feeding tube. So it was anxiety, but it translated into my work environment. I would be late to rounds because I was in my last year of residency, because I would be like obsessed over making sure the person could run the pump right, and then they make sure they kind of calculate how much they put in his feeds. And even one time I was in the middle of rounds and I got called by the nanny. They had to call 911. And I'm like jumping in my car, like trying to zoom home to see what has happened. And so it was just a lot of like, it came out for me in the form of control. And I already knew I had struggled with that because I was a fan of therapy early. So when I got to med school, it was the first time I went to therapy, because I was like, I gotta talk about these experiences. And they helped me to realize how much I love control because of the way that I grew up, that I can control things around my environment was very important to me. And so that translated, of course, that keeps going, right? And so then in a situation like that, you're like, I need to control everybody knowing everything and being here and there. And you know how we moms do, we think nobody can do it like us or better than us. And so then I kind of got through a phase where I was okay, and my son got older, he got through all his things, he was thriving. And then it reared its ugly head again when I got pregnant with my daughter.
And I remember like looking at the stick and like I bust out in tears, and I felt so bad because I was like, I don't want to have another baby and go through this thing. To your point, like I wasn't not doing the things not to have one, right? But the thing, let's keep it real, right? We're I don't want to have a baby, but we're doing all the acts. And so, but you know what? God is so good. And I share this story all the time because a lot of people will feel guilty about a thought like that. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I thought about not wanting a child or different things. But it's because of the trauma that layered on top of it, right? And you can't just exclude that you had that experience of a pregnancy loss or having a baby in the NICU and all what that meant. But I just went to prayer in it and I say, Lord, I have these real, very feelings, but I need your help with them. So that way, because I also knew that if something happened, then I would feel guilty about that, right? I'd be like, oh, I had that thought that I didn't want this baby, and then that is why this has happened. Like, so I knew all the cycles of ways that our thoughts can take off. So I just prayed about it, and I got immeasurable peace. Like, that is the truth. And I had like a little subchorionic hemorrhage, like bleed at 10 weeks, got through that. And then I had her at 36 weeks, which was way past when my son was at 31 weeks, even surviving like a car accident, all kinds of things. So I share that because I want people to know you will have those very real feelings, but it's what you do with them. And so don't feel guilty about the feeling. Decide, how can I get the help or the peace that I need? And so for me, that was through prayer and just really being honest with those feelings and working through them. And I'm glad to say she's a thriving 5-year-old sassy self. Yeah. But and I'm so grateful, and so I'm kind of glad it was taken out of my hands, the decision to have her, like that. And that's in the sense, like, I'm glad she's here. Even if somebody would have asked me, you want another child after having a loss in the NICU, I'd probably be like, I'm good, with my son. But I'm so glad she's here now.
Oh my gosh, what a blessing. And thank you so much for sharing your story and your experiences. So I'm curious as to, and I'm going off script here because this is just so powerful, and I don't want us to, I understand we talk about our experiences, but I want to talk about the healing part of the experience because I feel like that's important to elevate into the conversation as well, right? Yeah. I don't want us to just think about the sad parts and the hard parts because there is healing when you get the necessary help that you need. And so when did you tell yourself, it's time. Time to start my healing journey?
Yeah. For me, it's happy. I think one of the things that's important to understand is that it comes in phases. So it's not like one day you wake up and you're like, I'm healed. I think it's that first is that self-awareness. I'm really big on self-reflection. I use it every day. Like I round to the hospital, and when I go home, I say, did I explain that as well as I could have to that patient? Or should I have said that to that nurse? Or, it's so important, that self-reflection and self-awareness piece. If you can't be honest with yourself about where you are, like they mentioned earlier, you can't get to where you need to go. So I'm very big on saying, this is how I feel in this moment, and being okay with that. I try not to pass judgment on the feeling. I try to say, where is that feeling coming from? And then, but what do I want to feel next? And so then how can I do that? And so talking is important too, like being able to talk with someone. Like, I tell people all the time, therapy is good, I think everybody needs a therapist and a coach, to be honest, because you are going through, it's so much that you've gone through. Like, I never thought about what kind of parent I would even be. You just go through life and then you have kids, and maybe some people are a little bit more forward thinking than I was. But it wasn't until I really had them that I thought about my childhood in a different way. Like, is that what I want to do, or is that how I want to raise my kids? And so even just exploring that in therapy even helped you, kind of helps you see, inside yourself. So I was able to kind of look back, but then also talk about what I want for my future and work through those. So it's layered. I think you should do it through therapy or talking to somebody trusted where you feel safe, because safety is key. You have to have that psychological safety to even be able to, and you have to believe you deserve healing. I think, I was talking to somebody else, like, we know labor is painful, but does that mean you don't deserve help through it? No, like we know that some things you can't change about an experience, but it doesn't mean you don't deserve support and help through it. And so we know that there are traumas that happen and just in living this life, but you deserve help through this life. And it shouldn't be excluded to just pregnancies, everything in your life you deserve help through. So that's the way I look at it.
Absolutely, Dr. Jess. Couldn't have said it any better than that. We are worthy of being well. That's one of the things that I will always tell you. We are worthy of being well. And we have the human right to have access to quality, responsive care. I can go down a rabbit hole with that one. You listen. Tamara, what was your healing journey look like?
I really think it started before I actually had a live birth. It started during the process of loss, struggling with not feeling like I was enough because I was not able to biologically carry a child to term and bring one here earthside. So it started through, those losses taught me to be honest. By the second one, I just had to be honest. I'm not coming to your baby shower. I'm sorry, I can't do it because I'm going to be messed up and I can't go to work the next day, because I've done that. I've had friends who had babies and I had to tell them, I can't come to the hospital to help you. Like, I can send some Pampers to your house, I can send some food, but I cannot show up for you in that way. I started really taking care of myself because I've done that, and then, like I said, cried all night and could not get up and go to work the next day. So I had to really, really, go inward and say, what does this mean for you to be a woman, right? Does it mean that you have to biologically carry a child? I knew I was supposed to give birth to something, right? Which was my business, Womb Wisdom Wellness. I realized that after all of this. However, but I knew that. And once I became okay with possibly foster care or adoption, or maybe never having a child, I started showing up differently. Then we got pregnant, which I didn't think was gonna happen. And through that journey of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, I would say being honest again. I spoke to my sister every single day, who was a social worker, so she made sure she called me every single day. And then moving in with my mom was helpful. Being around people is when I started to be able to function a little better. Just little things, getting outside. It was just small, small things. A friend of mine was like, let's go to Jeju. And I was like, I can't leave the baby. She was like, yes, you can. And so and I'm like, but I'm nursing. She was like, no, we're going to Jeju. So we, just little things. And I will say taking care of myself, massages, acupuncture, holistic things that I did, prayer, eating. Friends would come over. One my friends in Atlanta, let me be clear, would, when I was staying with my mom, would come over and was like, listen, we're gonna make some oatmeal, bulgur wheat, things that's gonna get your milk up. Like, that's when people started taking care of me, then I started being able to take better care of myself.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I feel like, sometimes we don't know how to take care of ourselves, especially when you're going through something like that, where your whole world is turned upside down. You think you have things in control, and it's not within your control. And it's just unbearable sometimes to accept that that's a reality. And sometimes it's required for somebody to see you, right? See you, really see you, right? In a way that's like, no, we're gonna make sure you have what you need. That's good. That's good. How about you, Michaela? What is your healing journey looking like?
So in the beginning, it was rough. When I did finally admit that something was wrong, and I agreed with my mother and my family, I did go and get help. I went to the mental health facility in my town, but then I was turned away because I didn't have the correct insurance. And I feel like that set me back because it took so much for me to even get up and go say, hey, I need help, and then for you to turn me around because of insurance. And so that day, my aunt took me because I crochet. She took me to Walmart. We got some crochet stuff and a journal. And that is when I kept a journal during the pandemic, and I went on to publish the journal that I kept during the pandemic, and that is my postpartum workbook and journal. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Look at you. Yes,
And so, just like you said, being honest with yourself, I was ashamed at first. I'm like, why can't I get it together? I'm a person who likes to keep it together, and I couldn't keep it together. I've always been big on family. My family is very supportive of each other. So we help each other when we realize one is weak. We pull back for you. Come on, you got to keep up. And I'm thankful for that because I realized they played a huge part in my maternal health outcome being a positive one. I still see my therapist to this day. We rocking and rolling. And he was very nice. He did admit to me, he was like, I never treated postpartum and I don't know much about it, but guess what? He was willing to learn. And it was a learning journey for him as well. I take my anxiety medicine every day. I'm not ashamed of that. And I attend events like this and I speak about my experience because that does help me heal, helping others along their journey, especially women who look like me. I want them to know that they don't have to be so strong all the time. It's okay to let people know that you need some help. And so I'm still healing. Some days I have my days where I feel overwhelmed or I have flashbacks of spending that week in the ICU. And then I have other days where I'm thanking God for keeping me here and helping me to overcome that negative experience.
Absolutely, and I am so glad too, because you are just an amazing, extraordinary human being that is really doing God's work. I feel like you all are. You know, it makes me reflect on my journey, which it's challenging for me to talk about it just because it's never going to go away. I know it's not, but, you know, my daughter strengthens me, right? I have yet to have a physical child, right? And it's something that I do aspire to have, and my husband aspires to have, and we continue to be uplifted in prayer. But I feel you all the way when you say there is tons of anxiety and anticipation of trying again because you don't want to go through that experience again, right? Depending on what your experience was. I almost died. I suffered a near miss, a maternal near miss. Keyword almost. You see your girl up here. Okay? Because God is good. And I took that moment, as hard as it was, because I knew there were so many women that looked like us up here that didn't make it. Didn't make it. And it's due to negligence. It's due to somebody not seeing them, not listening to them, not believing in them when they tell them, I need help. When it took so much bravery, like you said, Michaela, to even show up, right? And so I think it's important that when we have these conversations, that we understand that, yes, this is a difficult moment in our lives and it's impacting us. I don't know about y'all, but I still feel it. I still feel those things, but I have changed my perspective to help support other people who may be going through something similar, because it's not just us going through it. As a matter of fact, it's an astronomical amount of women that look like us up here that are going through it right now, that are not getting the due diligence that they deserve and worthy of, healthcare wise. And all of the women up here, I feel like, are just doing God's work. Y'all are showing up in different ways in your respective spaces to counter those things. And that is such a blessing. And I just have to thank you. I don't know how many flowers y'all get, how many thank yous y'all get, but you're going to get one from me today. Because you deserve that. Yes, please. Yes. Now that I dismount my soapbox. So what are some resources that you all sought out? Because obviously we've talked about how there is a lack of responsiveness when it comes to Black women, sometimes when it comes to seeking help. So where did you get those wins, or who was in the healthcare system, or any of your resources that you sought out that showed up for you? And I'll start with Michaela.
So I do want to be clear. When I went and got help, it was from a mental health facility. That's when I had the rough. But my OB team, top tier. Top tier. And I didn't know that that wasn't the standard until I got into this work. And that's what made me sad, because I'm thinking, like, how could you, I experienced being in the ICU and all of these things. I couldn't imagine somebody not listening to me when I said, gave a complaint or anything. So my OB team really provided me with a lot of resources. And I want to shout them out. It's New Beginnings.
Call them out.
New Beginnings. They don't do deliveries anymore, but when they did, it was just amazing. I was sharing with someone at lunch. The reason I even knew that my blood pressure was 246 over 130 is because when I left, my midwife, she said, I need you to get a blood pressure cuff when you go home. And she was like, you check your blood pressure 3 times a day when you take this medicine. I was taking labetalol when my blood pressure still got to 246 over 130. And so she gave me the resources that I need. She gave me the patient education that I needed. And I'm forever grateful for them. I know that that's not the case for everybody, but they provided me with a lot of resources. I called them the very same day when I got turned away from the mental health facility, boohoo crying. And another midwife, Christina, she's like, no, she was like, I'm going to send you some things through your My Chart. I need you to call these numbers, and you keep calling until you get somebody to answer the phone for you. They also gave me PSI to lean on as well. A lot of different resources that I could benefit from. Of course, it was limited because of the pandemic, but I feel that they did provide me with great resources.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that powerful resource and those resources. I think that's so important that we knowledge share on these things, because sometimes lack of access is lack of awareness that they exist. You don't even know the resources are out there to seek them out. So we have to say it out loud. That's why I think these types of, these programs are so important in these panels, so that we're afforded the opportunity to share what worked for us. It may not work for everybody, but at least you know that it's a resource that you can seek out. Dr. Jess, I'll go to you next.
So actually during my, like I said, all my experience was in training, I really used the local, I think it's like EAP is what they call it, like the therapists that are through your work. That's actually how I sought out help, which I'm grateful then for those kind of programs. Like we've already shared, I don't know, I've never asked my mom or dad if they went to therapy, but I felt like no. But because it just wasn't talked about, and I grew up Christian, so I was very heavily in my faith, and it still is the foundation, I think, of why I am here today, and I still lean heavily on prayer and scriptures and meditation, but I did know the value of talking with someone, and so I sought out through that. I didn't really become aware of programs like this, and even PSI, and even programs like Hand to Hold and Project NICU until after my experience, and I was looking for things to help other families, because I was like, I don't want them to not know, and so I joined a community of like 20-some thousand NICU moms and started asking a question like, what are you doing real time right now to get help? And that's why I was learning about a lot of these organizations and started reaching out to them. And so you're right, like even in the hospital right now, I'll ask, well, what are you giving to this NICU mom at discharge? And so really at the hospital level, we need to do better with community partnerships. Like we give out so many papers at the hospital, and I always say we have to do better than just checking a box. Check, we gave them something. No, we need to know, have you engaged? We need to ask questions. Hey, did you call that number that I gave you? What's the barrier to calling and getting help? Because like you said, you can say, oh, okay, we gave her the information, but you had a barrier, right? And that was good that your healthcare team followed up and said, okay, well, let me help you go to the next person, instead of just saying, well, we gave them a piece of paper. Did we make sure they could read that piece of paper? And so all of that is so important, like making sure that when we give help, we have a follow-through system. So for me, it was really using the local EAP, and then just seeking out, because I'm just an assertive person by nature, I'm gonna go find the answer. And so then just going out myself and seeing what is out there, and then being willing to share it with other families.
Yes, that is powerful right there. What you said, a word, can you even read the paper?
Because people, or again, we have to remember, this is a layered experience when you have a child. It's so much, and then if there's loss, if there's postpartum, if there's anything, just having a kid, period, is just life-changing. And then if there's anything else added on top of that, any other traumas, anything, I always tell families, because I used to do a postpartum planning workshop, I used to say, like, just imagine your life now and adding a kid on top. So that light bill that came in the mail is still due. The rent that's due on the 1st is still due. They don't care that you just went and had a baby on the 31st. They're like, yeah, so go ahead and pay that rent, you know? But if we're not paying attention to these real social determinants and these real barriers that families are having, then we're not really doing enough, you know? And so just understanding that it's a layered experience and that there's guilt and shame. If there's any deviation, it's layering. We're all a combination of our exposure, our education, and our experiences. So you're bringing all of that into that pregnancy. Whoever you were before, however you were raised, everything goes into that. And people can't just like cut it off. It's not like, oh, this is me, and then this is me. It blends together. And so we bring all of that into it. And so not asking for help is cultural. And so how does that show up? Suffering, because we think, again, we should just get through it. And no, like, yeah, we got to get through it, but you still need the support. And we should make that the norm. And so I preach that everywhere, like normalizing support, normalizing help, normalizing village, normalizing community. This is my favorite example to use. Jeff Bezos runs Amazon. He is not taking my customer service call when I call to tell them that my package is late. He has people doing that. He's not running Amazon all by himself. If people in business have that mentality that they need people to work with them and for them, we need that in our lives, you know? And so we shouldn't, like, my husband likes to laugh all the time when his mom calls. She'll be like, what y'all eating? Well, you know, Jessica's not cooking. Jessica sure is not cooking. Jessica has kids. But Jessica gonna make sure you eat. And so I had to get over that guilt. Like, my lived experience is not gonna look like your mom who grew. Now, I can't cook. I can throw down a good gumbo because I'm from Louisiana. Okay. But it's not gonna look like that. And if we accept that, hey, that doesn't mean I'm less of a mom, less of a woman, less of a wife. I'm gonna make sure your needs are met. It may not look the same as the way your mom or your auntie or whoever do it. I accepted that norm, and it made my life that much more better. And so if we just like promote, like, what does that look like for you, and self-awareness and your own needs, even through these experiences, being honest to say, I can't do it today. Yesterday, my son wanted to go to a football game. I was like, Liam, I took you the day before. I can't do it today. And I was okay with that. Like, I knew he was gonna be sad, but I also had to look at myself and realize I wasn't doing it from a place of selfishness, but because I really needed to rest, you know? And he was fine. I checked on him later.
He was good.
I wanted to say something too about what you said, to make sure that the patient can read. One of the things that I'm really big on is making sure that the provider, you have a good relationship with your provider. I preach that patients are not going to be open and honest with you if they don't feel comfortable with you, or if they do not feel like they can trust you. And if you just give them a piece of paper and you didn't, follow up, they're not gonna tell you, oh, I don't know how to read this, or oh, I have this going on at home, or oh, you really have to take time and not just try to see 30 patients in the day. Take time with the patient that you have, see what's really going on so that you can provide them with effective treatment and care.
That's good. Tamara.
Can I say something about that? That is a very real barrier. which is why I didn't do private practice, because I didn't want to run around trying to see 60 people a day. But recently I put a post on LinkedIn, and it got a lot of chatter, because I had a black mom in the hospital that the OB had appealed to me to try to talk to her too. She was going home and her blood pressure was elevated, and she signed herself out AMA. And I put, you can't sign out AMA and then blame the healthcare system. But then I went deeper, because I did have a conversation with her. I said, well, what is your plan when you leave? Like you say, you have to sit down and have a conversation. What are you worried about that you need to get home, as opposed to seeing about your blood pressure right now? And she told me she felt real stressed. Like, they're coming in and out of my room, I can't rest, the baby, which is a very real thing, right? That's why some hospitals are trying to create more quiet time and things like that. But you're right, I took the time to sit down and try to meet her where she was. Like, okay, well, what's your plan? I'm gonna take my blood pressure. And I said, what number are you looking for to know that you're alarmed? What symptoms are you gonna feel that you know that you're not okay? And she told me, and I called and checked on her the next day to make sure that her blood pressure was good. So to your point, we do need more people to sit down, and I was proud of that OB for appealing to me, because she was a Latina OB, and I said, well, you know, we think y'all all look alike, and she bust out laughing. And so she was like, well, maybe if she sees somebody that looked like her, maybe I could get through. But I love that she recognized that maybe there was that possible disconnect there, and maybe just you going and talk to her, Dr. Jess, may plant more of a seed and a nugget. And my point is that we all have to work together towards this. It can't just be black people looking out for the black people. It's everybody got to understand those very real cultural shifts and challenges, and saying, okay, if she can't receive it from me, who else might she can receive it from to get the help that she needs?
Oh, yes, that is good. Taking it a step further, because I think sometimes in healthcare, it's like, here you go, off on your merry way, and there's no continuity of care. And that can be detrimental. Literally.
For me, if my midwife hadn't have told me, I was 24 at the time, I didn't know anything about blood pressure, and when I just knew I was supposed to keep a log, and that was it.
Yeah.
And she said, if you get over 160 over 90, call me. And it was 240s when I called her, and she was like, check it again. And then I was like, and I had no symptoms. That's the scary thing. I had no symptoms. I was just tired, but I had just given birth the week before. But you know, she was telling me, if I asked her, I was like, Shannon, you think I could just go to sleep and take a nap? She was like, nah, you're gonna meet me at the hospital. But like you said, a lot of times we are stressed in the hospitals. We want to get home to our environment, our own beds.
Yes.
But when a provider or somebody stresses the importance of your situation and explains, hey, this is where you need to be, you know, we can save people, but you gotta care, and you gotta take it a step further so that they understand. Yep.
Absolutely. Miss Hunter, let's do it.
I didn't have any resources, honestly. I remember leaving the hospital, lactation consultant came to see me, but that was it. Nothing about mental health.
Wow.
No, and this is 9 years ago in Brooklyn. No, nothing. And so, right, if I wasn't a mental health clinician, I would not have known that what I was experiencing was PMADS. So I would call the hotline. Like at night, I would go in the bathroom and I would cry when my daughter and my husband would sleep, and I would call the hotline and tell them I'm having these thoughts. And I would talk to someone on the hotline. I would call a lactation consultant and tell her about the difficulty I was having with breastfeeding. But that's it. I lived around the corner from Ancient Song Doula, so they had a mommy and me group, and someone, I don't even know how I found out about it, but I went there once or twice when I was able to finally get down the steps, and met a mom, and she lived not too far from me, and so she would try and check on me and try and get me out the house. But as far as professionals, no. I've always been in therapy. I'm a therapist who has a therapist. However, at that particular time, I was not in therapy. I was in therapy while I was pregnant, and the therapist that I was seeing, she did not have any training, so she didn't know that that's what I was experiencing. So we didn't really address the anxiety as it related to the pregnancy. It was more so when you're going through loss and infertility and all of those things, it impairs your relationship. So we talked more about my situation with my husband and how all of that, you know, was difficult for us. But we didn't talk about it at all. Yeah.
Wow.
And so I did try and find things online, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see people that looked like me when perinatal mood anxiety disorders came up. I didn't see Black women. And so I was like, well, I'm not calling there because how are they gonna understand my lived experience? Yeah.
Wow. And unfortunately, you know, in the year of our Lord 2024, we still have that experience of lack of knowledge of resources. With all the internets and Twitters and Instagrams and all those things, there's still a lack of knowledge.
I will say, when I did go back for my 6-week checkup, I told my gynecologist that, you know, I don't know what's going on with my relationship. And he was like, oh, you feel like you're just roommates. All y'all do is take care of the baby and da-da-da-da-da. And he was like, yeah, that's, you know, pretty common. I mean, we just I sat in there and cried, and he was like, no, it's okay to marry. Y'all not breaking up. I was like, I think my marriage is over. So he was like pretty much the therapy that I got while I sat in there. And he was like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I promise. Da-da-da-da. But that was it. That was it.
Wow. So I do want to take a couple of questions from our audience and from our virtual attendees. This is such a great panel. So one of our attendees said, I never feel comfortable with a therapist and have been told I can't move forward without being on medication. Why aren't there other options available, like a referral to a yogi or kickboxing class available?
Okay, yes.
She said, let me jump in here.
So, listen, you are in control of your life, right? We can make suggestions, but no one can tell you that you cannot move forward without being on medication or being in therapy. Therapy is not for everyone, right? So I recommend to my clients who are in therapy with me, however, may not want to take medication, that we still have to figure out what's going to work, right? So maybe some somatic healing. I'm also a dance movement therapist, and so when you've experienced trauma in your body, right, there's sometimes a disconnect from your body. So doing somatic healing, I am a big proponent of yoga, right? Yoga, you can do acupuncture, massage. There's maternal massage therapists who actually know how to massage your womb, massage you in a way that is going to touch those points that will help with anxiety and depression. So I encourage everyone to do your research and listen to your body. Like, you know yourself. You may not think so because we always look outside of ourselves for professionals and have all these credentials at the back of their name, right? But you really do get quiet and sit with yourself. You know yourself better than anyone. And so really think about what it is that speaks to you. If it's swimming, if it's walking, if it's cycling, like getting moving, getting that blood flowing, getting back into your body. If it's herbs, I'm not an herbalist, however, I do take herbs, and you know, you do your own research, but there are herbs that can help with depression and anxiety. And so that is what I would offer.
Thank you so much for your feedback, and I know we only have a few more minutes left. Yes, we can take one. Lightning round.
Hey everybody, I'm Christina with that off Georgia Support Initiative. For my two clinicians, thank you. For my two clinicians, and Michaela, if you want to hop in, I'm going to ask you a separate question. What are some of the ways that you find that perinatal mood disorders show up specifically in Black women? Because I feel like our way of showing it may not look like the typical way. So what are some of the unique ways that it shows up in Black women? And Michaela, I just want you to highlight your why. I want to know, like, what is your driving force behind what you do? Like, I mean, like Yeah, I'm trying to give you some spotlight.
Well, I'll let them answer first.
I would say, I think it can be more tricky because of the narrative of being strong and us like promoting that in ourselves. So I think you just have to keep at it. Actually, I think you may not see it. You may see a level of avoidance, or it may just look like every day, right? And it may be until the extremes, like Michaela experienced, of not wanting to get out of bed, not taking a shower. So I think it really speaks to, do you know that person? And are they operating outside of a norm for them, right? So like, if you know, you call your friend and you know like that, she might not like everybody, but she always gonna pick up the phone for you, and she don't even pick up the phone for you, that's your red flag, right? So I think it's just understanding that it may not look like everybody, just like heart attacks in women may not look like the tradition. You might just get a little tingling or, jaw feeling, right? How we have to train people other ways they're gonna look like. I think that's really what I would say. It's just, that's why you should just make it a habit of checking in on people and doing it in a way that shows your support without being overbearing. And sometimes it can be tricky because it's two things that happen. One, people don't want to be a bother, so they don't say nothing. And then people don't want to bother, so they don't say nothing. And what happens? No support, disconnect. So you say, hey, I don't know how to show up for you, but I want to. So you let me know. Or if you notice, like, hey, when was the last time you ate? Okay, I'm gonna bring you a meal, and just being able to, just being willing to kind of keep at it, keep chipping away until you see something that's like a slam dunk, or they just end up receiving the help that you offer.
That is good, Dr. Jess. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Something that is getting in the way of your daily functioning, right? That is a way to kind of scale it for yourself. Like, am I able to do the things that I used to do, right? What are those things that I'm not able to do that I used to be able to do that are like your daily functioning, bathing, eating, sleeping, right? Basic self-care needs. And also for us, some of my clients, they're like, well, I don't think I'm depressed. Depression doesn't always look like I'm laying on the couch.
Yes.
Depression can show up as irritability. Yes. It can show up as anger, right? So for most Black women that are in my community have to go to work, right? So it's like, I'm showing up, I'm doing all the things, I'm going to work. However, I'm angry about it, right? Right? I'm snappy, right? I am irritable, right? I don't enjoy the things that I used to enjoy, or being around the people that I used to be around, or I'm snappy with my children or my spouse or my significant other or my mom, even though she's trying to help, or my girlfriend, right? It looks like that, I think.
And I'll answer your question as well. I'm a perinatal mental health therapist, and then also a person with lived experience. I'm a moderator. It's all good, girl. We good. It's a safe space. We good. So for me, as you heard in my bio, I do a lot of things. And I feel like I do said things to avoid feeling those feelings. That's how it shows up for me. Because when it gets quiet, it's gotten dark. And as my light bright, Leo energy shining, listen, your girl was dim, withering, low. And I was like, I can't be like this. And so me feeling like I'm pouring in myself looks like pouring into other people. But what I found out was that I was running out I was on E trying to pour into other people, and it was impossible for me to show up in the way that I wanted to for other people consistently that really needed me without pouring into myself first. So I had to check myself on that.
Avoidance.
Avoidance was huge. And I still am trying to heal through that, right? But that's how it shows up in me personally, and I've seen that in other Black women and that I've treated as well. And
they call us the wounded healers, though.
What? Let me write that down somewhere. That's good. Wow. And Michaela, so round us out, queen.
For me, it showed up in, like you said, not being able to function
literally the basic things I couldn't do. And my why is our numbers here in Georgia. I did not realize that it was that bad until I almost became one.
Hello.
And I didn't realize that, like I said, I had help and I had the great OB team, but everybody does not have that. And every day when I am doing this work, this may seem weird, but I think about Charles Johnson and his wife. And he's left here to raise his kids by himself. Kira did not get to see her last baby. And so that's my driving force. I was just sharing with someone, my son is 4 and he just started pre-K this fall. And I remember being in the ICU and I said, Lord, please just let me make it to see his first birthday. That's all I wanted, was the first birthday, but here I am and he's 4.
Year 4.
Yes, year 4.
Going on 20.
Year 4, yes. But yes, I just really want to help improve our state. And I know it can be done. We see other states with great maternal health outcomes, and I know that we can do it too. We just got to get the work done. And so that's my why.
Wow, I have no words. Can we give these ladies a hand? I'm sorry, we went over time, but it was worth it. Oh my goodness, thank you ladies so much for saying yes. This is not an easy conversation to have, but you've opened up yourselves. You chose to be vulnerable and share your stories, and you're doing such great work, and we just appreciate you so much. So thank you. Thank you. One more time.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to our amazing MC, Tamika, to get us transitioned into our next panel. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you. I love the vulnerability. I am loving the vulnerability. I am loving the transparency. And I want to give each of us space to just, especially those who are virtual, to allow themselves to take in all of the stories that were shared and the feelings that you have right now where you might feel isolated and you are experiencing loss or dealing with these feelings. So let's just give ourselves space for at least 30 seconds and to reflect and take some nice, deep, cleansing breaths, because the work and the space that you're in right now is impactful. What you're doing is important. Your feelings are valid. You are loved. You are supported. Think about that. Thank you. Thank you for just creating space. And I could tell that many of you were just being in the moment. So I appreciate that. All right, and we're going to continue. Beautiful people. Yes, so we have more panel discussions where we are going to create an honest space of completing your care team. And I know for my own personal experience, I'm a researcher. I got to look stuff up. I got to find the answer. I got to know what's going on. So with my 7-year-old, when I was pregnant with him, I was pulling up all the apps. I was pulling up all the research. But what I found out postpartum was like there was not an app for that. And there was not a community that I found right away or, being aware of the resources. So what we're going to talk about next is completing our care team, whether it is with midwives, whether it's with doulas, other doctors and medical professionals. And so for those that are in the room, those who are on the line, if you are not as familiar with some of these terms and roles, this is the time where we're going to take some notes and hear amazing insights from our professionals. And so I'm going to start with the introductions, but I'm going to do 2 for 1 because I'm going to help you, Dr. Graves, okay? Because that's what we do. All right, so our first medical professional is Dr. Paula Graves. And listen, I am not going to skip out on these bios. I told y'all that in the beginning. I'm going to say all the things because you deserve the flowers, the acknowledgement, and everything that you do for the community. So Dr. Paula Grace is a dedicated OBGYN and Chief of Women's Service Line at WellStar Health System. That's where I delivered my babies. And also she holds a Doctor of Medicine from East Carolina University and completed her residency at the University of Tennessee. So Dr. Grace is going to bring a wealth of expertise regarding her role, focusing on reducing maternal morbidity and mortality. Is a line that is built with commitment to serve. Now this is a quote that she actually jotted down that I think is going to be extremely important, that every woman, every time, at all phases of life, reflecting her dedication to holistic, compassionate care. So let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Paula Grace, who's going to share more insight as she joins the stage. Thank you. And so next we have Vanya Francis. Yes, indeed. So Vanya Francis is the founder of Cherish Life Wellness, where she blends holistic wellness with childbirth support as a certified yoga instructor, perinatal yoga teacher, educator, holistic doula, and community advocate. So there was a question that came through the chat earlier about holistic options. Listen, you better sit tight because there's going to be a whole lot of recommendations coming through. And what I love that has with 15 years in Atlanta's maternal health field, and she also served as a yoga and meditation professor right here at Spelman, and holds a degree in psychology and communication management. So I love the fact that you are bringing your expertise, so let's welcome Vanya Francis. All right, welcome, welcome. So again, we have a packed panel, and next is Dr. Raquel Hammonds, is a healthcare innovator with Champion for the Health of Black Women. As the CEO and founder of the Fertility Advantage, she empowers startups and venture capitalists to develop transformative digital health solutions that address reproductive and maternal health challenges. Also, throughout her career, she has leveraged technology to improve healthcare outcomes for Black mothers and birthing people. So let's give a big, big welcome to Dr. Hammonds. I love the suits. Come on, suit. Beautiful. We have Christine Taylor, certified nurse midwife and Chicago native, owner of Birth by Grace Midwifery Services, LLC. And over the past decade, Christine has worked in a variety of birth settings. Also, I want to highlight that Christine is passionate about raising awareness of out-of-hospital birth practices for certified nurse midwives. And when she's not doing phenomenal items like that, she is in her Fayetteville homestead with her husband, 2 daughters, goats, and a dog. So let's welcome Christine Taylor. Last but definitely not least, coming to the stage, we have Shakana Haley, a holistic, intuitive practitioner. And what I love about that is, listen, she is about her business because that is trademarked, right? You better believe it. Yes, certified holistic doula and perinatal consultant for over the past 28 years. Yes, give it a round of applause for that. Thank you. Come on up. We appreciate it. And also, wait a minute, serves as an adjunct faculty at Spelman. You better believe it, an adjunct, 28 years. Let's come to the stage, beautiful. Oh goodness, how are you all feeling today? Good. Great, you're looking lovely. I'm excited to hear more from you. We're going to share all the things, and we have a few questions, but throughout our session today, we talked about, advocating for ourselves and our sense of community and how we're able to use our voice. And so when we think about your expertise and the holistic approach that we have, that you're able to provide, let's start with the first question. Explain to us the different service providers available around the topic of OBGYN and midwife.
So I want us to talk more about that, especially for those who are not as familiar. So Dr. Graves, if we could actually start with you.
Thank you. First of all, it is a privilege to be here today. You asked how I was feeling. I'm feeling blessed. 2 days ago, I was not feeling so blessed when I broke my foot. But God is good all the time, and it's definitely an opportunity. Even more so, today is definitely important because nothing else was broken. So I want to start out. I've been a physician for 27 years, an OBGYN. And so I have had the blessing of being in a practice that is integrated with midwives. So my entire experience as a physician has been surrounded by amazing midwives. So I may be a little biased, but I do think it's a good bias. I think it's one that has worked. So when I look at what is an ideal setup for good outcomes, I think not only a physician and a midwives, and I think there's a question later on about the difference between OB and midwives, and I'm going to leave that for later. But when I look at what that picture looks like, it's an obstetrician, of course, a midwife, a doula. And 20 years ago, when I delivered as a high-risk patient myself, that term was not very popular. A doula is a non-clinical professional trained in childbirth, but actually there's a whole spectrum, not only in childbirth, but even in menopause and in other areas of a woman's life, okay? So it's a partner and a coach throughout that entire spectrum. And so the doula assists then, and of course we have many, we have doulas here, so y'all can also add to that, but they are trained in supporting and advocating for patient through the prenatal experience, the childbirth, postpartum, and just help to have the patient learn her voice, advocate for that patient as well as the family. So that is one of the people that I feel are integral in the care of a patient. Other people, such as a care manager, a case worker, is very important because the doulas have the ability of penetrating, of going in to that patient's life circle, and then telling us things that may be needed. But then what are we going to do? So if the doula addresses the fact that, hey, we don't have enough transportation, the ability for transportation, food insecurity, et cetera, then she translates that and brings that back to the team. And then the caseworker is able to say, okay, so we need money to pay gas or transportation or to get blood pressure cuffs or to get medications. That's definitely very important. We have care navigators, nurse navigators for the most part, because they are the bridge between, let's say, the office of the OBGYN and the office of other health professionals that are needed. If a patient is a high-risk patient and needs to have a cardiologist, that nurse navigator helps the patient, the word itself implies, to navigate through this very murky and difficult time, going from one care person to another. We also have behavioral health providers are integral in this space, okay? Pregnancy is supposed to be a joyful time, but unfortunately, and in our state, it is a stressful time. Yes. We need to have the support and the collaboration of behavioral health workers. So when I look at the people who are part of my team, those are, it's almost like a bouquet. These are the people that I know are going to be involved, rolling up their sleeves and helping me to have a good outcome for my patient and for their baby.
Perfect. Vanya?
Sure. Okay. Hi, everybody. I completely concur with everything that Dr. Graves said. As a doula, full spectrum doula with WellStar now, we really provide that continuity of care, and that's what doulas do, essentially. And one of the ways that I really like to support my clients is also by taking a very holistic approach to their care. So that might look like yoga, right? Referring them to yoga classes. Additionally, pelvic floor therapists, right? Because the body goes through so many changes during this time. And so making sure that that pelvic floor is really, really healthy becomes really important, I think, to client care. And then obviously, you know, chiropractors and acupuncturists, mental health therapists, all of those things really help to support holistically, I think, with the birthing person, a pregnant person during this time.
Thank you, Dr. Hammonds.
Yes, thank you, and thank you all so much for your insight. I'm coming from it from like a health tech perspective. So one thing that I've learned is that technology is really a great way to combat structural racism. So if someone lives in a maternity care desert or they don't have transportation, thinking about like those social determinants of health, sometimes really making sure that there's technology in place. So I worked at a health tech company where we had 24/7 virtual support. So OB-GYNs, doulas, midwives, lactation consultants, and they could access it directly from their home at any time. So if you're home and you don't have a car and you're trying to access these providers, it's okay, you're not left without support, but technology was really a way to make sure the parents had what they need during those tough times. So.
Perfect. Christine?
Yes, I think my perspective, I'm a nurse midwife, but I provide care outside of the hospital setting. So my moms have planned home births. And around our planned home birth plan, our approach is to help them to see that they need to identify their needs, first of all, like, okay, what are we challenged with, and who do we need in our space to support them with their own birth plan. I think there needs to be, there's a lot of work to be done, especially for those moms who do decide to come outside of the medical space of birth, and they know exactly, you know, what they want, and they're able to, you know, seek the care that they're really looking for. And a lot of our moms are coming from a space of, I don't want the medical model of care, I want a midwifery model of care, and how can I let this thing be, you know, successful in that, and how can I accommodate or access the people that I need to make this happen in a safe space. So I think I become like this person of like, in the community that's able to really create relationships and extend to my network of other, you know, professionals to help us in that.
Thank you. Let me see. I'm an interdisciplinary person. So I'm also a sociologist and I'm a former therapist. So what you see up here is a combination. So holistic intuitive practitioner comes from that integration of all the things. And so what I want to say is, when we are working with this whole person, their whole network, it's all about their relationship self, their relationship with their partner, their relationship with their family, and then it's these other people we invite into the birth journey, and that make that arc of transition to go all the way across. So when, over this 28 years of working with families as an advisory person, as a birth doula who dealt with, before there was full spectrum as a term, that's kind of what I did, the whole person, the whole life of the person. So those social determinants that we say now, more specifically assets and all that, using that as the ground of the truth of their experience is the important thing. And then we see where the interventions go. So I would add to, it is this spectrum of all of the services, the balance of medical and holistic, and really trying to, and not just natural, right, but holistic. What works for that family? And so if it is, like you said, access issues, if it is, you know what, I think I'm gonna need some homeopathics because that might help me through a labor, but it's really curated to that family. So I wanna just put it in that framework. So this whole idea of who gets to come in is really determined by the family, and we follow their story with whether there needs to be, oh, we need an endocrinologist as well. Oh, we have to look at a history that came before that informs how we make some decisions about postpartum. And we start that early in the prenatal process. And Christine and I have experience in, you know, anyway, but, but just kind of, and if there is some other issues, some alternative outcomes that need to occur, and we've had multiple of those experiences that might have to do with a loss, a pending loss that is already informed medically, we bring in hospice, right? So it really is a matter of what is really unique to that family. And part of that is being vulnerable enough within your journey to share that. So it's whoever gets to show up to hold that whole life of that family as they traverse this journey. And if it is a perinatal mental health person early on, so that the postpartum can be more joyful for both partners. So my clients, I'm talking about the client, I'm talking both partners together, whatever that construction looks like. So I'm gonna kind of stop there, but it can be whoever gets to show up for the elevation of that family.
That's perfect. And you brought up a good point about making informed decisions that I want to continue the conversation about. So, how does one distinguish between selecting an OB versus a midwife? Can you all talk about that discussion or that topic? Sure.
Okay. Because they can talk about it first. I would say you don't have to choose.
Oh, okay.
If I would say you would have both experiences.
Both. Okay.
Because well care and the history of midwifery, I'm going to let Christine take that, but the history of midwifery does have where you might need both things to occur.
Like a bouquet.
Yeah.
Like you were mentioning the bouquet of support.
Yes.
Okay.
So it doesn't have, it's what that person needs. And if they need an OB specifically, all things being normal, you may not need that, but you might need to have that well care, right? But I would say you need a doula type person, birth worker, no matter what, just to bring information and be that, so you said navigators, but to be that person who can bring some objective information for you to then make some discerning choices. And that keeps you more informed. And it's not in replacement of, it's an added to.
Yeah. Perfect. Christine?
I think in the ideal, perfect world, everyone would have both, the best of worlds, right? An OB, a midwife. I think the outcomes in Georgia call for a different approach to care. Like every mom, like a mom-centered, mom-directed, this is who I need, this is what I need, this is what I want. You know what I mean? Because I feel like we just need to be normalizing a different approach to care from the mom's perspective. I support moms in the home birth space, but I also support moms who are birthing in a hospital setting, but they come to me just for the supplemental care because they don't have access to midwifery care, or they know that they want a midwifery model of care, but their provider may not offer that for them. So they come to us for that, and they also come to us for the connections with doulas and all of the other supportive professionals to help them in their journeys while they plan for their hospital birth, And so in that, they're also being taught how to advocate for themselves and how to speak up for themselves and how to politely decline certain things and all of the things. So I feel like a mom-directed approach to care is what we really need to be stressing.
Perfect. Dr. Hammond.
Absolutely, absolutely. When I hear everyone speak, it really makes me think about how important it is not to have that singular focus when we are talking about perinatal health, because a singular focus, it really ignores those upstream factors that really could impact these maternal health outcomes. Again, coming from the technology space, talking about venture capitalists, we always talk about these stats, like Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth, but you have to think that in these boardrooms, people may not have that public health background. They may not understand the statistics. So another way to say that is that with Black women having this disparity, that's 1.6 million excess deaths that have occurred because of this disparity. So when you're able to break it down for people in that way, they better understand we absolutely need to have this comprehensive approach. We've seen the research that midwives can actually help avoid some of those preventable deaths. A lot of times in these organizations, they understand that these things are important, but there has to be a doctor to direct the care. There has to be a midwife in the room. There has to be a doula in the room. So I think it's important to look at the statistics, but look at it and see that we need each other to make sure we're really combating this disparity together.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Vanya, what would you like to
just
share?
very briefly, I'll say, and I think Christine touched on this a little bit, if we're trying to distinguish between, I think traditionally what the differences have been in the model of care, is that midwifery care has really been client-centered and family-centered care. Typically, I think for pregnancies that are considered low risk, and also for persons who are seeking low interventions, right, or really want to elevate the physiological process of birth. I'm grateful for spaces like WellStar, however, who have also adopted that model and also really understand the importance of that even within the clinical setting, because we do have pregnant people who need to be under OB care, right? There are some times where that is really necessary and really important, and there are things that can happen in that space that may not be able to happen in the traditional midwife or home birth space. So to the point of the others here, there really is space and opportunity and necessity for both. And I think the more we can find ways to really center the client, right, and really elevate their needs and their experiences is really what's most important.
Perfect. And I think it is really important, what everyone has emphasized is that at the center of it all is the patient. And we tend to lose sometimes focus of that. And it is not one versus the other. It takes an entire community. It takes a village. In my practice, it has taken the midwives, the physicians, even the medical assistants, okay, because sometimes they're the ones that first see the patient and develop a relationship and a trust, like, you know, this is happening, like they whisper the secrets. It takes everyone for a good outcome. And you had an amazing, scary statistic, 1.6 million. One death is too much, regardless. One death is too much. The motto that I have, that we have in our service line is every woman, every time, at every phase of our lives. When we walk in and we see that patient, and we have to listen to our patients. Some patients do not like the idea of delivering in a brick and mortar hospital. Some patients need, unfortunately, or not just because of circumstances, to deliver in a brick and mortar because maternal morbidity and mortality has increased. High-risk pregnancies. Now, I've been practicing for 27 years. I have not seen this much mortality and morbidity than recently. It's predicted that high-risk pregnancies are going to be up to 37%, and you can't really predict. Someone can walk in and is low risk, and in 1 second, everything turns. And so it is important for us to have that collaborative relationship from the very beginning. If there is a patient who would rather have hands off or has a plan to deliver at home, to have at least the ability to then have people who she can say, you know, things are not going well, or a provider to say, where do I go? I think this blood pressure, or she's not looking well, or, you know, it really takes a collaboration. And so we need to start breaking down those barriers, because at this point, I want that person who's at the center of the care, and it's actually two people, and we tend to forget that. There are two people that we need to deliver safely, okay? Whatever it takes, by whatever means necessary, because one death is too many. And then sometimes in healthcare, we go, oh, mother lived, check, baby lived, check, and we don't see the consequences, because even if we delivered and that delivery in itself was a good outcome, the trauma of getting there is long lasting, and we tend to not address the PTSD, which is very real, that happens with that mom, and address that. Or that year, which we call the fourth trimester, in which things can happen. So the purpose of my voice is to bring awareness that every single person, all of the different aspects, is a prism, just looking at things differently, but the outcome should be the same. Every woman, every time. One death is too many. Okay?
Absolutely. Yes, let's clap. I saw you grab the mic. Was there something else you were going to add? And then I'll come right here as well. Yes, Vanya.
Yeah, just very briefly, I was thinking about my own personal experience. So I have two children, a 17-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, both of whom I birthed at home, and I received concurrent care with both of those pregnancies. I knew that what I wanted and what I needed personally was a midwifery care model, and yet resources and circumstances dictated that I needed to also be able to take advantage of my insurance to get my lab works done and things of that nature. And I know for many, many people, and many people that I support, they also receive concurrent care. And that makes actually, I think, achieving an ideal outcome for that patient or for that person possible.
For sure.
And just what you said, Vanya, that doesn't always have to look like home birth. You know what I mean? I think that when people hear midwife, they think home birth, they think danger, they think red flag. And it's like, no, everyone can benefit from midwifery care, and they do. And how do we create spaces for all moms to access midwifery care and in collaboration with OB Care?
I guess I was, in terms of collaborative care, I mean, and also structurally we think, I know we started with the OB and everybody leads with the OB. Who is the primary care person for that family? I'm always coming back to the family, right? So we're saying mother-centered care. I'm not gonna forget the dad or the partners that are showing up inside of that, because they have the PTSD when there's a bad outcome as well. I've sat in many births with a dad who is like, how did this happen? And ripped up the whole hospital room in anger. I don't understand what just happened. And so I want us to just not forget to keep that balance of the communication that occurs inside of that. Because when we start, that's why the continuity care of a birth worker doula is important, because we see every single phase of that. Meaning we see, okay, where did you begin your journey? Oh, well, it started with the two of us doing like something very simple. But inside of that conversation are the things that could cause a trauma in the labor, or can cause a longer, that 2-year period of postpartum really, that affects, does the ripple effect afterward. It can create an issue that we don't want to come up. And I just can't stress that enough. But that collaborative care is part of that, because if we see it early, a doula can create that avenue in partnership with the care team. That definitely, Christine and I did that for years in particular, but just kind of who else do we need to have in this room? And that person who's the point person, we're all here, they're here to support that person, then we move up and then we step back, and then it becomes the OB, and then we step up, we step back, then it becomes the physical therapist who's dealing with the scars of a cesarean section that needs to be broken up for that person to have a better outcome with their process through labor, right? So who gets to be let's just all work together in that. And I think systems, and I'll stop talking. No. Systems and hierarchical constraints make it such that we think you don't get to say nothing up in here, right? But no, this is where they get to say, and we're telling you that they have something to say, but now their voice is centered, right? So I think we just kind of always, like you said, it's not one or the other, it's in this other pocket of how do we get to discern which one is first. If there is a critical, acute issue, right? So anyway, I don't know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yes,
I agree
continue.
100%. I think that pregnancy and delivery is almost like an orchestra. There are times, drumline. I just remember, the line from that, and no one is at okay, I'm going to run this, because it's not well orchestrated. And again, I have the advantage of 27 years of, just working in that space with and there are times that you step aside, and there are times as if you need me, I'm here. And we hear all voices, because all voices need to be honored. And that is absolutely crucial. In an orchestra, there are moments in which it's the strings.
Yes.
And you step aside, you don't need to be the drum in the string, in that moment. You're going to spoil it, okay? And there are times in which the doula is the main character, okay? And you step aside and you let her do what she needs to do, and she comes back and she tells the team, okay, this is what's going on. And then the other characters, we are supporting actors, we turn up and we have our moment of, you know, and so is a well, when it works well, it is a thing of beauty. And I'm telling you, it can happen. I've seen it happen. I think that this movement, unfortunately, with our statistics, it has bubbled up the acute moment. But for such a time as this, we finally have all of the people that for years have been saying the same thing, but it's a different sound, right? And so now it is the drum line of WellCare. One band, one sound. We're all saying the same thing, just to have a beautiful symphony and a beautiful outcome.
Absolutely. And so, Dr. Hammonds, I saw you nodding your head in agreement. Is there any other perspective or in addition that you'd like to share?
Yes, absolutely. I was thinking about the insurance piece. So in my previous work, I worked at a benefits company. So they provided like excess coverage for people where your insurance might have fell off a little bit. So maybe your insurance covers postpartum care, but maybe not preconception care. So the benefits company really picked up in those areas. And it really made me think about how many people don't really take the time to look at what your insurance offers, even maybe talking with your company and seeing, are there benefits that exist? So I worked at Carrot. So even though it's a fertility benefits company, we also had like OB-GYN like resources. So the lactation consultants, doulas, et cetera, was a free benefit that came with your employer. So I always urge people to just take the time to see what does your insurance cover, and then also really exploring your benefits and see what else you may have access to.
For sure, yes.
And they may or may not know how to ask. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I was going to
everybody's
say that. Let me say that.
Yeah.
You all work together quite well. Insurance is a whole beast. Insurance is really hard for the common person to understand, and I think it's on purpose. But yeah, I just wanted to agree with you. Insurance, people don't know what to even read or look for when they talk about insurance and what it covers, what it doesn't, what they're allowed to, what they're, you know, it's a lot. So yet another barrier, right, to the things.
It can stop the whole process. It can stop the process for you even looking at a midwife and exploring out of hospital birth, knowing that some things could be covered, like Vanya said. Some of the parts can be covered. Yeah. But people don't understand that, and because the language, that's what, like systems, bureaucracy, can muddle that up, and definitely insurance. It does not have to be your insurance.
Oh, absolutely, because I was just thinking about, I mean, for individuals that are trying to create that plan or wanting to be informed and creating a budget, like I'm calling my HR person and saying, hey, I found out I'm expecting, you know, what resources are available. So, you know, when individuals are looking into that and they're creating a budget, is it the right perspective to go through their employer first? Or what guidance would you provide when creating the plan and thinking about the costs that are associated with?
I guess I have this conversation all the time.
Go for it, Christine.
Listen, because they have to understand in-network, out-of-network, co-insurance.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking
all
about.
These terms, like my clients get definitions, verbs, to glossary of insurance terms that you need to understand, because number one, I can't deal with insurance because it's a whole battle, number one, but it's like by the time they utilize their insurance, they would have paid out of pocket for a whole lot of other things that they probably wanted anyway. And so, you know, that's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it's frustrating, obviously, because if you're paying into your insurance plan, you want to be able to utilize the money for the services that you want, but it is not easy at all. So looking at in-network deductibles, out-of-network deductibles, co-insurance, all the things, it's just a hot mess.
And can I just literally shaking my head because like research is my true passion, and I remember doing some research at the benefits company I was at, and they were looking at like the coverage gap for Medicaid, and what is the wildest thing to me is that the biggest coverage gap, or where it doesn't exist, is also in southern states where the maternal mortality rate is 3 times as higher. So it is truly systemic when these things exist. So I'm nodding along because it's not as small as you think. Right. Like when this coverage gap exists, it truly impacts those outcomes. So.
And to know what the terms are, listen. I have a client in this room, and we went from 8 weeks to the baby coming. I know she remembers. So But the pieces of the insurance did bog us up for a second, I think. That being said, it's education, childbirth education. Say that. It's like, so that's why like a doula kind of like, let's navigate this. You're not doing it by yourself. That's all. I'm saying doula, but whoever the person is, say childbirth education, say lactation, say, and then we have a lactation consultant. I forgot to say that. We have you can prepare yourself, but say these things to your insurance person. So like you said, the glossary of terms that will cue them up for the code. I'm just gonna put it all out there. But I'm saying, but at least it's the term that will take that person you're talking to through insurance to the actual code, right? So speak plain language, don't say more. Don't say doula because, oh, it's a doula. It's still in the what is that? My childbirth education person. Because that's literally the whole time, right? So be mindful of that and then move forward. Don't let them get you caught up.
Vanya, was there something you wanted to mention as well?
Sure. I think just thinking about the WellStar Doula program, because the doula is often the person that helps patients, navigate a lot of these challenges. One of the beautiful things that I think our program offers specifically is we have folks on staff. We have a career RN who addresses the clinical needs of the people that are coming through our program, and then we also have essentially a social worker on staff that can point folks to various resources. So if there is need, a food shortage, or if there is a need for transportation, or even jobs, help with employment, things of that nature, there are a lot of resources available to them, and it is our job, particularly at that postpartum, well, really throughout the process, but we have the ability in the postpartum period to refer them, out to various folks within our network. We have the ability to leverage that system there with various providers, or we have folks on staff who are specifically dedicated to making sure that people have access to the things that they need access to in a timely fashion.
Thank you for saying that, and I just wanted to piggyback on that. Our system has, I think it's the only system thus far in the state that has an integrated, embedded doula program within the system, so that it is embedded in the fiber of our women's health service line in order to drive better outcomes. And so, as Vanya described, it is structured network. And we need to emphasize that even more, so that our doulas are not only helping out with a birthing plan, but a post-birth plan, which is very important. And again, the fact that doulas are able to go into that house and because people write down plans. We write plans, but then really when you go in and, wait a minute, you're planning to be out for 6 weeks. How are we going to do this? You had you had twins. How are you going to manage? And integrate the husband and the support system, and be able to identify more areas of support. I have a story. I don't know if I'm able to tell it.
Let's
just kind of depicting this, and this is one that it really hits close. We had a patient that had a traumatic event. She was involved in a motor vehicle accident, and then fractured, her pelvis. So first, that's the first thing. There's the loss of the ideal of a normal pregnancy, and that is traumatic. And so how's this patient and her family going to maneuver through so many things? So there were things that we needed to, the patient was in a lot of pain, could not get to all of her appointments, and was depressed, but also some food insecurity, so she could not eat and started losing weight. And at that point, the doula, of course, the midwife, the doctor, we were all aware of some of this, but sometimes you just need those eyes to say, okay, something is wrong, hubby is involved, the neighbor, the mom, but we have to do something. And the decision was then made, perhaps we need for the rest of this pregnancy to bring, the mom is at the center, to bring her to the antepartum unit, so that she's here in the hospital and everyone comes to her, instead of this lady with a fractured pelvis trying to move around in pain. PT, OT could also come see her. She can get appropriate nutrition, and things started to improve. Once the delivery, that's not the end of it. It's probably when work starts. And so once delivery occurred, then we had to start figuring, okay, so she goes home, then what? She lived in a second floor, third floor apartment. So something like that, okay, yeah, so we check the boxes, as you were saying. How is that mom gonna maneuver that? The doula brought that information to us. And so then through the case workers, et cetera, we were able to speak to the manager of the apartment to say, is there any way that we can move this family down to the first floor? And actually, kudos to that manager, that was done. Wow. So these are things, I'm telling you, it takes a whole community, and this is just one patient. So she was able to move to the first floor, which helps also, you know, the spouse also, and the partner. Imagine just that nightmare of trying to even get groceries up. Most apartment complexes, when you know, is not that high, there are no elevators. And so now she is able, she, you know, got surgery, you know, she had a hip replacement, and that is a successful story, but it took everyone, you know, OT, PT, you know, the ortho doctor, everyone. It is, these days, it takes a community. We cannot live in silos, and I'm gonna tell you, just looking at historically, pregnancy and life was never meant to be lived in a silo. And I think we're coming full circle. It's a circus what we're living in now, but full circle as to what we need.
Thank you. Are there other similar stories or things that you'd like to share as we talk about the support team and making sure, yes?
Actually, I wanted to say that the program you all have with the doula program in Wellstar, we experienced that firsthand, just what it felt like, how it was beautiful. I had a mom who planned her home birth, and we had to transfer for a non-urgent situation. She needed an epidural. But we went into the hospital, into Wellstar Cobb, and we were met with the doula team that was there, who I know, you know, because we worked in the home spaces together. And it was like, oh, hey, girl, you know, and it was just beautiful the way that the support was continued. The doctor, thank God, the doctor that was there with us was very respectful and just very communicative, and she was just, you know, okay, you know, we just talked about a new plan for the patient. But even just to see familiar faces in what could be a scary change of plans, right? We weren't met with any, you know, discord and judgment, disappointment. It wasn't any of that. It was all about mom, and it was all about, you know, the circle of people. So it was great to see, like, doulas that I knew, but were also a part of the doula program that you have integrated into Wellstar. So that was a great experience. I'll just say that and shout y'all out.
I love it. Yes.
I just want to say, so that's wonderful. And I probably sound like, you know, this is my 28 years too. That's wonderful. Georgia hasn't had that. I'm going to say that straight out. I had that when I was in Virginia, and my son is 27. So this is the break in that bureaucratic, what's going on with politics, the body, the black woman's body, and what's happening, right? So all that's going on. So at the same time, in alignment with that, the construction of what that looks like in terms of at home, right? What's happening before we get there? What's happening when we don't have that, but everything's otherwise normal? So just kind of not necessarily a postpartum trauma, but disruptions, right, in your process and flow. What we curate is the team of care that's based on how the family has decided to move forward with their care. And if there are, like I said, like we've been talking about the social determinants, then we can decide how it's gonna happen in postpartum care, and if there needs to be a postpartum doula or a birth worker, or however that looks. So it's not daunting. So that's very nice. Most people don't have a social worker. I'm going to say that. Am I wrong about that? No. I didn't have a social worker, but that's great to have, right? So most people aren't having that. Most people in the silos aren't really communicating about it. So that being said, if you do have a team, you have a midwife, you have a doula, you have your chiropractor. Let's start with those 3 people and work out the networks from there. In terms of the identified birth process people, right? Then it's like, oh, okay, let's build a vision. So not necessarily, because it can change, like to your point, it can change over time. So then let's build from there. And yes, do I know where? No, my doula knows where. I don't know the name of this. Where do I find a doula? Doulamatch.com, if you're gonna really keep it simple, .net. But just put it in and you'll find one, because now there are a lot, especially in Georgia, there's a lot of people accessible. You just have to put it in and find it. And then talk to one and the resources will come from there in terms of money. Everybody talks about money, right? But that being said, find the one and let the ripple effect occur, because I have to know from you so that I can help you be who you get to become in through this journey. But we definitely would have a family. I remember we would have a family care team that we meet with the family and the dad, to your point, outside the hospital. So this is not something that is only hospital-based in terms of how you can construct that, I mean, right? You can have like, okay, well, let me bring, who's coming? My best friend may not need you here because you might be extra, but right now it's you. And my mama, oh, but my mama lives out of state, but she's gonna be on the call. Who's weighing in is the point. Who's influencing the decision-making? So there can be shared decision-making, and there can be a structure set up that is the vision of how you wanna go through your journey. Just the vision. And I don't know enough. Well, let me go back to the education person. A doula or the midwife, who's one of those 3? If that's the 3 I'm working with first. And then let's create something from there. And there's 50 million books. There's a lot of clicking that goes on the interwebs. So let's just kind of keep that framework. Sorry, go ahead.
No apologies needed at all. So we have a couple of questions that have come through. So the first question is, let's talk about how to find practitioners aligned with my birth choices. Many providers I found were not supportive of my birth plan, and that was very surprising that many were also Black. So, Black. Would anyone like to chime in on this question? Want to talk about how to find practitioners aligned with their birth choices? And I guess this. Oh. Please. Okay, great. Please.
Sure. Everybody, hi. I'm Melanie. And I moved here from California pregnant, right? And so I was a little bit nervous and afraid. So part of so I moved here from Georgia, and I was pregnant with my daughter. And so what I did was immediately got on the doula match, and I connected while I still lived in California with a doula here. But one of the things that I also wanted to do was talk to OBs, talk to people who I knew that I would need when I got here. And one of the things that I was really struggling with was, okay, so I wanted a holistic, low intervention birth, and so I started talking with OBs and other people in the spaces. And I really was disenchanted by the responses that I got, even from Black Black practitioners who I even personally knew, right? And so I ended up with Delandra Vinson, who was my doula, and she definitely did help me with navigating and meeting additional people. I ended up delivering my baby at Atlanta Birth Center. And I also met Christine that way, and lots of other people. But I think once you get plugged into this little network, it's easy. But if you're out here trying to find people aligned with your birth philosophy, it could be very, very challenging. And I know, and I think that was one of the things that was most disappointing to me, was that I was going to Black providers and was met with some very different philosophies, and they weren't really necessarily supportive of mine. And so I know the people on this panel are not the people I'm talking about. I know the people in this room are also most likely not the people I'm talking about. But I see a lot of clients who are looking for those things as well, right? So I just wanted to hear your thoughts about getting plugged into the people who we know we're talking about in these systems, that it's not exactly easy to find if you don't know who to look for.
Go ahead, Mom.
Yeah, so I think this is a tough question, and especially because I feel like I've been in Atlanta, well, permanently for 20 years. I'm from the DMV. And so I do think accessing providers who I knew would serve my needs was a lot easier. One of the resources that I would like to recommend, and you all may have heard of it, is the Earth app. And it's like,
IRTH, correct?
yes, and it's birth without the B. She'll always say, the founder, she dropped the B for bias. And so I think that has been an incredible resource for people these days who are looking for, to your point, providers that are align with their needs and their values. And the beautiful thing about the Earth app is that it is client or patient reviews on there. So you get firsthand what people's experiences have been like with providers in various states. And I'm not even sure all the states that Earth services right now, but I think that's an excellent resource for folks, and it was specifically designed for that reason. And I don't know, we have so many people in the audience too that could probably speak to this as well.
But I definitely was, I was going to actually say Earth app, but I would say Inner Light Holistic Doula and Perinatal Consulting. So, because I do have the font of the relationship, and that's the biggest thing, the relationships, right? Because, skin folk ain't always kinfolk in our medical decision making. And I think but it also puts us a little further most of the time, right? It's a double-edged sword in that way. That being said, I would also say Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies. I would also say Center for Black Women's Wellness, just to kind of get some of the, who also received the award today, I forgot. But just to kind of really just get you in a wheelhouse of services and people who are a network of relationships. You may not know all the names, but it's going to take you, even within that, to find someone who is a fit for you. So you might still have, she wears all of this and she's, but she may not be the fit for you. She just looks like it, right? So just kind of be mindful of that. It's still a process, but at least developing like I said, the 1-2 relationships so that you can then go here, talk to her. Sounds like you need these people. And I definitely find myself, that's definitely in that network that Inner Light Holistic has. We definitely have that network to these main spaces for you to find someone who brings you the same philosophy, because that's what I hear you saying, the same philosophy. And primarily it's usually for a mostly physiologic framework. That's really what we're talking about. Physiologic-based birth, which is working with your body, y'all, working with your body.
Perfect. So our last question before we round out our fantastic panel, and this question says, do you ever take home residual trauma in your experiences as a birth professional?
Yes. Yes. There is the term, the second victim. If you heard of that term, and I know that sounds, like, wait a minute, what happened to the patient? I can tell you, as a provider for 27 years, that I have, in many, many occasions, after a traumatic birth or just being there, gone into a bathroom, gotten on my knees, didn't matter if it was a public bathroom, and bawled my eyes out and prayed to the Lord because I am at the end of my ability or my strength to help someone else, and I need him there, and this was terrible. You don't, so we talk about, doctors, but I'm going to tell you, most people that go into this profession in this space, we do it because we absolutely love what we do. We love a good birth, a good outcome. So when it doesn't go as envisioned or we think it's going to go, it can be devastating. And it's going to take another village, another support person to tell us it's going to be okay, Paula, get back on that horse, because many times we say, that's it, I'm done. And I've seen so many providers, and now that I am in a leadership role, I have had to then mentor many that have called and said, I'm done, this is it. Or even the fear. Sometimes we see another colleague and that happened to them, and you're looking at what happened and you're going, that could have been me. I'm done. So that is real. We do cry. We cry our eyeballs out. It is rough. It really is. And so Therefore, the passion that you see, not only here, but in many other spaces, every woman, every time, one death is too much. And we cry, we study, we cry out to the Lord, we get our support people, but that is our goal. But we do mourn the loss of a normal delivery.
Was there something you want to add, Christine?
I'll say that if you've ever sought midwifery care from an independent midwife and saw that they're full or they're no longer taking patients or no first-time moms, like she has all these things, that is why, okay? Because we're in the homes, we're riding the waves with the whole family through all their stuff, and you give all of your everything, you know, and the moment things don't turn out the way that we planned for, you unfortunately become a part of the grieving process and might be the cause of it or the blame of it. And then you're taking this home to your family. And, you know, one thing my husband told me is people are going to be people. People are always peopling. And that's true in every space. I mean, even for midwives and physicians and doulas, like we're front row seat to all of the stuff that goes on in people's lives. So absolutely we take home trauma with us and have to, you know, cleanse and restore ourselves on a regular basis. That's why I have goats as therapy animals, okay?
There you go.
That's why my house is crazy.
We are having to wrap up. Listen, if it were up to me, we would stay all afternoon. Go get.
Doulas are really in the brunt of that. I want to say that 100%. This is why I started my Inner Light Holistic Doula Mentorship Program, because starting with self, don't be the martyr, don't be the savior, because we come in with our traumas, even in, don't matter which role, whatever our trauma or disruption is, and we bring that to the space. So my work has now, on the retirement side of doula, right, quote unquote, I'm not retired, they kept saying, is doing the work so that you can show up for families. So I work with birth workers of all kinds, all stripes, from reproductive justice to the doula to OB, a midwifery assistant, to mentor them, to help them work on their stuff so they can keep doing the good work. So it doesn't matter, the perinatal mental health person. So it is important that therapists have therapists, birth workers have birth workers, but sometimes birth workers are too traumatized to help the other birth worker. But at least to have the circle to debrief, that's my work. That's the work that I'm in now, specifically to this question. That literally is the work I'm in. Holding up my sister, holding up my mentees, holding up the sisters, holding up the brothers, because we do have doulas who are brothers also. But whoever needs to feel called to be in the work, let's be clear about why you're in the work and put down your stuff to take care of other people. Take care of you, put on the mask on yourself, right? And then show up to be, because you are holding their whole world. So let's be clear about us. So that's why it's to that question.
Absolutely. Let's give our esteemed panelists a phenomenal round of applause. Beautiful job, ladies. Beautiful job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
I'm gonna call you up. All right. What a panel, right? Can we give them another hand clap? Crushed it. Oh my goodness. That care team is integral to the success of your health and wellness. And so thank you so much, ladies, for your insight. Such beautiful women on this stage, too. They look really, really, really beautiful on the stage. All right. Now it's time to segue into the fellas conversation. Y'all ready for that? Yes. All right, yes, hand clap to that. Now, as aforementioned, 1 in 10 fathers experience paternal perinatal or paternal mood and anxiety disorders. And so it's important that we elevate them and include them into the conversations that we've been having today, right? And so without further ado, I'm going to introduce our dad panel for today. So born and raised in Georgia, Chris Gaston knows Metro Atlanta real estate. As one of the leading realtors in the metro area, his service-first approach is something he's carried with him throughout his career. With over 10 years of experience in real estate, Chris has done it all, operated as a solo agent, co-owned a brokerage, and in 2022 opened his own team. Under the Gaston team, he served clients with all their buying and selling needs. From first-time home buyers to people looking for their forever home, Chris's market knowledge, negotiating skills, and vast network empowers his clients to make the best financial and living decisions for their unique needs. Chris has appeared as a special guest on various podcasts where he has shared his personal experiences and inspires others to go after their entrepreneurial dreams. Earlier this year, he welcomed his first child into his family. Yes, clap, 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 clap. She is a cutie patootie. As a proud girl dad, Chris spends his free time at the park and teaching his 8-month-old about football, as he should, volunteering to serve meals with his church, and grilling with friends. Everyone, please help me welcome my good friend and brother, Chris Gaston. The bio is very true because he's helped my husband and I found our forever home, so maybe forever. Next up, we have another extraordinary gentleman, T. Jamal Lee. T. Jamal Lee is a visionary leader with a diverse background in education, financial advising, and community development. As the founder and executive director of African Unity Initiative, Incorporated, he champions cross-cultural collaboration and empowerment. His experience includes serving as a public health and community development facilitator with the Peace Corps in Guinea, where he conducted grassroots educational forums on health and entrepreneurship, and teaching sociology as an adjunct professor. With an MBA in international business and expertise in international development, Lee promotes equitable economic opportunities as a financial advisor at Oladele Financial. Currently a doctoral candidate in Georgia State University's Executive DPA program, he focuses his research on addressing financial service gaps in low-income communities. Additionally, as a chairman of the Young Entrepreneurs Collaborative within the Atlanta Black Chambers, Lee is committed to nurturing emerging leaders and building inclusive, economically resilient communities through education and strategic partnership. Without further ado, please welcome T. Jamal Lee. Also my fellow Georgia Trends 40 under 40 friend. Last but certainly not least, we're gonna welcome Jamir Martinez. Jamir Martinez holds a Bachelor's of Science in Information Security from Kennesaw State University and an MBA from the University of Georgia. Go Dogs. With over 12 years of experience in the tech industry, including roles at Facebook and Microsoft, Jamir has developed a deep understanding of technology's role in modern society. Married of 5 years and the father of 2 young boys, Jameer is an advocate for mental health awareness inspired by a personal tragedy, losing a close friend to suicide only months ago. This loss has fueled Jameer's commitment to promoting mental well-being and encouraging open conversations about mental health. In Jameer's career, he has witnessed firsthand how the demands of the tech industry can impact mental health, and he is dedicated to supporting resources that foster resilience, wellness, and support for those in similar fields. With a balanced perspective from both personal and professional experience, Jameer brings insight into how companies can support mental health and the critical role of community in healing. Please help me welcome my brother, Jameer Martinez. All right, guys, welcome in. No pressure. So first, I'll make the first question easy for you. How about that? I'll do that for you. Tell me a little bit about your experience of becoming a dad. And I'll start with Jameer. He looks eager.
Where do I start? Well, first I'll say my wife didn't think that she could have children because she's a cancer survivor of ovarian cancer. And when she met me, she said, on like our first or second date, she's like, I don't know if I'll be able to have children. I just want you to know up front. I told her, I was like, you're going to have kids if you want to have kids. Don't worry about all that. So we ended up having 2 beautiful boys. So the journey of a father is, it's tough, it's amazing, it's fun, and it's everything that you can think of. It's more of a roller coaster every single day. I was just talking to Chris about this before you walked in. It's kind of the best thing that you will ever do, but it will also be the hardest thing that you will ever do. But the joy that you get is something that you can't imagine, you can't fathom it, and it just naturally just happens.
That's beautiful, Jameer. And I know those 2 little boys. They are brilliant, they are rambunctious, they're beautiful.
All of that. All
of the above, but they have beautiful parents that's going to continue to nurture them. And I look forward to seeing that and witnessing that. Jamal.
Well, that was interesting. My wife is also a survivor of ovarian cancer. Yes. The thing with our situation, though, is she had to have a full hysterectomy. So when we met, she was afraid to tell me that she couldn't have children. And I let her know, because we had started getting serious and we started talking about children and the, expectations, the way conversations go. And then she ended up telling me, and I remember my first reaction, she said, if you want to, break things off now, I understand. And I laughed because I was already there. I was like, I'm not going anywhere. She thought I was. So I was like, this is over. I don't know what that last little part of the sentence was, but you can throw that away. So anyway, our journey was very different. So we were looking at both in vitro and adoption opportunities, in vitro with a surrogate, of course. And anyway, fast forward to now, we have adopted a baby girl last December. She was born in December. And we had a previous adoption opportunity around 2019 that the parents changed their minds at the last minute. So we've been through that. And now, fast forward, we're here. So when you say the journey, it's been a journey, and it's long, and it's, heartbreak and trying to not get attached, but then getting attached, and all types of roller coasters. So, but that's been the ride that we've been on. So, very
wow, beautiful indeed and interesting indeed. But that little baby was meant for y'all. That was what that pause was. It was a pause. It was a delay, not a denial. Okay? So that's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Chris?
Yeah, I just love that we are all sharing our journeys, because I don't know you, but I didn't know that about you either. I was adopted. So fatherhood for me, it's funny how we're all interconnected and also on this stage. And that's why, and also too, I guess before I answer, thank you to PSI-GA, thank you to Chantel, because I think, previous generations, we didn't have these conversations for men. We definitely didn't have it about the care team. I heard all those things affected me and my wife's journey. So thank you to everybody who is having this. And then, being adopted, I knew fatherhood would always be a thing. Dated my now wife forever. Got married almost 3 years ago. Child 8 months. It was just beautiful, man. I mean, there are hard days. There are easy days. There are days where you can't believe this beautiful thing is happening. But overall, I think the network, the community, the guys that I've been around and been able to share kind of my experiences with has made my journey, I won't say easier, but easier for me to wrap my head around, because a lot of my friends had already had kids by the time I had kids. So overall, beautiful.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And I don't believe in mistakes. I don't know what those are. I think everything that happens is intentional, and it's, this ain't for us. This for somebody else. Somebody else needs this. So thank you for elevating that, though, because this connection right here is just the beginning. It's the beginning. But so dads discussing maternal support. Now, don't get it twisted. We don't talk about y'all supporting these mama bears, but we're also going to talk about you taking care of yourselves and what that looks like. So we're going to start with, how did you support your partner during that time of, after childbirth, after acquiring adoption, because you still experience perinatal mood and anxiety disorders even if you didn't have the child. You experience those things. So what was that experience like for you as the partner supporting the birth giver? And I'll start with Chris this time.
Okay. What was that experience like, or how did we support? A lot of communication. My wife had me in so many classes before, and I'll be honest, since we're sharing, at first I was like, lady, I'm not trying to be a doctor. I don't need to go. Saturdays, I'm trying to watch my football like we talked about. I'm sitting here holding a baby for 6 hours. It's not real because I got to get used to it. But no, I say all that to say that all of those classes in one way or another have come into the birthing process. We had a doula, which I thought at first was crazy, and then I loved her. So I guess overall, listen to your wife and what she needs, and just be there for her.
We get a hand clap for that. Thank you, Chris. Now, Jamal, you had a unique experience, right? So tell me about your experience and your wife's experience in supporting her through this journey.
So I mentioned she had a full hysterectomy. That happened back in 2010. So we meet in 2014, get married in 2015. So we meet in Africa. She's from Guinea. I was living in Guinea. Anyway, we get back to Atlanta, or I get back, she comes. My first thought is I need to get her into, under a doctor's care. Let's see what our options are, because her record said she still had an ovary. So, okay, let's see if something, is possible there. We go, and the day that we are supposed to find out, if the birth is viable, we're prepared for bad news, that it may not be something. We come there prepared for that being the worst possible news, and then we get punched in the mouth with cancer's back. So we were not prepared for that. And so that was a whole nother like level of support that I have to be prepared for. At that time, we had only been married for 3 years. And when you hear in sickness and in health, you think it's gonna be a long time down the road. And it was like, hey. And so having to now rework my brain to, okay, cancer, what does that mean? How far along, what does this mean? So we go through treatment, and then the opportunity for adoption comes the next year in 2019. It falls through. So now we both were trying not to get attached, telling ourselves that we weren't, broke us, and trying to figure out how to feel my pain, but also be there to help her through what's not happening, but also what is happening inside her body still. And then 2023, we get a call from a doctor that's in Guinea letting us know that there's a young lady who wants to give her baby up for adoption. And so this is December 11th. The baby's born December 12th. Before she even finished talking, she was like, do you want to do it? It was yes, automatically. And so we were prepared. We saw the baby, you know, immediately after birth, like over photos, videos. She's been to Guinea to be there and do all the paperwork and spend time with the baby while I was here working. And we are, you know, just helping each other navigate that kind of anxiety of expectation, prepping the room, prepping everything, and just making sure that we have a home for this baby that is our daughter, that's been our daughter since before she was born, because I knew it was a girl. Even before it was born, I said, this is my daughter, and I had already named her. And then she was born the next day, maybe like a couple of hours of, maybe like 8 or 9 hours after we got the news of the opportunity. And it was like, as a girl, I said, I know. And so that is the journey we're still on right now. So that's kind of how we're navigating and helping each other through it. So it's real odd. Some days I'm strong, some days she's strong, and it's like, you know, a little tug of war where we're helping each other up.
Wow, that is so powerful, Jamal. Thank you so much. And I know your beautiful wife is in the audience right now. Fun story, met them at the Georgia Trends 40 Under 40 on the 23rd, that's correct. And I just, we just, congratulations, to each other. And then he started sharing his story. Then I met his beautiful wife. And I said, what are you doing November 2nd? What are you doing? You need to be up here. Yeah. So thank you so much for saying yes, because your story is, you and your wife's story is so beautiful. And I got to see that cute little bouncy baby. She is super cute. All right, Jameer.
These two gentlemen, I think, probably touched on a lot of key points. Communication is key. And the communication that you think that you know is not the communication that you think it is. Because there are a lot of times to where you have to pick up. It's like you need to know your partner really well to where if they're like falling off a little bit and you can kind of see it, they can be extremely exhausted, but you just know it because you know that person so well, you just pick back up. You're not asking any questions, you're not doing anything, you just know. And we lost our first child, right? And when that happened, she was 7 weeks. Everybody was calling, and I'm like, it's okay. But I was like, hey, don't call me, call my wife. Make sure she's okay, right? Because yes, it happened to us, but it happened to her, right? So making sure that she's okay and knowing when she has those tough times and knowing that it's okay to not be okay, because there will be so many times like that. So having those conversations and being okay to be vulnerable, especially as a man, is extremely hard, because I grew up in a house where that wasn't really a thing. So learning to be vulnerable with your partner is so important, because it will pay off later. And when, especially as a man, showing your wife that you can be vulnerable to her, it's amazing. And that support that you can provide without even knowing what she needs. And then when you do something, she's like, How you know I needed that? I just saw it, baby. I just saw it.
And that is so, so powerful, Jameer. Just being able to see your wife, see her. Like I feel like that's just been echoed throughout the whole summit, is being seen. It's so important because there's so many spaces that women, especially Black women, are not seen. So to be seen by your partner is everything. It's everything. Sometimes we go to work and we come home just to be seen, and we're excited about it, right? A lot of people know, because I'm very transparent about my story, my husband's and I's story about losing our daughter at 28 weeks, and I will tell you that be intentional about who you marry. I'm not playing about that, because this man had to emotionally peel me off the floor so many days that I didn't ask for help. I didn't have to, because he saw me. He saw me try to fight through the pain. He saw me try to, smile and, still be my regular self. And I didn't have to ask him for anything. So it is not lost on me that the importance of having a partner, a spouse that sees your partner, even when they don't know how to articulate what they need, you show up for them and you give them what they need. That is powerful. Give them a hand clap for that. I'm sorry, they need that. Shout out to my husband. He's here too. Thank you, baby. Now, this is about you now. How do you take care of you during this time? Because obviously, you're outward facing, you're supporting your, wives and their motherhood and them trying to figure it out, because there's no blueprint for this thing, right? Like, you just kind of jump in with 2 feet and you figure it out together. But how are you taking care of yourselves during this journey? And I'll start with Jameer.
I'll be a hypocrite if I say I'm doing it well. It's a journey. There will be times, and I'm pretty sure the dads will probably agree, but probably won't say it. There are a lot of times where I would just sit in my car in the garage for like 5 minutes before I walk into the house, because I just need it, right? And I remember when we had our first child, this was during COVID as well, so we're locked in the house. If anybody need anything from Target, I'll go. What you need? You need to take trash out? I'll go. I just needed to get out the house, right? And I think it's about really knowing yourself and knowing what you need, and being okay with expressing that. Because a lot of times as fathers, I can definitely speak for myself, I will stay quiet and I will keep going because I'm supposed to be the rock to hold us all together, right? Boy, it gets tired. Yeah, it gets tired. So you need to understand yourself and understand your body when your body talks to you to say that you need time, and listen. Like, even if it's just taking like 30 minutes just to get outside, or like I really like to listen to music, so I'll just take 5 minutes, just go outside, and leaning on other fathers as well. When I had my first, I had a frat brother of mine. As soon as, because he had his son, I think a few months prior to us, he would call me just checking on me. He's like, hey man, how you doing? And that just did so much for me. So I know any other father that comes after me, I have done that same exact thing. Because just having that one person that you can reach out to and be like, man, am I doing this right? Is that all right? Am I doing this? Like, is this okay? Just having that person you can talk to is so important. So I think that that's what's really been important for me, to be able to take care of myself during this time and just know that that journey never stops.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you so much for sharing. And I know that vulnerability is an interesting topic of discussion sometimes with men. But when you do, it's such a beautiful, beautiful conversation, because we see a side of you all that we probably wouldn't see if you wouldn't allow us to see that, right? So, Jamal, you're up next.
Sure. To reiterate what he's saying, I probably am horrible at this. There's only so much you can juggle, and then you have to prioritize what can you afford to drop the ball on, and most of the time we say ourselves. I know for me, I'm at the hospital. I live at the hospital. I feel like it. We're at scanning appointments, treatment appointments, such and such appointments. So I don't want to go to the hospital for me. So it's like, when was the last time you had a checkup? I don't know. No idea. I'm alive enough to be able to see what's wrong with her and to see if she's okay. And so it's really support, community, being vulnerable, and vulnerability is not something that is taught amongst the men and that is acceptable. We're not socialized to be vulnerable, not to each other. Growing up, our relationship with our friends, our male friends, is making fun of each other.
Oh my goodness.
The most, the closer we become, the more we make fun of each other. So
Where's the logic in that?
Logic. But so it's like, okay, during, childhood, adolescence, and growing up, then when life starts to hit, then you'll see, all right, these are friends that I can kind of share this with. These aren't. And then when it comes to male-female dynamic, we're so used to talking to other men a certain way, we automatically know, probably around, 13 to 15, all right, I got to talk to girls a little different than I talk to the boys. And then when you're in a relationship, it's completely like, okay, I got to learn a whole nother language. I just said this in this tone. This is my tone of voice. But that was taken a different way. Okay, I got to speak like this when I'm saying, it's like a whole thing. And so I could teach a class. I speak 5 languages, and woman is one of them. But, and I still misinterpret certain things, okay? But the point is, I have to, with all of that, where am I? Okay, as a husband, as a father, everything that we see, it's about provide, protect. Like it's a service position.
Ooh.
So
that just hit my spirit. Say it that one more time. It's a service position.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
So when do you factor in yourself in that equation? It's not really ever even really talked about. So it's difficult, it's challenging. I understand it's important. Verbally, I'll say it. Oh, I need to take care of myself, or I need some time to myself. And maybe I get that time when I'm just kind of watching something in the background that doesn't require any thought. I don't know, I like cartoons. I told myself a long time ago when I was a child, I'll never stop watching cartoons. 'Cause I wanted to actually enjoy watching it with my children. I thought about this as a child. Weird. But I wanted to still be like, not as a chore. I remember asking my father and my mother to watch certain shows with me, and it felt like it was a chore for them. And I was like, I don't want it to be a chore for me, so while I still like it, let me just keep liking it. So I do that, and then, there's certain other things, maybe take a walk. But honestly, the answer is I don't know. I'm probably horrible at it, taking care of myself.
I'll add one piece to that: protect, provide, and profess. Those are the 3 things I said. and like professing is professing love. Okay, so I said those in my vows. So as soon as you said that, I was like, yep, that's it. Protect, provide, and profess.
Wow, thank you. I kept hearing like safety is required when it comes to having male friends that you feel like you can be vulnerable with. And if you don't feel emotionally safe, it's a no-go. So I'm sure that's probably a smaller circle of individuals, right? But at least you have that circle because it is necessary. Chris?
Yeah, the thing that kept coming up for me was vulnerability. And as we change, not for better, for worse, but make it our own fatherhood, right? Because we all had our dads or, you know, the people who had dads in their life, those traditional men, be tough, be this, be that. And so I brought a lot of that into my relationship with my now wife, into our marriage. And it was maybe in the past 3, 4-ish years where, like, you have to allow somebody to be there for you. You have, like, and it's scary, but if you're not going to do it with that significant other, so when you ask, like, how you're taking care of yourself, I echo what they say. I do a terrible job as well, but that is one area where I can say she is my rock. Every time I've been to the doctor in the past 2 years, it's because she set the appointment. And then it was like 2 weeks out. You going to that appointment, right? A week out, the day of, like, it's 8:45. You should probably. So I will give taking care of myself. I'm bad at it, but my wife knows me well enough to know how to make certain adjustments. I should probably take more ownership of that, as I guess we all could. And then the second part that they've said, the circle of dudes, man, like Jameer is one of those guys, your husband is one of those guys where I've had both of them call me and be like, bruh, you haven't picked up the phone in X amount of weeks. What's going on with you? And like before I was like, I'm just figuring my stuff out. And like I just thought that was a suitable answer. And maybe when you're 18 and 19 and you don't have major problems, but when you get to a certain level and you have responsibilities for family, for people, for businesses, like you just isn't enough. And maybe somebody feels differently, but had very hard conversations with Rod, and it was, bruh, I can't be there for you if you don't allow me to. Kind of the same things I heard from my wife. So if all these people in your life, in your circle gets smaller as you get older, those people are in that circle and they're telling you something. I mean, I guess you cannot listen, but I don't know what the positive is in that. So vulnerability in your wife, vulnerability in those people who have earned the space and the right to be there is kind of how I take care of myself. I should be more proactive, but right now that's gotten me here.
Yeah, that's powerful. Wow, that's good. That's good. So this is off script, so sorry guys. What have you learned about yourself now that you become a dad? Because I feel like it's different, right? Like something comes over you and you're like, man, I'm a dad now. So what is that feeling like? And tell us a little bit about that. And I'm gonna start with Jameer because he looks the most confused.
What have I learned about myself since becoming a dad? A lot of the characteristics of my father run through me so deep. Whether I like it or not, it happens. That's probably number one. Number two, it's probably understanding what you want to take from your parents and things you want to leave with your parents, good or bad. And when you become a father, your hustle changes. Every father will always say, like, a switch will just happen. I remember telling Chris when he was about to have his child, I said, don't worry about it. That switch will come on, and you will just know it. Your hustle changes because when you become a father and you're an actual father, not just a dad, but a father, you have goals for your children, right? You want them to have the things that you did not have, or you want them to have a certain life, and you want to put them in better places than what you were. So you think about that like 20, 30 years down the line, and you have to reverse engineer how to get to that. You're not going to know how to do it, but just some kind of way you're going to figure it out. So anything that you do is for your children and for your family and for your spouse. So I'd probably say those are probably the biggest things that like I've learned as becoming a father, and also about like the being vulnerable and all those things, that's all important as well. And listening to your partner,
Yes,
whether you like it or not.
absolutely. And your beautiful wife is in the audience as well? Is she?
Oh, she wasn't
Yes,
supposed
she
to be
is,
here.
because that's my sister.
Hi, sweetheart.
If you haven't noticed, we are part of the village. Jamal.
Something was in my brain, and it went away. But I believe what he spoke about, like all three of us had our fathers in the home, some version. Cool. So I do see elements that I am picking up from my father, and then the hustle side of things. There are certain things that with work, that I probably would not have done before, that I am taking the sacrifice to do now. Certain positions I wouldn't be willing to take because I just don't like to do it. But it's whatever I need this. I need some consistency. I need this in the household. I can't sacrifice this anymore. There's certain things that I can do on my own. This even came with marriage. Certain living conditions that T can do. Like, I lived in Guinea in a room maybe the size of those 3 chairs in length, and maybe the size from those chairs to me in in length and in the width of those 3 chairs, right? I can do that. That's fine by me, but I'm not putting my wife in that. And she's from the country. And so it's like, okay, step up in that form. So a father has to step up even more. I have to provide more comfort. Then it's a girl. So I'm not going to put her through certain things that my son, okay, sleep on the wood floor. You know what I'm saying? Like, my brother and I had to do it. But, okay, now I have a daughter. So that womanese that I had to learn with speaking to my wife, I had to learn, even further with a baby girl, and then a toddler girl, and then a little girl, and then an adolescent girl. So just preparing my brain for that. Fortunately, I have a niece who just turned 14, so I saw her go through all of that. And so I've a little bit of practice of talking to her through all those stages. So it's just communication ability has to elevate. And a lot of other things.
Yo, that's good. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Chris.
So what did I learn about myself?
Yes.
I think a lot. Every day, something different. The thing that comes to me now is like how important like family, and I guess it's not necessarily myself, but what I have been seeing is like how important family and interconnection is. And my wife will tell you, like, when it's like time to go over to the uncle's house that you don't really know, I'm like, we're not going to that. But I've learned that the family that you have and the connections that you have are so important. And once you have that kid, like the way they support you and the way that they are there for you in ways that you couldn't, like you have whole different relationships. Like with her father and her mother, like the relationship we have now is like different. When he called, I'm like, yeah, let's go hang out and do something that I would not have done before. It's a different feel. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't say just learning about myself and my relationship with God and trusting him enough that I will be the father I need to be. As men, we try to do everything all the time, and that's cool. But even before I got married, I was like, can I be the husband I want to be? Because I have this standard, but like, it's not just you, it's you, God, and who you're doing it with. And so I guess in learning about myself, just learning that It doesn't have to be all me. It can be me trusting, like, what's going to happen when she's 1? What's going to happen when we pay for daycare? What's going to happen when she has to go to private school? Or I can trust God, and I can continue to be the best version of myself with the help of my wife and the village that we've talked about, and letting that be enough and not worrying.
That's good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, my goodness. So a little pivot here, and I hope we're good on time. Okay. Have you ever received any unsolicited parenting advice, and how did you navigate that?
Thank you. I mean, I love that you asked that question because Jameer's given me advice. A lot of my friends have given me advice. People who I don't know at the Falcons game have given, hey man, make sure you do this. Got it. And some of it is very helpful. A lot of stuff Jameer has said I'm like, dang, he was right. But I would say the process of fatherhood, the process of parenting, the process of having a child, ultimately, like your marriage, is your own. And something that works for Jameer's kids may not work for my kids. So being open to the information, considering the source of the information, but I guess I've received it, and sometimes it stays there, and then other times it goes with me.
Yeah, no, that's good. Oh, yes. Jamal?
Yes, I have received unsolicited parenting advice from my parents, from my brother, from a lot of other people, but those stick out the most. And whenever I'm getting unsolicited advice, I ingest it. And I mean, just like food, your body will digest the nutrients, and the waste goes the way of the waste. And if it's all waste, it comes out full form, right? So sometimes it's all waste. They'll never know, right? I'm not that, people say I'm blunt, and maybe I am, I don't know. But when I'm just kind of receiving information, I'll let anybody say whatever, so long as it's not disrespectful. Just talk to till you're satisfied, and whatever I need from that, if there is something, I'll pull from it. And if not, no need to be disrespectful to you or hurt your feelings. Say what you got to say. I'll either use it or not. You'll see it in action if I took your advice, or I will come back and thank you. If that never happens, then take that on you.
I have nothing more to add to that.
It's everything. Oh my goodness. And so, the most beautiful thing that I'm hearing consistently up here is that it's really, truly a partnership that you all have in your marriage. Because I know sometimes, men can be, I got this, bravado and rah-rah, but I'm hearing vulnerability, right? And not just with your children, but with your wives, which I think is really important to model for your children, right? They need to understand what healthy communication looks like in real time. And what better model than your parents, right? So in that same vein, what do you think that you took from your parents? Because I know you had mentioned before, dad is showing up. What did you take from your parents, both of your parents, that you are applying now that has been really useful in your parenting journeys? And I'll start with Jameer, since you tried.
What have I taken from my parents? That's a really tough question. Always protect the family. Protection is key. I learned a lot from my father when I was much younger. He taught me things very early in life that didn't apply until much later on in life. And I think that was intentional. Because a lot of times you may hear things you may hear advice and it may not apply to you now, but it'll apply to you much later. And you're like, man, I remember him telling me that 5 or 6 years ago, and now it's actually happening. So I'll say protect the family for sure. My dad always told me about communication with marriage, and especially with marriage. The dads up here will probably agree here. Don't fight every war with your spouse. Some are left to be left. Some you will take, and some you will not. Just if you have siblings, keep those siblings close. Because when your parents pass, that sibling will always be there, right? Because when you see a sibling, most of the time you'll see a parent or things about your parent. So even if you don't have a close relationship with that sibling, still keep them close, right? My mom was very big on feeling and empathy that I didn't take much of until much later on in life. I'm still trying to think of something else because I don't think the ones that I said were really good. Education. That one I know for sure. And almost having like a killer type mentality when it's needed. Because my dad was really big into sports, so sports was really big for us and knowing how to work like as a team. And you'll be surprised, like working as a sport team is the same as like a team at work and like having a team at home. And those directly apply. And knowing how to lead. Because the first type of leader as a man, hopefully is your father. If not, it could be somebody else that could be a leader for you, and knowing how to lead, and knowing how to be a man. And the last point I'll say is, I remember when I was going to college, I was very much of a mama's boy growing up. But when I went to college, there were things that were going on in my life that my mom could not help me with. And it was only my dad that could. And I remember calling my dad, I was like, Dad, I'm going through this. He's like, boy, I was waiting for you to call me and ask me about this. Right. So yeah, I've learned a lot of good things that I'll pass on to my kids.
Wow, that is so awesome. I always tell my couples in marriage counseling that marriage is a team sport. I always tell them that. Anything that impacts one impacts the whole team.
And remember, the kids are sponges. They're sponges. Mannerisms, words that you say, things that you do to your spouse, things that you say to your spouse, even if you think they're not listening or not watching, they are. My son says things to me now, and I'm like, boy, I just said that to you 5 minutes ago. How did you just pick that up so fast? Yeah. They're sponges, and kids will never forget. The good and the bad, they will never forget.
Absolutely, and they have zero filters. Jamal?
I was thinking as he was talking, I grew up in a household where the word love was thrown around a lot. It was very, very free-flowing. We told each other we loved each other in the morning, in the afternoon, when we got out of school. My father was he did not grow up with a father, so he was like very adamant about being away with us. So saying I love you has never been difficult for me. It's weird to me that people are so weird about it. Like, so anyway, so that is definitely something that I took from my, birth household into my now household. Discipline was given out verbally and physically, but also I remember having them explain to me why we were being punished. Like right after a whooping, this is why this, had to happen. This is the expectation. This is like what the standard is. This is how you avoid this again. And I don't recall like being in trouble for the same thing like more than twice maybe, because I knew why. So that's definitely something I'm bringing. Like, all right, sometimes you need to cut behavior at the moment, but also, like you said, children are sponges, and don't underestimate their level of understanding. Explain stuff to a 2-year-old. Explain stuff to a 8-month-year-old. You don't know what they know. They might not be able to verbalize it, but they might know exactly what you're saying, right? So just get into communication has been something that we've spoken about on every question, but communication, right? Yes. Especially in discipline.
Yes.
So that they know what's going on. And then, the education piece. Just being there, like, knowing, like, we know the child is only going to age 1 year at a time. You know what to prepare for. So kind of go above and beyond. If you need to relearn algebra, relearn it when they're in the 4th grade. You know it's coming. So just prepare yourself, because you're going to have to be there to help with homework. So just things like that. I remember like getting drilled for spelling tests. Like when spelling tests, elementary school, from 1st grade to 5th grade is a spelling test every Friday. We know this. So my brother and I would literally, like, Wednesday and Thursday, in front of our parents' beds, drilled on those words. Like, we had to present it to them. So less than 100 on the spelling test was unacceptable because we were ready. We knew exactly what the word meant. None of this was required on the test. We knew the definition of the word. We knew how to spell it, front, back, all of that. So it was just there. Yeah. It was a routine. We were expecting it. So, of course, that's coming. And there's a lot of lessons that you learn from your parents of what not to do just by observing. All right, these are things that are the bath water. And you take the baby out of it, and then you drain, the water, and you clean the tub. So,
can't forget to clean the tub.
Right.
Thank you, Jamal. And I'm gonna let Chris answer, and then we have some audience questions, and then we will wrap up the panel. So, Chris, it's on you.
I'll be quick then. Mama's boy as well, very bad. So still mama's boy. Just love, man. She was my dad, so I learned something from him different. But mom, just all the consistency to make it not about her. Baseball, school, breakfast, dinner. Like, looking back now, I don't even know how she did all of that. And dad, provider, but if I can say one thing, like, be careful how much you take from your parents knowingly or unknowingly, because it wasn't until marriage counseling that I realized that my normal was the normal that I was forcing upon my wife. And I was then getting mad when those uncommunicated expectations weren't being met. I was like, hold on, like, I'm gonna go to work, I'm gonna make money, like, you gonna do all this, and we're going, and it was like, nah, bro, you gotta clean up and you gotta do this. And I wouldn't be being truthful if I didn't admit that I fought that a lot. Then through marriage counseling, seeing people like Jameer, seeing people like Rut, this man cooking and cleaning, every time I come, I'm like, okay, so I need to, so you learn some things that you think are, I guess the point of what I'm saying is you learn some things that you think are strong, things that you want to exhibit, but then when you get in your current relationship, those may need to be altered to be successful and to ultimately make everything work.
Yeah, that's good right there. That's too good. I'm gonna remember that later.
My wife will, so.
It's recorded. This is recorded. So one of the questions from our audience is, let's see here. How did you support your wife within the first weeks after childbirth or adoption in adjusting to her new role and body changes? Who asked that question? Anybody here? Okay, I think that might be our virtual audience. Who wants to start?
Husbands, it's not about you. Her body is going through a lot that you can't even fathom or even imagine or even think of, or even you can see her and notice something's going on. It's not about you, man. Just be there for her. Ask her what she needs. She may not even say it, kind of how you mentioned earlier, may not even say it, figure it out. You should know your partner by that point to where you can kind of figure out when things need to happen, when they don't need to happen, what they need, what they don't need. If she needs 5 minutes, just go take the baby. You'd be like, you know what? Let me go take the child for a little while. You take a little time. And just know it's about you and support her as much as possible and be that outlet for her. Because there may be people around her that could be forcing her to do other things that she may not want to do. So be that person that she can lean on. And you may fall, or you may kind of stumble, but just don't fall all the way back.
That's a bar. Jamal?
I agree with what he said, especially since, body changes with adoption didn't happen, but she also is in cancer treatment. So I'm used to body changes, and she had a hysterectomy at 21, so she's been in menopause since I met her. So, blankets, no blanket, air conditioner on for 2 seconds, then the heat needs to be on. So whatever my temperature is, it doesn't matter. Which goes back to why it's difficult to take care of ourselves, as it's not about us. But so just being there. And he keeps saying this, but it's like you have to be the Da Vinci Code. You have to know kind of what's going on without them saying it, because sometimes it's not something that they can verbalize at the moment. They might not even know they feeling a certain way, but you can see it. It's like, you aren't feeling well. What's wrong? Like, what's wrong? And just being able to figure out, all right, if they can't say it, if they can't express it, just like a baby, you got to figure out what's wrong with them because they can't talk. So, all right, now I have to do extra work. All right, get over complaining about it, just do it, and it'll, be there in the long run. But just be there to be supportive, be present.
That's good. That's good. Chris?
The only thing, y'all have said it all. The only thing I can add is ask for help. If you have parents here, if you have friends here, and they want to come over and see that baby, let them come see that. But when you come, you got to bring dinner. You got to cook. You got to clean. You got to do something. So you get to see the baby, but you also get to do the laundry. So everything they said, but that.
Oh my goodness. I know that's right. Take advantage of all the resources. I know that's right. All right, so we have an audience question. Go ahead, shoot. Microphone coming.
I thank you guys for being vulnerable and telling your side. I've never heard the man's perspective. I've just always assumed my partner is gonna know what to do, but how can he know if we don't tell them or we don't communicate that? And it also made me realize it's very important who you choose as your husband. And it's good to have a husband before you bring these kids here, because things will happen. It's not always a happy ending, and it's not always a happy story. So I'm glad that you guys are there for your wives, and they are very blessed women. I did want to ask a question to you guys. How did you help your wife when you realized that maybe she was having some sort of postpartum issues? And I'm asking that because a lot of times partners are the first people who pick up on things, and they should be the first ones to bring that to their partner's attention, or even to other family members. Hey, something's wrong with my wife.
I feel like my wife should answer that, but I'm gonna give you the best answer I can. My wife is very involved in a lot of things. So normally before pregnancy, she felt like, and she did have to make a lot of sacrifices. So for me, it was post-pregnancy, doing whatever I could to assist to get her back to full fulfillment as a woman herself outside of motherhood. and I probably didn't do the greatest job at that at all times. I was probably selfish and wanted to do things at certain times, but I feel like there were times where in the past I probably would have disagreed or not approved of something, to where at this moment it's like, what does she need for her? You know, I'll take all the other responsibility in this moment. What is the thing that can fix her or give her that one thing today that she can hang her hat on and move forward to that next day? But I do agree with you in terms of, as soon as you have a baby, you know if you pick the right person. Right, you know immediately, so.
That's good.
I'll say being willing to understand that your voice may not be the one that she can receive at the moment, and looking for other people to say, hey, say this to such and such, that you know she already respects and listens to. So, all right, it's kind of like growing up. Sometimes you just can't hear it from your parent. Somebody says the same thing and you do it. I tell people all the time, like when I was teaching, I always tell parents, don't be mad. Are they doing it? It don't matter who it came from, that you get the result you were looking for. So whoever it's coming from, it may not be able to come from me. The comfort may not be able to come from me at that moment for whatever reason. Knowing her circle and the people that she respects and the people that care about her is a very positive thing. And being able to call them and say, hey, I need you to talk to Yama real quick. This is and then, you know, have them circle around and say, you know, whatever, slow down, or I know something, whatever it may be. But just knowing that other voices are necessary and not being insulted because they didn't listen to you. I don't care. Did it get done? I'm good.
That's too good. Thank you.
For our first child, every time we would lay down at night to go to sleep, we would talk. And I think that was huge for her, right? You know, when you just lay down in the bed and it's finally quiet, and that child just went to sleep that's like 12 inches away, he used to be like, baby, how you doing?
You think you about to go to sleep, but you're not.
Right, and just having that time to yourself to listen, right? Because so many things have happened throughout the day. There's poop over here, there's dirty diapers over here, there's these laundry needs to be done here, there's dirty bottles over here, but when you finally lay down, when you get that little 5 minutes just to listen and really talk about, sweetheart, how was your day? Man, just having that time just to listen, right? Because even though as a father, yeah, we've been through things too, but I'm sure her day was extremely different, right? And knowing the things that she's been through throughout the day, because like I said, we were during COVID at that time, and families all around all the time. And as a dad, you see what's going on. You see slick comments that are going on. You see things that's like, oh, she ain't gonna like that. You know that. So when you have that time to talk, just bring it back up. Sweetheart, I know this happened today. How you doing?
All right, we have one more question, and we have a future man grown up. And so man grown up is a concept where in a book that I wrote, where it's a person who practiced living an authentic and joyful life and takes pride in their progress. So I'll let him ask the question before I have just a quick note for you all. So what is your question?
Why did you agree to speak on the panel?
Why did you agree to be on the panel? Okay. It's a great question. Thank you.
Easy for me. I've talked about village. I've talked about community. If Chantel, Rod, Jameer, now this man that we've sat here, I think we make it so hard or make it so complicated. If you see somebody moving in the right way and they ask you to do something, just do it. I mean, and I love being a dad, so if you ask me to talk about being a dad, I'm going to do it all day.
I second that.
All right, cool. One quick thing before I have another comment. So I just wanted to, again, thank you for just sharing your perspectives. And so something that I have that I wanted to read to you all, it says, "Dear man grown up, you are a brilliant man. Life has been filled with many twists and turns, but know you are loved, protected, appreciated, and capable. Never give up on yourself."
That is so good. good. Did you write that, Tamika? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, it's gotta be over.
No, I have one quick comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam
I
Vice
had
President.
to interject. I'm sorry. Let me stand up so you guys
Yes,
can see.
please.
I think we all can agree that this is an amazing panel. So thank you, dads, again. Yes. But I want to let you all know you started something, okay? So this is a platform that needs to be elevated, and I feel like there's so many more dads out here who may not even have a village. I'm just letting you guys know we're going to tap into you guys somehow, some way, because this is amazing and needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Oh, they already know. It's already over. It's already done. I got all the ideas for next year. It's a miracle. We have one more.
I will not take a lot of time. It's just to add something to us wives. Sometimes our partners are just powerless because we have so much emotion based on what we're going through, and we end up using them as a punching balls. So I just wanted to add that we need to find the maturity once our emotions is calm, to come back to them and appreciate what they're doing and ask for forgiveness, because talking to myself is not, I did not give birth, but the emotion outburst that going through with myself, sometimes I know that I'm unfair. I tell him myself, I say, I did not tell you to marry a crazy woman. I'm already crazy enough as a woman, and add menopause and all the therapy, the sickness, and all the stress. So we appreciate you, husband. We thank you for your patience, and we love you.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna ask the wives of the panelists to stand up, please, so that we can celebrate you all as well. All right. Thank you so much for your questions. Thank you so much, panelists, Chris, Jamal, Jameer. Thank you. Thank you so much for elevating this important piece that I think is often overlooked, unfortunately, is the partner's voice. Thank you for bringing voice to the voiceless. And I hope that we can make this contagious, okay? You started something, like Madam Vice President said. So when I give you that call, don't be confused about what it's about. Just say yes, sis, I got you.
Yes.
Good practice. Thank you so much, gentlemen. One more time.